Chapter 151. Split up, I ordered, ducking behind some columns as several fire spells bombarded me. If we had a tank, maybe I could have them stand in front with a shield and accept this kind of bombardment. In fact, that's exactly what our party was missing. At first, I had never had to think about such things as party dynamics. I got Lydia from convenience and aided Miki because of her effectiveness from ghosts. Even Celeste, who had good magic ability, was someone I accidentally ran into. All four of us together made a somewhat, rounded party. But what we were really missing was a high constitution person to take the hits for us. Would that be a knight or something like that? Well, I didn't even know if our party would stay together once I freed everyone. I was thinking about continuing to dungeon dive, but I'd need to form a real party for that. I certainly didn't want to hire a night slave and have them get hurt because of my selfish desires. Anyway, the point was that my holy circle couldn't hold off his bombardment for more than a few seconds, and we had nothing like a tank. So we had to split apart and in turn split up his fire. It seemed like a good idea until I realized just how much magic this guy was shooting out. He appeared to be tossing out a few spells a second, more than enough that all three of us were busy. I couldn't imagine how Celeste had managed on her own when all of his magic was concentrated on her. Then again, she was a magician too. So maybe she had a magic counter that could directly fight against him. I will destroy you, he screamed. Was it necessary for the boss to scream things like this? It was really distracting when you were trying to defeat a boss. In fact, wasn't he busy spell casting? How could he even talk in between all of his spell chanting? If only I could shut him up. Maybe we'd get a window to attack. Wait. Silence, I called out, continuing to move as spells stuck the ground beside me. Lydia said, dodging a bit better, but failing to close any distance on the ghost. We need to use a spell like silence on him, I explained. RPG tactics? He's a spellcaster. If we can block his speech, his spells will definitely weaken. Lydia's eyes brightened. Ah, Master is smart. So, you have an ability to silence him. No. Ah! Master! Miki cried, not nearly as nimble as me or Lydia. She was having the most difficulty avoiding the attacks. Help! I thought about all of the abilities that I had. Was there anything we had that could work? None of my abilities worked on spells like this. What I needed was a new ability. However, you couldn't just come up with a new ability. Wait. Maybe you could. Combination skills. They both had a combination skill based off of spirit fire, but neither had a combination skill based off of monodust. Switching to hero and slave master, I turned to Lydia. Give me a moment. Yes, master. With slave status, up now boosting her. Lydia tossed herself at the enemy, using her quick attack to close the distance. Meanwhile, I used the skill analysis to look through Miki's skills while pulling the fairy dust from my ring. As soon as it reached the air, there was a sudden pause in attacks. The lack of exploding fireballs and heat on my ass caused me to pause and turn back to see Car. Lydia had closed the distance, but Car floated higher up and was now outside her range. Hey, that was cheating. You! Where did you find that? Car pointed at the bottle in my hand. What? This? How did you get that fairy dust? That's mine! It's mine! Car's form seemed to distort into something more monstrous. He launched his next attack, specifically aiming all of his rage at me. Chapter 152. I let out an exorcism before he reached me. He wasn't even trying to use spells at this point. Instead, his face had distorted into something more ghastly, and his hands were now dangerous-looking claws. Miki enhanced my sword, and I managed to start deflecting his spells. With moderate swordsmanship, I was just able to keep his wicked slices at bay. Evil Eye and Basic Monster Identify gave me no weaknesses that were apparent for any ghosts. With the pressure off the girls, they started launching attacks. Miki's spiritual attacks weren't something Car could dodge, and he was quickly taking damage. However, so was I. Every third slash cut into my skin. It was really painful. I equipped back to White Mage and started healing myself. You have been poisoned. We kill poison. You have been cursed. Remove curse. Armor. Heal. Riffruve. Heal. Heal. Ow. Heal. I was throwing out spells as rapidly as my mind could work, which was far better after I had spent so much time hunting the level 15 boss. Had I not used that time to grow more familiar with my abilities, I had little doubt that the barrage of attacks right now would have ended me. Being able to cast a stream of spells while also deflecting attacks wasn't easy. Car himself was proof of that fact. As soon as he went into physical attack mode, he had abandoned all of his spells in exchange for a fighting style which was much more feral. Watch out! This is going to hurt! I warned the girls. Create cushion? Fireball. I attempted to blow a fireball between us and then use a cushion to block my own hit. It didn't work very well. Fire erupted between us and I was blown back, but I didn't anticipate the flames. Perhaps if I had used fire control, I might have been able to do more, but I was too inexperienced with mage spells. The result was burns all over my body as I rolled away. I had successfully separated us, but my injuries hurt so bad I could barely think. Master! Lydia cried out. Quick attack! Car was only temporarily stunned. He recovered quickly and started racing for me, his claws out excitedly. I was on the ground now, and the ghost was racing to deliver a brutal attack. I didn't know if HP existed in this world, but I wouldn't be surprised if it reached 0 after this attack. Grabbing a pinch of fairy dust, I did the only thing I could think of and created water of life. The ghost, which was closing in on me, suddenly jumped away as the spray of water shot from my hands. I put it straight to my mouth and started drinking. Plus, the water fell all over my body and soothed the burns. The pain disappeared almost like a lie. I only took a breath to cast a moderate heel, and then stood back up. I was soaking wet, but my burns were almost gone now. As for the ghost, he was staring at me with complete disbelief. How? How are you doing that? Carr demanded. Rather than answer him, I lifted my fingers. There was another pinch of fairy dust in it. Miki! I cried out. Cast mana control! Use this! I tossed the spirit dust at Miki. And she immediately did as I commanded without question, absorbing the odd mana of the fairy dust and pushing it into her control of magic. She let out a cry of disbelief. Then she turned to Carr and held up her hands. Resurrection! Miki cried out. Resurrection. What fairy dust plus mana control is resurrection? I was hoping she'd gain some kind of ability to control his mana. Perhaps a spell interruption. Instead, she unlocked the high-level priest spell resurrection. A light floated around Carr. He didn't seem to be pained. Rather, his facial features returned to normal, and his face looked to be at peace. How? Interesting. It is too bad I cannot be truly resurrected, as I died within this cursed place. But moving on feels right too. Carr. What happened to this mansion? I decided to ask, as resurrection was a spell that seemed to one-hit co-ghosts, but also took a bit of time to completely cast. He smiled. Please go easy on her, maybe. Maybe you'll have the ability to help her find peace. Please finish her story the right way. With those words, his body dissipated into bright lights and then floated away. Chapter 153. Checking the Remains of Carr. I found several high-end magical items. There was a pair of gloves, a cloak, and a cane. The cane was a rich person's cane. But it might as well have been a wand because it had the ability to amplify magic strength and decrease mana cost. In fact, that gloves and cloak also amplified magic as well. I gave the gloves to Miki because I was already wearing the gauntlets I had obtained from the previous boss. We weren't the first to defeat Carr, so I was wondering why we were getting magic items. Was it because Celeste did not take her magical items before she left? Then again, Carr wasn't a generic mob either. And we defeated him much differently than an ordinary kill. Once we found Celeste, but before we fought the final boss, I really wanted to go back and double-tap some of the bosses to see what words we can get. I want to clean out the treasure on all of the floors too. At least one of the things I'd like to do is fight the level 20 boss again, and see if it was still Carr. Somewhere. Deep down inside, I had a distinct feeling it wouldn't be. There was something really final about the way he disappeared. In the end, I decided to keep the cloak and cane for myself. My magical prowess increased dramatically with that. Deep down, I was a support mage. When I was with Celeste, I had to act the part of the swordsman because I didn't have anyone to hold the front line. With Lydia back, I could return to my role as a support. I still fought in the front occasionally because I didn't want the girls to think less of me. But I definitely felt myself breathing easier, knowing I could just toss out spells from the back of the party from now on. I might be retiring hero soon as my second job and making it basic magician from now on. However, my gauntlets and boots that I got while I was on my own I decided to keep. Unfortunately, they boosted speed, so Lydia, who was already fast, would probably have benefited the most from these items. I felt a bit bad about monopolizing them, but I decided to keep them anyway. It wasn't just because I liked dry feet that didn't smell when I took my boots off at night. Rather, I still planned to fight occasionally, and with Celeste and Mickey, we were already forming a somewhat magic-heavy party. If we encountered a large wave of enemies, Lydia wouldn't be able to hold the line. And I didn't even mention enemies with magic immunity or anti-magic enemies. I was just concerned with party dynamics. That's all. Lydia didn't have any need for magic enhancement spells, but she didn't mind that she didn't receive anything. In fact, both girls seemed surprised I wasn't keeping all of the magical items myself. Lydia still wore the black shadow cloak I had given her from the rabbits we slew in Mina's dungeon. But I guess she had assumed that was a one-time gift I gave when I made her my slave. As for Miki, it took a bit of pressing to get her to take the gloves and treat them as her own. I said they were too small for my hands. But I am pretty sure magical items change to fit you, no matter what your size. Thursday. Thank you, Master, she said, blushing. Was giving a gift to a slave really that strange? She kept glancing at me and then privately smiling to herself, and her tail seemed to raise up excitedly. Apparently, Miki was really weak towards gifts. When it was clothing or food, I guess she treated it as an expectation that a master provided for her. But when it came to magic items, she was surprisingly easy to make happy. I had a feeling if I asked her for sex at the moment, she wouldn't say no. Well, that was true all the time, but I think I was on her particular good side at the moment. Sorry. It wasn't the time for that, though. Maybe tonight. Chapter 154. I still didn't like that we fought a boss and Lydia was no stronger for it. Therefore, I decided her reward for this fight would be a combination skill. We went over the list of swordsman skills, commoner skills, and scout skills to see if there was anything worth keeping. Most skills were status increases, vaguely helpful abilities, and a few special attacks. Well, that wasn't the case with Commonor. The abilities for Commonor were laughably weak. Danger sense. Learning up, weak disease resistance. Social up, hide, focus up, and things like that. Actually, learning up wasn't half bad. It was used to help you gain another job, but if you could equip to jobs like me, couldn't learning up help me master skills and maybe even level faster? Well, that was my thought process. Why, how about Evil Eye? She asked. I too had Evil Eye. It allowed me to scout out weaknesses of enemies. She had gained her evil eye as a scout. What would fairy dust enhanced evil eye be like? Unfortunately, as far as I knew, even the adventurers didn't know anything about combination skills. They seemed to involve combining a skill with an alternative form of mana product. So far, Spirit Fire and Fairy Dust were the only two I knew of. There were probably others. Maybe Mermaid Tears? Well, I didn't plan to find a mermaid and test it anyway. Each person could only combine one skill with each mana form to create a different skill. That new skill can apparently be a skill you can unlock through your job, but at a higher level. So, at least in my mind. It was like casting a spell with a reagent. In this case, we were creating a reagent to cast a high skill ability or an ability outside the job range than we'd normally be capable of. A spiritualist probably would gain resurrection eventually. I could also gain resurrection using my dungeon points, although it was a second-tier ability. As for priests, I had no clue what level they gained resurrection. Or was it even a level? Since only priests knew resurrection, there could be some other trick going on that no one knows about. Like a mass product item. I really wanted to meet Chom's priest and see what I could learn from him. But the guildmaster had told me that all priests were very tight-lipped when it came to their abilities. He guessed resurrection was a level 30 ability, as most priests he'd seen cast it were older. But it was still common enough that there was no shortage. "All right, let's try Evil Eye," I said. I learned with resurrection that guessing what ability would pop out was impossible. Since combinations weren't studied in this world, we'd just have to try and see what happened. I also wanted Lydia to become a better scout, so making any ability that helped her read the enemies into a higher tier spell sounded like a good idea to me. Sprinkling some fairy dust on her, I allowed her to absorb the mana and combine it so that she gained a new skill. "What did you get?" I asked excitedly. Lydia looked around, her eyes wide with surprise. "Master." "What does it mean?" "Otherworlder." "Huh," I blinked. "Is that your skill?" Lydia shook her head. "Number." "Yeah, the skill is called God Eye. But when I look at you, it says your species in Otherworlder." "I see." That's how I came to this world. I finished up. In the end, there seemed to be no point in lying to the girls. God's Eye was truly an amazing ability. I copied and found that it put Evil Eye, Skill Analysis, Basic Monster Identify, and Basic Item Identify to shame. It was almost embarrassing how many abilities it replaced. It really told you everything you wanted to know and displayed it in an easy-to-read platform. Lydia and I seemed to see things differently. I saw a status screen, not unlike RPG stats. Lydia described levels as more of a feeling because she couldn't wrap her head around numbers. I couldn't waste using the ability too often. It required fairy dust. I had used half of the remaining vial I had acquired, and I had no knowledge of how to obtain more. I sort of hoped the boss fairy queen would have more as part of the reward for finishing this dungeon. Either way, I needed to be cautious with how I used the rest. She had seen I was from another world. So I decided to just come clean about my origins. After I finished my story, which honestly, I didn't have all that much to say. There was a long silence. It was Miki who broke it. So, that's why Master acts like Master, Miki said softly. I winced at those words. It was better they knew the truth now. If I waited until after I gave them their freedom, it felt a bit like deceit. I didn't want these girls to hate me. Is that okay? I asked. Amazing, Lydia said. I looked up in shock, only to see a radiant smile on her face. I had thought to tell her this would break some of the awe and wonder she was experiencing. Understanding what and who a person really was did cause a lot of the mystery to disappear. It turned out she was looking at me with even more impressed eyes. I didn't understand it. I saw Master with God eyes. Lydia said, skittishly, "Do you know what I saw? My heart sunk, but I still needed to know." What? Master is even more incredible than I originally thought, she cried out. Miki nodded. I have only heard stories of other worlders. They say some of the greatest heroes, the harem hero, the slave hero, the summoning hero, the great magician, the Animalkin hero, were all from other worlds. Although there are many with the name hero, there hasn't been a true hero in this world for at least 100 years. A true hero. Is it I found myself a bit relieved that I hadn't unlocked the true hero job? Would it be like the true dungeon diver job that meant it was really just a higher tier hero? I might get it if I just level hero enough. Or, going by comic books, maybe I needed to make the ultimate sacrifice and die selflessly for someone else. I didn't want any of that. Rather, I was happy to switch to basic magician. I certainly had no desire to become a true hero or go down in history. Let's move on, I declared. The boss's room was suddenly starting to make me chi. Plus, I had a ferry to find. We finally left floor 20 and began our exploration of floor 21. I was back in the unknown once again. Chapter 156. Well, calling floor 21 a complete unknown was a bit misleading. I may not be willing to power God I nilly, but with map, detect trap, and detect treasure. I was able to quickly gain a picture of this floor. After that, it was just a matter of fighting mobs and clearing out the level. I wanted to check everywhere because Celeste could be anywhere. That means every level would be searched and stripped to completion. My storage ring was quite large, but it was starting to get full. Since we kept everything mobile and didn't really settle down since we moved out of the alchemy house, I was carrying almost everything on me. Weeks of food, clothing, and heapings of alchemy ingredients had made the ring stuffed. I had acquired 200 gold coins so far as well. To think I could buy Lydia twice over. Dungeon diving was truly a profitable venture. Of course, when I thought about how many times I had almost died in the beginning there. I could see why it wasn't more popular. It took only a full day to finish the 21st floor. Still, we were stronger than ever, and I was comfortable moving on. In truth, I was eager to get us down to the 25th floor. Once we found the library there, we might spend a bit more time grinding. Depending on the quality of the mid-4 boss, hunting him for a while would be advantageous for all of us. We could use more practice fighting a big boss together. Right now, we could handle little mobs pretty easily. We had been able to control groups as large as 5 monsters without difficulty. So far, we hadn't experienced anything like the ambushes from the previous dungeon. I didn't know if that was because the previous dungeon was young or if it was because this dungeon didn't feel sufficiently threatened. I could say that the traps were growing increasingly insidious. If I hadn't started being very careful with detect traps since landing back at level 10, our party might have been in major trouble. Out of curiosity, I used the duplicate slave skill to copy danger sense at the same time as detect trap and map. This was easier said than done since it essentially involved casting 4 spells simultaneously. However, the result was that the points displayed on my map were color-coded. I could tell how dangerous the traps were, from red death traps to green traps that didn't technically hurt you, like teleport traps. So many ways to use magic. I'll have a lot of reading to do when I get out of here. If I copied the learning up skill, I could probably learn to read faster than Mickey. I was interested in seeing what this world had written down about jobs. Everything I knew was even tested out with trial and error or hints I got from old adventurers providing their advice in exchange for a glass of drink. I was still taking these kinds of notes in my booklet too. Perhaps I'd create my own jobs and skills guide eventually. I could be the memoir hero or something like that. Actually, I wouldn't mind being remembered for that. It was better than being remembered for having slaves or a harem or being good at killing things. We were on the 23-yard floor. It had been 3 days since we had finished off car. Progressing was going good. It was only then that I saw a sparkly wing disappear just as we rounded a corner. "It's her!" I exclaimed in excitement. I barely saw her, but it definitely had to be Celeste. Chapter 157. I felt extremely relieved about seeing Celeste. She was my slave still, so if she had died, I was certain I'd be notified in some way. I supposed I needed to work on Slave Master a bit and gain some of the skills that allowed me to track and control slaves. Then again, I had a distinct feeling that by getting the higher tier job Slave Master, I had skipped some of these basic skills. The reason I didn't have a simple skill locator was that it was rudimentary. It was like me with white mage skills despite having no mana control. I was putting the cart way before the horse. At some point, it'd be nice to gain the slaver ability so I could learn basics. Anyway, she was in front of me now. I wasn't going to lose her again. "Celeste!" I immediately ran out ahead of the party. It might be a little reckless, but I did scan my map with detect traps and sense life before I ran. There was nothing that should be able to threaten my life. I could sense her life in particular. She was a lot brighter than anything else on this level. I found that brightness often coincided with level. Brighter creatures tended to be harder to kill than dimmer monsters. That was how I tracked the boss on level 15. He could hide. But I sensed his life force, and it was always stronger than the other ghosts. There were exceptions to this. An extreme injury could lead to weaker life force. Celeste was just about as bright as my own life force, which meant to me she was healthy. "Master!" The two girls called out, worried, and started chasing me. I had already spun around the corner, though. At the end of the hallway was Celeste. She spun back and made a noise of surprise. Suddenly, I felt an air attack being sent my way. Before, I wouldn't have been able to tell, but with Mama and air control, I was much more aware of magical attacks now. "Watch out!" I gave warning to the girls behind me and then rolled under the air attack to avoid it. They ducked around the corner to avoid the attack. As for Celeste, she spun around, and it looked like she was going to run. This time, I wasn't going to lose her again. I hated it, and I didn't want to use it, but after over a week of being separated. If Celeste still wasn't over this, she gave me no choice. "Stop and come here." I put the order slave skill into my voice. The fairy ignored me, spun to leave, but then grabbed her neck like she was being choked. I flinched at the pain she was experiencing, but I wouldn't back down now. We'd talk about it. I would free her once the dungeon was finished, but I wouldn't allow her to run off on her own and be hurt. Finally, she turned back and with a lowered head started approaching me. I felt the two girls finally come to my side. Miki stood on one side while Lydia stood on the other. "What is it, Master?" Lydia asked, looking at the fairy approaching us. I gave the best smile I could. "I can finally have you meet her, ladies. This is Celeste." Chapter 158. The fairy continued to approach with her head down. Although she stopped and glanced back a few times, every time she did, her hand touched her neck like she was remembering the pain, and then she continued floating towards me. "Celeste?" Miki asked. "That is Celeste." There was something odd in the way she said those words. I frowned slightly. Did Miki perhaps have something against fairies? Celeste stopped a few feet away from us. Her expression seemed odd too. She was afraid to get closer. It was almost like she didn't recognize any of us. That was impossible. Celeste knew me. "Celeste? Come here." I gestured. "You remember me, don't you?" Celeste cocked her head to the side, and then nodded slightly. Floating the rest of the way to me, I finally relaxed now that she was hovering in front of us, looking at my two girls with curiosity, rather than jealousy or anguish. Aha! These are the two girls I told you about. This is Lydia. She's very important to me. This other one is Miki. She may be mischievous, but she also has a good heart. Master." Miki seemed confused. "What are you doing? Master's new slave is a fairy," Lydia said curiously, and then puffed out her cheeks. And here Master had gotten me all worried. "Hey, I thought you said you weren't jealous." "Of course, I'd still worry." Lydia rolled her eyes like it was the most obvious thing. "Although, since it's a fairy, it's fine." Wise that Lydia didn't answer. Instead, she put a finger out towards Celeste. She made a clicking sound with her mouth and wiggled her finger slightly. "Come here. Come here. I won't hurt you. I am Master's slave too, so you don't need to be afraid." Celeste looked at Lydia for a moment and then reached out and touched her finger, shaking it like an entire hand. Lydia giggled. "It's cute." I frowned. She was treating Celeste more like a dog or something. It was actually irritating me slightly. "Celeste, why don't you introduce yourself?" I said, my mouth twitching. "Well, say something." Master." Miki spoke again, this time pulling on my shirt. I turned back to her and raised an eyebrow. "Yes, what is it? Are you okay with Celeste? I guess she's really shy around strangers. Normally, she is a lot more talkative." Lydia's expression turned strange. Both girls were looking at me oddly. What? What is it?" Miki looked down awkwardly. "You." "This is Celeste." The companion that you had in your party for several weeks," I nodded, frowning. "Yeah, what's wrong with that?" "Ah, it's nothing," she said. "It's just..." Master was alone for some time. I was in here with Lydia. And even I felt my mind being worn thin. "What are you saying? It's okay, Master." Lydia smiled gently. "It's not weird to hear things that aren't there or to see things in the dark. I had a lot of time adjusting to this ghost-filled dungeon." "What?" My expression sank, and then I turned back to Celeste Rass, my eyes somewhat frantic. "You? Say something. Celeste, tell me what you are thinking." The ferocity of my look caused Celeste to suddenly hide behind Lydia's mane. But as she looking through her hair, that she spread with both hands, Celeste only shook her head helplessly. "Master." Miki's words came out as gently as she could. "Fairies are not intelligent beings. They're only a step above sprites. They don't talk. They can understand basic orders. Maybe say and understand a handful of words. Some nobles keep them around because they're good at keeping a house clean. They call them house fairies. You can enslave and order them, but they're more like a dog or a bird than a real person." Chapter 159. "Come on, Celeste. Say something." "I know you can," I said helplessly. How could this be true? Was I really suffering from some kind of dungeon madness? Was I really just talking to myself? Celeste cautiously came out of Lydia's hair and then flew to me. She looked curious. Did she even really recognize me? Was this even Celeste? She looked like Celeste Ival. But what did I really know about fairies? For all I knew, they all had the same face or something. Celeste landed on my shoulder, and the familiarity of her weight there instantly brought a tear to my eye. Celeste, you remember me, don't you? Celeste looked at me for a moment, and then put her hand out, wiggling it from side to side. Sort of. That was the kind of response she gave. We had traveled together for weeks. We remained close to each other. I even enslaved her. After all of that, she could only kind of remember me. Master? It's okay. My behavior was making the two other girls anxious, and Lydia's tail was twitching unhappily, while Miki's tail was drooping. I let out a low sigh. I am sorry. It's fine. I am just having a hard time coming to grips that this was all a figment of my imagination. What do you guys know about fairies? Nothing, Lydia declared, raising her finger excitedly. I bonked her on the head. Ah! Master sorry. But I didn't learn anything about fairies. Miki stepped forward. I don't know that much either. We'd have a better time in Chom getting these answers. Perhaps at a library. The only thing I know is that fairies for a nest usually stay at a source of strong mana. They're kind of like Bisa, in that they're controlled by a queen fairy who gives them commands and coordinates them. The other fairies are basically drones. They only regain individuality if they get far enough away from the queen. A queen, my eyes raised up. Would it be possible that a queen fairy could speak through one of the other fairies? Miki's ears twitched. As she looked at me uncertainly, it's possible. Master, I think. I am sorry. I just don't know that much about fairies. Is that who you are? I asked Celeste. Are you really the fairy queen asking for help? Celeste's face wrinkled for a second, but she didn't say anything else. I sighed and stood back up. Will you be able to help my party fight? Can you use wind magic to demonstrate? I created some wind and sent it spiraling out. When Celeste saw that, she seemed to grow excited and then nodded. She flew up and around my head 3 times before landing back on my shoulder. Hee hee. She seems to like that, Master. Lydia clapped her hands. Well, there is no use continuing this discussion here, I said. If we want to know what is going on with this fairy, the answers are in those murals. We need to see the 25th and 29th. For mural. Hopefully, they'll finally explain the holes I have when it comes to Car's story. Does Master wish to complete the lore? Lydia asked. Ah. No. Actually, I shrugged. The last time we completed the lore, it was purely by accident. It also almost killed us, if you remember. I'll be happy as long as we are able to destroy the final boss and break the dungeon lore. Once there is no dungeon in Chom. The mansion should return to normal. Then I can claim the mansion and the city of Chom will be restored. As we spoke, Celeste listened, but gave no sign. She understood what we were talking about. However, she seemed to be comfortable on my shoulder. Maybe it was muscle memory. We continued on, growing deeper in the dungeon. Chapter 160. Getting to level 25 only took another few days. I knew that every 5 levels, after the boss, you'd encounter an increase in the difficulty of the ghosts. I definitely wanted all 3 girls to be prepared before we headed to the last 4 floors. However, I also noted that with Celeste here, our party was at the strongest it had ever been. I made sure to heal her and clear her of all poisons and curses just in case. All of my girls were back to full strength as we entered the 25th floor. This floor was actually pretty dangerous. Besides the traps, one of the monster types was called a hidden stalker. They are hidden like those bunnies from Mina's dungeon. However, these weren't non-lethal. Rather, they pounced on an enemy when they least expected it. My sense life was vital on this level. We had to move slowly and carefully to be able to take care of the stalkers and the traps. We found the library after only a few hours with much of the level still bare, so we decided to make lunch there and rest. It was pretty exhausting dealing with the hidden stalkers on this level. Not to mention remaining vigilant for whenever the boss wanted to show itself. Once we got the fire going, I decided to use some of the cook drops which had status boosts. We were going to eventually stumble across this level's boss. So I wanted to make sure that we had every advantage we could when we encountered it so that it fell quickly. I filled up 4 bowls and all. I found that Celeste still responded to food in much the same as I was used to. She would eat twice her weight of food if you let her, which was still less than anyone else. She ate excitedly with a smile on her face. "Master, did you want to look at the murals?" Mickey asked curiously. I stood up and shined an orb across the mural. This one seemed to be talking about the fairies. They were attacked and enslaved by the slavers who had discovered her nest. All of the fairies were turned into slaves by the greedy slavers, and the forest caught on fire during the attack. The fairy queen ran as her nest fell, seeking asylum from her friend Car. Once in Car's mansion, she started to live with him. Having lost everything else important to her, she had a renewed interest in the love she first had for Car. Eventually, one night, she gave herself to him. I lowered my head and bit my lip. That didn't really say anything I didn't already know. The story so far was pretty simple. Car had a life where he hated slavery. He found the waters of life and sold them to grow rich. He started using his money to free slaves. Somehow, during one of his trips to the fairy's nest, slavers followed him. They attacked the nest, killed all of her underlings. And then she had no choice but to flee back to the mansion and live with Car. He accepted her, and they began to have a relationship. Then something happened, and she turned evil, killed Car, and cursed the mansion. That's a pretty big leap. What did Car do? Or was it Car at all? And more importantly, where did Celeste come from? One more mural to go. I sighed. I hope you have some answers for me. Chapter 161. The level 25 boss was called the Shambling Mound. It was a ghost that blocked the entire hallways. What it lacked in movement, it made up for in extremely high HP. It blocked the stairway completely and seemed to show no signs of moving. In the end, we just had to work at it. It used magical mental attacks that injured all of us slightly. But we were all prepared to take these kinds of mental attacks at this point. Lydia shook a little. But she held her ground and kept slicing away. After an hour, the thing finally broke apart, and we were free to head to the 26H floor. I licked my lips as I looked down that stairway. Had the monster been like the level 15 monster, quick and easy to kill, I would have loved to bunker down. While this monster wasn't very threatening, he was extremely tedious. He was basically just a 8-piece suck that made remaining on this floor inconvenient. I also had a theory that every time he popped, it was probably roughly the same spot in the stairway. In that way, we couldn't use the 25th level as our base of operations without wasting an hour of time and energy carving through the mound. I wonder if the dungeon had made these decisions on purpose. On top of that, the 25th floor was very inconvenient. With the hidden stalkers, it was one of the least profitable floors to level on. Was it intentionally trying to goad us on? I shook my head. I promised myself I wouldn't take any more risks. The 3 girls were with me and we had plenty of food. If we can't level on the 26th, then we'll level on the 24th. I decided I didn't want to forge on until I knew we could make it to 29 without difficulty. In the meantime, it might be a good idea to swing back to the higher floors and try to sack the treasures there too. Come on, girls. There is no point in continuing on. Let's grind on the 24th floor for a while. The fairy suddenly perked up her ears and then flew into my backpack to hide as she used to do. As for Miki and Lydia, they started giving the stairway uneasy looks. Master, what is it? I asked. R? You. Lydia's ears were twitching. Hearing that, what is... I stopped what I was going to say, realizing that while I didn't hear anything, I did indeed feel some kind of vibration. What is... I created an orb in my hand, and then I tossed it out down the stairway. It acted like a ball unless I affixed it to some surface. The light bounced down the stairways, thud, thud, thud. As it went down, it lit the path of the 26th floor. It was to 3 RDs the way down when suddenly dozens of shadows burst across it. In fact, there were so many of them that the light was obscured in a moment. "We need to run!" I shouted. The girls had seen the same thing, and they could hear the hundreds of ghosts running up the stairway. This was an ambush just like in Mina. The dungeon was no longer playing nice. The shambling mound wasn't an obstacle. It was a cork, and we just unleashed it. Chapter 162. Rapid Slices. Lydia spun her blade in her hand, sending out dozens of cuts, striking the ghosts climbing over each other to get to us from down the hallway. Holy circle, I declared, creating a barrier that locked the hallway. As soon as the swarm of ghosts struck it, the holy circle shattered. It was the best we could do to keep the onslaught of monsters from overwhelming us. Celeste, use windbreak, I ordered. Celeste shot me a confused look, only continuing to send out wind slashes. It looked like this spell was outside her understanding as a mindless drone. Well, the real Celeste, the fairy queen, should be able to cast this spell, right? That didn't matter. But technically, this fairy had the skill. Cover me. Duplicate slave skill. I began to duplicate the windbreak spell. The problem was that the spell was pretty intensive to cast, and I was about 50 level under Celeste when it came to wind magic. The only reason I even had a chance of successfully duplicating it was because of my white mage job and being able to have to mage class jobs equipped at once. Come on! Come on! Cast! My eyes started to widen as I realized I gave myself too much credit. The swarm of ghosts was getting closer and closer. There were nearly 20 of them at a time we'd have to fight. It was safer calling them a flood of monsters. There was no blocking it now that we opened the cork. Master! Lydia cried out. Master. Miki was right behind her. The ghost reached us. Darkness began to flood my visions as dozens of ghosts' attacks were flung in my direction. Master! I heard Celeste's voice in the darkness. Windbreak! An explosion occurred around me as the very air shattered. The ghosts were blown back. I abandoned my own casting and turned and ran before the ghosts could surround me again and throw me into the darkness. I felt weak. A lot of attacks must have struck me. Master, you did it! You cast the spell! Lydia said excitedly, grabbing me and helping me along. Number. It wasn't me. It was. I shot Celeste a look. But Celeste only cocked her head silently, looking confused. You saved me. Didn't you, Master? Miki shook her head. All we saw was the ghosts surrounding you and then the spell launching. You were under many mental attacks. I shook my head. It doesn't matter. Let's get to the library. That room seems to repel ghosts. These guys are way too riled up and kiting is proved too dangerous with just the 4 of us. We'll wait tonight, and hopefully the horde will even out and lose its momentum. Once that happens, we can start picking them off a few at a time. The girls typically listened to me when it was important. They grabbed me and continued to help me until my feet were back under me, only checking the map for traps and a safe route. I navigated us back to the library. By the time we shut the door behind us, closing out the shrieks and whispering from the ghost flood, we were all extremely tired. For the first time since I had entered this dungeon, I wondered if it was really beatable. Chapter 163. The next morning, after making sure to clean up, we checked out in the corridor. We only made it one corner before the map showed an enormous flow of ghosts. The ground started to vibrate. and I immediately signaled our retreat before they even popped into view. Wasn't this a bit too aggressive? How was anyone supposed to complete a dungeon when they were allowed to act so defensively? What will we do now? Master Lydia asked. I looked at the door blocking the library from the roaming ghost floods. I shook my head. Let's head up. Lydia blinked. Up, Miki added. I originally only headed down to satisfy my curiosity, gain some strength, and help Celeste. Now, I feel like I have a good understanding of what happened. I don't think the final mural is going to tell me something I can't predict. We don't need to risk our lives. Rather, it's much smarter to get the entire adventuring guild together and do a mass quest to wipe this dungeon out. What we need now can't be overcome by strength. We need numbers. I understand, Master. Lydia put her head down and sighed. What? What is it? I asked. Lydia shook her head. Dee, don't mind me. Master is absolutely right. I was just getting used to seeing how awesome Master was. I always saw Master completing it on his own. As I said, Master is right. I do not want Master to risk his life. Please don't try to be cool. In fact, I'll be angry if Master risks his life needlessly. Lydia puffed out her cheeks. I chuckled and patted her head. I understood what she meant. I've been in this dungeon for over a month. I've had many life or death battles. In many ways, it felt anticlimactic to give up on it now. If anyone deserved the final award, whether it be some dungeon points or some treasure at the end of everything, it really should go to us. The highest we can teleport is the 9th floor, then we'll work our way up from there, I explained. And then turned to Celeste. Celeste, will you be willing to come with us? It may be some time before I can speak to the true queen. But you are still my slave and house fairy, and I don't want to leave you behind here. I didn't know if Celeste understood all of the words I used. But she did tilt her head thinking about it for a moment before she gave a nod. I smiled in relief. I had worried that she'd be disobedient or even flee. Ever since I had used Order Slave on her, she'd be very obedient and didn't seem to complain about anything. The other 2 girls seemed to like her too. The 3 of us put our hands on the kiosk. Level 9. The white light and the familiar pull took us to a much higher level, hopefully much away from the flood. Would the fairy queen send the flood up to us once she realized we were going up? I didn't think it would be a problem if she saw that we were leaving. Some of your party has teleported to another part of the dungeon. You must register with both kiosks to reach that floor. Wait. What? I glanced to see Lydia and Miki next to me, but Celeste was absent. There were only 2 floors I haven't registered with. Somehow, I had a sinking feeling it wasn't level 1 that Celeste was on. Chapter 164. Damn it! Why didn't she come with us? I cursed, slamming my fist. Master, what's wrong? Lydia asked worriedly. Celeste, she's on the 29th floor. She went to the last library instead of this one. I explained, immediately trying to think of what skills I had. Party status? Condition injured. Injured. No, she couldn't have. Master Miki asked. It looks like she's in a fight. Her party condition is injured. If she was just in the 29th lore, I could use it to our advantage. We could switch position and I could register everyone. But if she's already entered the boss room, I had used party status first exactly in the hopes to determine if she had entered the boss fight. Anxiously, I used party status again. It had only been about 20 seconds so far. Condition bleeding. N. No. I shook my head in disbelief. Was she losing that badly? No, that wasn't even the question. If this was just a drone fairy to the Fairy Queen, why was she attacking what was essentially an extension of herself? What was going on? What was I missing more than that? What was I going to do now, party status? Condition near death. A cold feeling shot through me. Near death. It had barely been a minute, and the fairy I had spent weeks together with was about to die. I had convinced myself she was just a drone and the Fairy Queen was the true mouthpiece, but none of that mattered right now. The fairy I knew, the one I had even kissed and slept next to and cooked for, was about to die. There was nothing I could do. There was nothing I could waste. I tossed the backpack down on the ground. Make sure she gets plenty of water of life. Head up. Return to the surface. M. Master. Although I wasn't able to allow your bonds to break upon my death, I made sure the bond switched to the Guildmaster. I've made sure he knows to release you from those bonds. The town will take good care of you. Master. Miki's tail was sticking straight up. After taking some fairy dust, I dropped the rest of the bottle of fairy dust. Sell it. It'll be enough for all three of you to live comfortably. Lydia's eyes filled with tears. Number. No. Goodbye. I could see both girls leaping toward me, but I could use switch position with a thought. I wish there was time to say more. Or prep, or do something to change the course of events. Of course, I planned to fight with all I had. But I didn't think I could take the Fairy Queen on my own. Realistically, this was it. My body disappeared. And the next thing I knew, I was flying across the room. I slammed into a wall with full force. Any thoughts of defensive spells abandoned my mind from the vicious blow. I spit out blood and looked up. Floating in front of me was a full-sized woman. Her wings were those of a bat, and she had massive horns on her head. Dark miasma around her, and her face, while beautiful, also contained enough uncanny valley to come off as creepy. Especially given the hateful glare on her face. Human! What have you done with that spawn I was finally going to end this lore? No matter, her fate was sealed the day she was born. As for yours, yours was sealed the second you stepped into my chamber. It's time to die. I stood up, Ghostbane shaking in my hand. Then, bring it. I began to run forward. My sword raised to strike as her spells began to race toward me. Chapter 165. While I gave the girls my pack full of stuff, I still had my ring. I didn't run into the enemy completely empty-handed. In the future, I wanted to get more items that could be used in combat. When we got out of here, Mickey and I definitely need to work on our alchemy. Maybe we can make some bombs and poisons and defensive barriers and all kinds of stuff that I was frantically trying to cast right now. She identified as a dark fairy queen, and she didn't seem to recognize me in the slightest. I had thought I'd be able to reason with her, but the second the queen realized there was a human in her midst, she had been throwing out spells nonstop. She had the magic casting of Car's first form mixed with the rapid attacking of Car's second form. I had already been in a fight with her for a minute, but I was constantly healing myself and her barrage of attacks hurt like hell. I considered pulling out the fairy dust. Car had reacted to it with an almost feral rage. If she acted the same way, my death would be certain. However, if I didn't toss the dice and change something up, I would definitely die anyway. Damn you! You've taken everything from me. She screamed. I'll kill you, human! I'll turn you into ghosts just like the rest. I haven't done anything, I insisted. In fact, look! I hid the pinch of fairy dust I used, but I still cast the waters of life. As they flood from my palm freely, the Dark Queen paused for a second. For a single moment, there was some clarity in her eyes. The waters of life. I nodded. See, it's not too late. We can return to your garden. You can have a family again. Family. Her eyes suddenly turned dark. A human family? You are just like him? You just want to betray me? You want to take everything from me and use me for your own gains? That is why I made his spirit pay. No. You let his spirit pass on. He didn't deserve peace. Why did you do that? Her anger seemed to be returning once again. Car of the 20th lore had been her prisoner, if she was making him pay. Then by sending him on with the resurrection spell, we had seriously made her angry. That must have been the reason she changed her tune shortly after. It was a mistake, I said, trying to regain her trust. I am a friend of the fairies. I can help you. She shook her head, back up. I can feel it. You are a slaver. You hold the slavery of that fairy. You are the one who took her from me. I see it now. You are just like the other humans. One by one, they hunted my offspring down and made them into slaves. Carr acted like he was better. But he was a hypocrite. I don't know what that means, I said, desperately trying to keep her talking while I continued to drain my waters of life mana on the floor. I know Carr accidentally lead the slavers to your nest, but he took you in after, right? He wanted to free the slaves. He was against slavery. All of Chom tries to free slaves. A tear began to fall down her cheek. I used to love him once. I even allowed him to put the collar around my neck. "You were his slave," I gasped. Then he started dyeing other women. Other slaves. Her eyes darkened. "I saw you with your other slaves. You are doing the same to her that he did to me. When you no longer need her, you'll toss her aside as he tossed me aside. That's why she is better off dead, as are you." Chapter 166. "No one needs to die today," I said, holding up my hands as the last trickles of manna of life disappeared. "See, I can free you of your slavery." As I got a clearer picture of the fairy woman, I could see the distinct slave collar still on her neck. When I mentioned it, she reached up and touched it as if she forgot it was there. "Freedom!" She said the words slowly, like she had to sound out the words. "Yes." I nodded. "I plan to free all of them." "I can free you too. Then you can make a new water of life spring wherever you want. I'll even help you build it. We can. We can finally end the lore correctly." Okay, this seemed to be the right way to end things. Carr had somehow wronged her, but he also loved her. You wish. To remove Celeste Scholar. You want? To set her free, the Fairy Queen's words were slow and strange. I nodded. "I am not anyone's master." The woman's head dropped, but rather than thoughtful or considering, she seemed to be disappointed. I didn't understand that look in the slightest. Why was she disappointed that I didn't want a slave? Isn't that a little backward, I see? The Fairy Queen sighed, her angry miasma seeming to shrink a bit. "Then I suppose this is an ending too. I had thought that Celeste was in your thrall." Had I known what I know then? I breathed easier. The entire atmosphere was growing relaxed. I managed to talk down the dark Fairy Queen and master of this dungeon. With things going this way, we could end this dungeon without any bloodshed. That was what I wanted more than anything. The fairy pointed and I turned to notice the stairs leading up to the library. The door wasn't closed, blocking them. That was right. In the last dungeon I was in, the library door closed and the break room was actually part of the boss room. If there was a kiosk, that meant that you could flee the final boss, but doing so would send you back to at least 5 levels. That gave me a thought. I didn't really know how strong dungeon final bosses are. I threw everything I had at the necromancer, who would have been the weakest boss. But he only gave up in the end due to various circumstances. What if? While all the bosses down to the bottom were normal. Maybe dungeon bosses were closer to raid bosses. In other words, they required a long-term, extremely difficult battle. That would explain why the portal was accessible during the battle. When the guildmaster wanted to defeat this dungeon, he had recruited over 10 of us. That should have clued me into how difficult that fight was. After all, once the final boss was dead, the lore would reveal itself and be destroyed. Yet many dungeons had existed for decades and had never been defeated even by people way more powerful than me. In fact, these boss rooms were humongous and easily could fit 30 or 40 people if needed. In fact, dungeon diver would be a more common job if it was easy. If true, I really had defeated my first dungeon on pure luck. Perhaps this one could be defeated the same way. I took a breath and started heading for the stairway. This truly had become the best ending possible. "Watch out!" I heard the shout, and then someone shoved me. Celeste had shoved me aside. As I fell down, a dark beam shot where my back would have been. Instead of hitting me, it hit Celeste instead. I watched in horror as Celeste was consumed in darkness and blown away. Chapter 167. Celeste! I cried out, erecting a holy circle and then running over to her. "How did?" I was going to ask how she made it down, but the answer was obvious. Once she had recovered from her injuries thanks to the potions, she had used the kiosk to return to the 29th floor and then flew down here. Lydia and Miki were left behind. I immediately used every spell at my disposal. I removed Curse, healed, and even give life force. However, it was hopeless. An entire wing was gone, as was half her body. I would have assumed she was dead if she didn't suddenly cough. Her eyes sputtering open. Celeste. "Oh no!" "Why did you?" Wyam. Master, her eyes suddenly saw me, and I could see the recognition in them. Tears began to fall. Celeste. "Please. Why did you?" "She." I glanced up to see the dark fairy queen watching the scene play out. "You killed her," I said darkly. "I killed her." "A long time ago," the queen said sadly. "When she was born, I couldn't stand it. She reminded me too much of him. I tried to just enslave her. That's what I had done to the rest of those in the mansion. I put collars on them. However, humans wouldn't accept their place as slaves. They kept resisting me. In the end, I decided it was best to turn them all into ghosts instead. At least ghosts obey. I assumed she had died. I never imagined half of her would live. She was half human. I gritted my teeth, anger flooding through me. She's your daughter, isn't she? She's the daughter you had with Carr? And you? Enslaved her? Turned her human half into a ghost? She's what was left? What I couldn't destroy. The queen sighed. It's better this way. She was too much like me, giving her life for a human. How pathetic. Also like with me. That sacrifice will amount to nothing. I suppose, like mother, like daughter. She raised her hand again. Before. When she had been fighting me, I had managed to just hold on. I only realized now that she had been teasing me. Now that I thought about it, even the necromancer had just been throwing out skeletons from boredom. If they were serious, they'd wipe me out in an instant. I now realized that was what the Fairy Queen decided to do. She raised her hand, and darkness began to coalesce in her fingers. It was a beam just like the one she had tried to send through my back. This time, it was growing much bigger. I could feel the mana being used, and it made the hair stand on my arms. There was absolutely no way I could defeat her. I was certain of that. I lifted Ghostbane and sighed. It looked like I reached the end of the road. I still didn't understand everything, and I didn't even have time to reason it out. The least I could do was to go out fighting. It was funny. A few short months ago, I would have been pissing my pants and running for cover. Now, my only regret was that I couldn't save anyone. Maybe I did have the makings of a hero after all. Just when it looked like she was going to fling a pillar of darkness at me, she gasped and backed up. A massive beam of white light shot over my shoulder and struck her in the wing. The light was small, but it still burned a hole right through. She screeched, landing on the ground. As for me, I spun around to see a bright light shining, and at the center was a person with golden wings. "You won't touch my master?" A rich voice spoke clearly. "He's mine, Mother!" It was at that point that text shined in my vision. Celeste has evolved into a fairy queen. Chapter 168. "You would dare attack me for a human?" the dark fairy queen snarled. As soon as she spoke, countless spells came hurtling towards her. Celeste began moving, successfully dodging several attacks, but still getting hit by others. She may have evolved into a fairy queen, whatever that meant. But her levels and status were still the same. Her mother had attacked her before and managed to bring her down to nearly dying within a minute. The only difference between now and then was me. Armor! I cast a protective spell on her. Moderate heal. Sanctify land. I began to lay out every spell I could. With her mother focused on Celeste, I had a few moments of breath to start building up my magical defenses. I downed the last of my mana potions, which I had been saving for a rainy day, and then started to attack with my own spells. I had to juggle with my jobs, trying to maintain hero and slave master, so that she had status up bonuses for being in my party and my slave. But then I needed to switch back to white mage frequently, so that I could cast spells and keep healing her. Damn. I really needed a third job slot. I used basic monster identify on her, but I wasn't able to get any information. Evil I also scouted no weaknesses. This, I wasted another pinch of fairy dust and used God Eye. With that, I was able to see she had no weaknesses. Ah. Wonderful. I also found out her name was Astria. The battle went on, but I found myself running out of mana quickly. Furthermore, I had squandered a lot of the waters of life I had in reserves. Simply put, I only saw a sable to remain able to fight for another few minutes. Whether the Dark Fairy Queen was going easy on us because Celeste was her daughter? I didn't know, but hoping her body would give out suddenly, and we'd win this fight was impossible. Something had to change. "Celeste!" I called out. "Keep distracting her!" That was a stupid thing to yell out in front of a sentient boss. I was too used to dealing with dumb monster mobs who didn't understand English. The Dark Queen turned to me and began launching attacks. I began to run, heading for the staircase. Daughter, see how humans run. He's leaving you now to die. That is just their hidden nature. Your father was just the same. You are lucky you never met him. I met his ghost. Celeste shook her head. He was a man full of guilt and repentance. There was no repentance for what that man did to me. What did he do? Cheat on you? Sleep with other animal girls? What's so wrong with that if he still loved us? If he still owned us and took care of us? Then why was his fate so cruel? The queen grimaced. He impregnated me with you. But still he fornicated with Anna Malkin's slave girls for his own delight. How can you love a man just like him? As Astria said those words, she pointed at me. I wanted to deny it, but it was true. I had been sleeping with Anna Malkin's slave girls. I didn't recall seducing Celeste, let alone getting her pregnant. But the words the fairy queen said cut deep into my own insecurities. I wanted to believe that Lydia and Miki loved me for me. Maybe I had hoped the same from Celeste. However, they were all slaves. I had various charms, and slave loyalty and Mina's blessing even added more slave affection. I slept with them because they were beautiful, and I was weak-willed, but could I recall myself better? Would they love me once I set them free, and they were no longer being manipulated by cheat skills? My movements began to slow down as I felt the crushing blow of her words. It was one thing to carry these doubts myself. It was another thing to hear them out loud, lorded like to repeat itself. Was I any better than the lord of this mansion? I was no longer sure. Chapter 169. I love him. Celeste's words were unwavering, and it caused me to stop and look over at her. That is why I became a fairy queen. Because I will no longer be a drone controlled by you. For 20 years I was trapped in this dungeon, torn between human spiritual half, trying to help me leave, and the compelling nature to be a good-look fairy and follow her queen. But you haven't been a true fairy queen in years. I've made my choice. I've chosen freedom. He will betray you. Astria growled. I don't care if he loves other women. As long as I can have just a bit of his love, it's all I want. Celeste shot back. See, Celeste. I stopped with one foot on the stairway. She turned to me and smiled. Go. Escape while you have the chance. I can't give you the waters of life, but I will give you the only thing I've been able to take as my own. My life. Foolish girl. Then die. The fairy began to throw more violent attacks at Celeste. My heart was beating fast, and a shot of adrenaline shot through me. I raced up to the library as quickly as I could. Touching the kiosk, I registered myself. I could now travel to the 29th floor. Just as I was about to switch position, my eyes landed on the mural. The last part of the story. It depicted Carr. He was an older man now. He had formed the city of Chom and was starting to free the slaves. Then I paused, my eyes widening. A moment later, they narrowed, anger spreading out from me. "You bastard! That's what you did. Switch position!" The battle between Celeste and her mother continued, but there was no way Celeste could get the upper hand, especially given how much more powerful her mother was. The only thing she could do was hold on. But even with a renewed sense of determination, within 5 minutes her mana was exhausted, and she had taken various wounds. She stared up, shaking as her mother flew over her head, looking down at her with a sneer. "I won't let you make the mistakes I did. I'd rather see you dead." I love Master." Celeste smiled anyway, a tear falling down her cheek. "I made no mistakes, and I regret nothing." The spell exploded out towards Celestat Lewarjas, but a sword sliced through it, causing it to break. Celeste looked up to see us standing there. Lydia and Miki were completely unhesitant when I had teleported in. I was just glad they had remained near the library, rather than desperately trying to race down. Well, that wasn't true. They had teleported back down to the 25th floor and were single-handedly trying to fight their way through the flood of ghosts. They had left a wake of death, but considering the number and time involved, that only meant they were about 20 feet from the door. I simply teleported in Miki's place, grabbed Lydia, and then ran for the library. To teleports later, we were all in the boss's room. This was cheating, right? Well, it's not cheating if it's in the game. That's what I always said. "You came for me?" Celeste said in wonder. "She can talk!" Miki let out a cry, but I bonked her on the head immediately. "Since Master made you his slave, I knew you must be amazing," Lydia declared. "I will definitely fight by your side. Anyone who loves Master is okay in my book." Anne. They heard. Celeste blushed, touching her cheeks. "Keep her busy. Will you?" I called out, grabbing Miki. "You treacherous human." "You know I can still hear you," right? Astria screeched. "Yeah, but you are going to like this one, so don't stop me." With that, I pulled out the entire remaining portion of fairy dust. As soon as she saw it, Astria's eyes widened in alarm. "What are you doing? I am bringing you some closure." I dumped the entire remaining contents on Miki's head. "Miki, do it!" Resurrection. Chapter 170, White light exploded from Miki's hands. I had a theory that her resurrection spell wouldn't be simple. With more Regent fairy dust, I predicted it would be able to act stronger. In this case, I needed the spell to work at maximum strength. It always left me wondering why a resurrection spell would destroy a ghost. The second I saw Carr disappear, I had wondered if he was really gone. That got me thinking that perhaps all it did was free him from the curse. His spirit was still in this dungeon, trapped, but it was no longer bound to serve as Astria's level 20 boss. As to where it went, it was probably wandering the halls, much in the same way I had found Celeste. Spiritualists might gain a ghost summoning ability eventually, but Miki didn't have anything like that right now. The only thing she had was resurrection. However, this was a special resurrection formed from the ability mana control. This led to my second thought. If someone died in a dungeon, they were not able to be resurrected. This was because the dungeon wrapped their spiritual energy and kept them from leaving. And the curse ate away their spiritual energy. I reckoned that if a priest was brought directly into the dungeon, they might be able to resurrect a spirit. This involved literally pulling the spirit out of the clutches of the curse. But I believed it could be possible. It'd just require a powerful priest and a spirit that was fresh. What I had instead was a spirit accepted by the dungeon, Car, so that he wasn't being consumed for energy, and an op version of resurrection that I could sub with additional fairy dust. The result? The bright light began to coalesce and form into the body of a man. I worried that Astria would attack while we were casting this spell, which took over a minute. When the spell finally finished, an old man was sitting there on his knees. He looked up, glancing around, confusion on his face. What happened? Wait. Astria, is that you? Astria hissed, backing away. Car? How? You are alive. I nodded. Yup, I brought him back. Lord Car of Chom, my slave here has managed to resurrect you within this dungeon. It took 2 resurrections, actually. And the second one cost King's ransom in fairy dust. But I knew it was the only way to finally get things out in the open. Astria snarled. I know everything he has done. How dare you bring him back? I didn't bring him back to answer to you. I shot back, causing the dark fairy queen to balk. I brought him back to answer her. My finger landed on Celeste. She flew back down and landed on her feet, staring at the man in front of her with a complicated expression. Another fairy queen, Car said in wonder. Number. I shook my head. Your daughter? Car's mouth fell open. It was clear he hadn't realized he had a daughter. Astria had been pregnant with Car's baby when he fell ill and died. My daughter, Car. I want you to explain to your daughter what you did, I snapped. I want you to explain what you did to those fairies? Car's pupils shrank to pinpoints, and he shot me a look. You know, I nodded. What do you think this place is when you died? Astria found out the truth. She turned your entire mansion into a prison so that no one could resurrect you. It's been 20 years since that day. 20 years. Car closed his eyes and shook his head. I remember now. I have earned your ire, my love. I am so sorry. Don't call me that. Astria growled. You have no right. I don't get it. Celeste demanded. Father, what did you do? He lowered his head and sighed, unable to say the words. Remember when he accidentally revealed the location of the fairy spring and they were attacked and enslaved? I spoke up. It was no accident. He told them where it was. He gave the fairies to the slavers on purpose. Chapter 171. I'll kill you. As soon as I had made that announcement, the dark fairy queen flew into a rage, dark power swirling all around her. I pulled back with the other girls. Only Car seemed calm. Even though all of her ire was centered on him, he seemed the least bothered by her presence. Well, he was a powerful adventurer in his day. Maybe he was strong enough to fight back when I summoned him. My desire was to reveal the truth, and then allow her to exact her vengeance on him. With that, the dungeon should be able to finish its curse. After all, the problem seemed to be that the queen never got her proper vengeance. He had died before she could express her anger against him. That had to be why the dungeon was incomplete. A moment later, Car raised his hand. The fairy queen reached for her chest as an emblem began to shine. I made a noise of shock. It was the slave bond. That was right. Car had enslaved the fairy queen. This bond would have broken when he died. But now that he was back, it had somehow been restored. The fairy queen let out a cry and then collapsed down to the ground. "Stop this!" Car cried out. "I hate you!" she screamed. I said, "Stop it! You need to listen to me." "Car, you are hurting her," I warned. "You bastard. You took everything from me. And I lost everything as well." He shot back. "Please, hear me out." I refuse. Aha! I will never be your slave again, she screeched, her hands slowly raising. It looked like she was in extreme pain, but she was determined to attack him. That final attack might very well kill her. Isn't that for the best? A dark voice inside me told me that if the pair destroyed themselves, it would be for the best. Then we could all go home. Then my eyes landed on Celeste. She was holding her hands against her heart, with a look of deep worry on her face. It was clear that she still saw these two as her parents. I remembered her when I tried to force her to follow my slave command that first day. The pain and defiance were the same as the fairy queen now. "W, wait!" I shouted, stepping forward. "Wait! Stop!" "I'll take the slave bond." The two people, Car and Astria, turned their eyes to me. I instantly felt a deep pressure from both of them, but I stood defiantly. "Astria, you need to hear what he has to say. Even if you don't owe it to him, you owe it to your daughter. You don't want to be his slave fine. Then I will take control. As long as you promise not to attack us, I'll even release you from it. You lie." I immediately activated the slave taker skill. Both Car and Astria gasp as they feel the bond between them being tugged away. "Even if you take my bond, you are still a human. Then I'll destroy it." Car was still weak from being resurrected. There was no way he could stop me from taking the slave bond. As soon as it ended up in my grasp, I pulled out one of the runes Figaro gave me and activated it, unraveling the slave bond. "No!" Carr cried out. Astria looked stunned for a moment, touching the spot where the bond had just been. Then she laughed. "Foolish human!" She raised her hand. "Now, I will." "Enough!" A shout caused Astria to be stunned into stopping. Celeste stood up next to me, her hand finding mine and holding it. "My child." "It's enough, Mom," Celeste said. "You need to stop punishing everyone. You need to stop punishing me. It's time you just listened." "It's time you understood and moved on?" Astria looked down confused. "Punished?" "I am." Celeste shook her head. "No, Mother." "You only hurt me. You killed a part of me, and to this day it still hurts." I looked over at Celeste with shock in my eyes. I had already guessed most of this, but she really had a part of her die. I didn't know the kind of pain she had been in. Then again, I had seen the state she was in when I came to this mansion. She was confused and lost. She was scared and alone. "Celeste, I am so sorry." I reached out and touched her cheek. She looked over at me and pressed her cheek against my palm, smiling. "Deke." "Thank you." Astria watched this exchange, her expression turning strange. Finally, like a balloon losing air, she fell back down to the ground. "My daughter." "For you." "I'll listen." She turned to Carr and crossed her arms. "You read your journal. How will you explain what you did?" Chapter 172. Lord Carr collapsed, his hands on the floor as he shook his head. I didn't have a choice." "Didn't have a choice?" I asked. "And the fairies did." Carr shook his head in aggravation. "It wasn't like that, Astria. I did what I had to do." "What did you do? Don't you get it?" Carr said, his hand closing into a fist. "We had been stealing and freeing slaves for years. The slavers were about to go to war. They were vying for permission from Oberis to sack Chom and throw everyone we freed back in chains. Diashin wouldn't take any of the former slaves. If it came to a war, thousands would die, and everyone we saved would be right back where they started. But the fairies, they're just drones. They are used to being controlled, and they don't have much of a mind. That's why I made the deal." Carr lowered his head. "It was between a war of 10 hundreds or 50 fairies. House fairies were very popular then. And the slavers agreed that if I helped them sack the colony, they'd sign a non-aggression pact. I agreed not to take any more slaves, and they agreed to leave Chom peacefully with the profits from the fairies." "You destroyed my family!" Astria cried out. "You sold them like cattle." "I saved them." Carr's eyes shot up. "I saved them from you." Astria backed up a step. "You Liar. Don't you remember? Carr shook his head. Were you so infatuated with me? Even then, Astria reached up and grabbed her head, confused. Remember? What do? What do you mean? You kept showering me with presents? At first, I was just young. And I took your gifts for granted over the years. But every time I came back, you kept wanting to give me more and more. You wouldn't let me refuse, so I convinced myself it was the right thing. Convenient, I snorted. And so, you'd have let innocent people die? Carr shot me a glare. If someone offered you life, saving medicine, would you refuse to take it? And the fact it lined your pockets with gold, I am sure, had nothing to do with it. I narrowed my eyes. He sighed. I won't say that the desire for more money didn't play a part. But it was only because a country is difficult to build, and this land lacks valuable resources for me to create a free nation. I don't deny it. I turned a blind eye to the dark side of Astria's goodwill. I wanted to believe that she had everything under control. However, the person who destroyed that fairy spring was Astria herself. Astria lowered her head, her eyes starting to fill with tears. I wanted you to stay. However, you always left. I thought, if I just gave you enough, you wouldn't leave me again. I couldn't live that life with you. I told you that many times, Carr explained hesitantly. But when I returned to see the spring dried, your fairy's half dead and starving, and you still trying to push gifts onto me. I knew it had to end. Those house fairies, they found homes where they are cared for. They may be slaves, but they were slaves with access to food and manna. And for you, I accepted you into my home. With you no longer clinging to the spring, you can finally have what you wanted to. I was starting to realize the truth of things here. It wasn't all anyone's fault. At best, Carr was guilty of being a bit of a gold digger, using her affection for him to gain more stuff. In the end, his plans didn't quite work out, and he did what he thought would work for everyone. There was only one thing about this story that still bugged me. What about these other girls? How can you call yourself some anti-slave philanthropist when you created a slave harem? Chapter 173. My time as a ghost is a dim memory. But I remember encountering you, Carr said, looking at me appraisingly. You were the boy who keeps to girls on your side, yet speaks ill of harems. I don't have a problem with the harem part. People should have the right to do whatever they want. However, when you add slavery in the mix... Carr chuckled slightly. You remind me of myself when I was younger. Idealistic. Noble. The words going through your head, those were the same words that went through my mind. I told myself if everyone was free, it'd all be okay. I had spent my life believing those words. And then I got to watch my best friend, my lover, my sweetheart. She fell apart because of those words. Carr Astria's hand went to her mouth. Carr nodded and sighed. A fairy and a man. How could that work? She can live thousands of years, and I would barely live 50. I told myself if I gave her the cold shoulder that she would eventually move on. She didn't. And because I wasn't willing to accept her in my youth, my actions lead to the fate we saw. What does that have to do with slavery? I asked. A fairy queen is compelled to create a colony, her own fairy spring. Carr shrugged. Only the bond of slavery can redirect her primal instincts. It's a part of nature. Fairies are an important part of the monocycle. That was why I enslaved her, to break that cycle. I was starting to understand a bit now. Just like bees made honey and pollinated flowers. It looked like fairies pollinated manna. They created manna springs and manna dust. Their bodies were even composed of manna. And the other girls? I asked. Not. Everyone wants to be free. Carr sighed. I didn't realize it at the time. But the longer I went, the more I realized that some people were so used to servitude that the act of being freed hurt them. Many of my servants stayed on because of that reason. I tried to free them, but they couldn't stand freedom. They decided to stick with something they could understand. There were also many women who fell in love with me. I was a handsome adventurer in my day, and saving a girl from an abusive slave master has an effect on her. I used to just ignore these crushes, toss these women away and let them fend for themselves. Some moved on, but others were like Astria. They remained heartbroken, a pain they never got over. That is the path we walk, the path of harems. I took a step back. I am nothing like you. Have you ever asked yourself, lad? If these girls want to be free, I paused, turning to the three women that had been watching our conversation in silence. The three girls blushed, not meeting my gaze. However, before I could say anything, Astria stepped forward. Carr, Astria said, her expression complicated. Carr shook his head and finally turned to Astria. I wronged you. Perhaps my entire life. I don't expect you to forgive me. However, perhaps you don't need to. Rather, wouldn't it be best if we just stood aside and let these children have their future? He gestured to Celeste and I. Still holding hands. Carr. I am sorry. I didn't know the things I did. Astria looked down at her hands. Celeste. My baby, what have I done? I am just as guilty. Carr sighed. I made mistakes. I regret many of them. Among them, I've never gotten to truly meet my daughter. Hello, Celeste. F. Father. Celeste straightened herself as Carr finally stood up. He walked over and patted her head and then gave me a sharp look. Boy. You are her master. And now her man. Take care of my girl. Don't make the mistakes I did. Never make her feel like she isn't loved. Ah. Why, yes. I nodded. She is my precious daughter, Astria added. I have wronged her for so long, so I am putting faith that you can do it right." "Is that it?" I asked in disbelief. "Your anger is gone. My fury isn't so simple as to be obliterated by a few cheap words." Astria chuckled darkly and Carr looked away sheepishly. "However, I have a better understanding now. I know enough to know that I've been pushing myself on my daughter all these years, keeping her down. Celeste is our future now." Carr straightened, his body suddenly covered in a white light. "Yes, one thing we both can agree on. This daughter of ours deserves a future, and she can't have that while we continue to squabble in this dungeon. The curse must be broken, and to do that, we both must move on." "Father! Mother!" Celeste spoke with tears in her eyes. With that, the atmosphere in the room started to change. Astria's body was covered in a light too. She gestured for Carr to come to her. "Is it really okay?" he asked, unsure of himself. "I've made so many mistakes." "Me too." She smiled. "It's time that both of us move on. It's time to let them take over." A glowing orb appeared from the ceiling and started dropping down. That was none other than the dungeon's lore. The Story of Lord Carr, His Curse. Chapter 174 W. Wait. "What's going on?" Celeste asked as Carr walked away and stood next to Astria. "Where are you going?" "We're leaving." Carr smiled. "We've reached the end." "And no, please, don't leave me." Celeste suddenly reached out. "Please don't go. It's time we move on. Our souls are bound to this lore. However, we have found a satisfactory ending," Carr explained. "What ending?" Celeste demanded, tears running down her cheeks. Astria reached out. Her glowing had to cause a wave of light to spread out and touch Celeste. "You, my child, mother. I resented you because you reminded me of Carr. But in the end, what I really resented was that you reminded me of myself. I am so sorry, my child. I am sorry you had to live such a cursed life. I wanted to keep you from making my mistakes. But now that I know the truth, I can see that you and this hero follow a different path. It is time for me and Carr to step aside, to allow the younger generation to make their own mistakes." "It's time we go," Carr nodded. "But we won't forget about you. Be a good girl. Put your faith in each other. Mother. Father." Celeste reached out, but couldn't get any closer thanks to the resonating light. Wait. I held up my hand. "I don't have all the answers yet." "Who killed you?" The light started to shine around Lord Carr and Astria. Astria's bat wings had returned to looking like fairy wings, and while there was a dark aura around her, it was considerably lighter than before. Her beauty was starting to shine through, like a mature version of the still young Celeste. "I don't know," Carr shrugged. "Perhaps you will find that answer, along with my daughter. When I found him poisoned, I read his journal. That was when I learned about what happened to my fairies." Astria sighed regretfully. I frowned, considering their words. He was poisoned, and she happened to find him with his journal out to incriminate him on that note. What happened to his Anna Malgirl slave harem? They weren't trapped, should being punished by this dungeon-like car. In fact, they were mysteriously missing. I wanted to say something, but the glow was growing brighter. It was growing harder to see. Not to mention the mood was completely off with Celeste bawling and wishing her parents a farewell. Hero. Car's voice suddenly exploded in my head, not being spoken, but somehow being magically sent. I have some awareness of the world outside. I know that I am not only passing my daughter on to you, but Chom as well. 20 years ago, I was poisoned. I had second thoughts about the fairies. I had planned to buy them back, one at a time. And the person I trusted to do this was the harem hero Artemis. Why, you think he betrayed you? I asked back. I do not know. Although you have granted me this new buddy, I am afraid the only way to break the curse on this dungeon is my death. However, I didn't adventure alongside a hero for many years without picking up a trick or two. I don't wish to leave Celeste or you with nothing. So, I've prepared a surprise. It's a skill I learned thanks to Estria's fairy dust. Please accept it. Take care of her as well, won't you, Okay. I wasn't completely sure what he was talking about, but the least I could do was watch after Celeste and investigate into his death. I was taking his mansion, after all. The light finally snuffed out, and Astria and Carr were nowhere to be seen. In the sudden silence after everything that had happened was almost off-putting. Is it over? Lydia asked in the silence. A pulsating light floated overhead. The four of us looked up at it. That was the dungeon lore. It kept moving until it stopped right over my head. Oh! Crap! I cursed, turning to leap away. The lore was faster. And it came plunging down. I let out a cry as a burning sensation exploded across my shoulder. Carr's lore was now becoming a part of me. Chapter 175. The completion of a lore, the ending of a story. People often think that this means that everyone lives happily ever after. They want all of the holes to be filled, all of the plots to be explained, and for everything to wrap up in a tight little bow. Life is rarely so one-dimensional. Take Carr, a young boy from a rich family who just wanted to do good. After witnessing a slave girl being abused, he vowed to be a hero who fought for justice. He spent many years adventuring in his youth, seeking to be a hero like many young nobles fancied. One day, while pursuing a quest for the water of life, Carr nearly died only to be rescued by the fairies of a fairy spring deep in the forest. You see, the fairy queen had seen him battling and had instantly fallen for him. She nursed him back to health and then began to lavish him with gifts. However, Carr couldn't stay. And even though he knew the queen had fallen for him, he was convinced her love would dwindle with time and separation. Carr returned to his home with a large barrel of water of life, a product of the fairy spring, selling it. He was able to help many adventurers and also accumulated great wealth, pressured by those in need to collect more water. And also tempted a bit by his own greed, he made many trips to the fairy spring. Each time, she would lavish him with whatever he asked for, and the light and purity of her spring began to diminish. Carr decreased his visits, hoping to create some space between himself and the queen, so that she could finally move on and rejuvenate her spring. After that, Carr used his gathered resources to build the free city of Chalm. He dreamed of a self-governed city where humans could live alongside all other demi, humans without any slavery. He built this city in a location not too far away from the fairy spring, deep in the wilderness and a distance from the countries who tried to subjugate his people. As time passed by, other women began to throw themselves at Carr. He looked toward his friend Artemis, who often spoke of wanting a harem, to the point that he eventually adopted the name Harem Hero. Carr saw the misery caused when he rejected the slave women who fell for him, and started to think that perhaps Artemis was on to something. Not every girl would be happy moving on, and not every slave wanted to be free. Years passed, and he returned to the Fairy Queen, wondering what had happened to the woman who had made everything he built possible. Although it had been nearly a decade since the last time he was there, the Fairy Queen's colony, which once included hundreds, was now down to 50. And the fairy spring that was supposed to have rejuvenated failed to thrive. It was because the queen had grown depressed in his absence and had mishandled her fairy colony until she and it might have died out after a few more decades along its current course. Yet, when he pleaded with her to return to the mansion with him, she wouldn't. She was bound to her spring, just as he was bound to Chalm. Around the same time, Carr was being pressured by the slavers for his slavery emancipation projects, and it was getting close to a war. Carr decided there was only one choice. He'd allow the slavers to take the fairies, and with her colony destroyed. Only then would the Fairy Queen finally abandon her dying land. Returning to the mansion with the Fairy Queen by his side, Carr began to finally start accepting the love of the women in his life. At first, Astria was simply happy to be by Carr, but as she saw him canoodling with other women, she grew jealous. Worse, she was pregnant and thus frightened, as she had never had a child before. Normal fairies, it seemed, were not born of a fairy queen. Rather, they were spontaneously created from an accumulation of fairy dust. Then, one day, she decided to go to Carr and finally confess her insecurities, only to find him dead. He had been poisoned, and sitting on his bedstand, open to a certain page, was his journal with all of his deepest, darkest secrets. She read his journal and learned about what he did to her colony. Growing filled with rage, she put collars on all of his servants, enslaving the entire mansion and closing the doors to the city of Chalm. At this point, Carr's death was already primed to form a dungeon curse, but Astria didn't allow it to drift away. Instead, she bound Carr's soul to the mansion. Even though she couldn't get her answers, She wallowed in self-pity until the day she had Celeste after birthing Celeste Soleil. The half-human half-fairy reminded her of everything that had happened. She threw a collar on Celeste too. However, a few weeks after she was born, a group of the enslaved staff tried to smuggle Car's child out of the mansion to freedom and failed. At that point, Astria tied herself to Car's curse and used the energy to wipe out all of the humans and release the ghosts onto the city. After lashing out at everyone, she went into a deep slumber and allowed the curse to run its course, infecting even herself in the end. Her daughter, whom she assumed died in the spell, survived as well. Her spiritual body combined with her fairy body, and she roamed the halls, lost and confused, having the broken thoughts of her mother channeled through their bond as fairy queen and fairy. 20 years passed. And then we came. When I told Celeste to be herself, she combined her ghostly form with a fairy form permanently, becoming one with her fairy self, which fell under her mother's control. In her defiance of the current leading fairy queen, and perhaps with leveling help, she was able to evolve into a fairy queen herself and shed off her mother's influence. Then, I summoned Car. Car gave Astria the closure she needed, and Astria gave Car the peace he needed. Was either of them good or bad? It wasn't really my place to say. They both did bad things, and they both tried to do good. In the end, it was Celeste, their daughter, who had been hurt the most. What they felt about each other in the end? No one but they knew. One thing was certain, they both could agree to step aside and make way for their daughter Celeste. It was her future now, as a new fairy queen and slave to the next hero of Chom. That was how their lore ended. I finally stopped screaming as a shining tattoo formed on my shoulder, like the previous one. It wrapped around from back to front like a serpent, containing text in an unreadable language. Congratulations. You have completed Car's dungeon. True Dungeon Diver has increased by 10 levels. For completing the lore, you have gained 10 dungeon points. Car's lore is now a part of you. You have gained Car's blessing. You have increased affinity with nature. Animals and natural creatures will like you more. Slave bonds are now permanent. You cannot remove or swap a slave bond. Wait. What was that last thing? Oh! You bastard! Chapter 176. The orb had shattered, and a new tattoo had embedded itself on my shoulder. Now I had one on my left leg and one on my shoulder. I was a guy who never took to tattoos in the first place, so this didn't really make me all that happy. A door in the back of the boss room opened up, and I entered a bedroom, not unlike the one in Mina's dungeon. Except, this time, 3 girls entered the room behind me. They were all looking around curiously at the world around them. Celeste was now a regular size, with long translucent wings which caused her to take up a lot of space. She seemed to do something, and they disappeared for a bit, allowing her to go through the doorway. As I glanced around, I found various coins, trinkets, and items. The dungeon was a lot more profitable than the young Mina's dungeon. I found a treasure chest full of coins. I couldn't even count how many were in there at the moment. There was a complete set of armor which looked extremely formal and refined, which must have been Lord Carr's armor. I also found a few blades that looked pretty expensive. I found a blade I liked that seemed to be imbued with ice magic. I made the girls each pick out a magic knife, and Lydia got a new magic sword. Whether it was better than the sword she currently had was hard to tell. This wasn't a video game where loot got a higher level as people grew a high level. Plus, other than magical attributes and maybe subtle things like balance and sharpness, one sword wouldn't cut or do more damage than another. As for magician stuff, Carr seemed to be lacking in those kinds of items. When I finally finished grabbing everything we could carry, my storage ring and backpack were full, and we needed to carry the treasure chest directly. It was time to leave. I wanted to go back to the top floors and clear out those treasures, but the kiosk was inactive now and the door wouldn't open. The remainder of the dungeon appeared to be collapsing, or at least no longer accessible. It was possible all the remaining treasure in the dungeon was sent to the treasury when I finished the lore. That'd be kind of nice. With one last look around the room, I put magic into the spell, and we left the dungeon we had been trapped inside for around a month. When the light faded, I realized we were standing at the front gate of the mansion, just outside the fenced-off yard, shortly after we appeared. I heard a shout. There was a sparse population of people, but as they made noises, more and more people appeared. Soon dozens of people came running out to greet us. "Deke! Hero! You made it! Lord, you are alive and well. Good, good." The girls all smiled and waved excitedly. Even though I hadn't spent a lot of time with the Chom citizens since we reconciled, even I felt a bit happy to see people welcoming me home. Ah! Mayor? Guildmaster? Two familiar faces showed themselves through the crowd. I felt I'm on a disturbance coming from the mansion recently. I was fearing more ghosts might flood out. "Damn, I am glad to see you, boy." The guildmaster laughed and slapped me on the back. "Ah. Thanks. That was the dungeon being defeated. Actually," I explained, "you really did it." The mayor's eyes lit up. "You've broken the curse since you went in. The ghosts out here have gone quiet. We've managed to reclaim all but the mansion, using the alchemetrics you taught us. However, for you to reclaim the mansion, it truly is a miracle. You really are a hero." Just as he said that, there was a loud creaking noise that filled the air, followed by a massive crash. The exploding sound was enough to silence the whole crowd. By the time I turned around, a wave of dust washed over everyone outside. There was some coughing, confusion, and a few shouts of worry. "Wind?" I cast wind magic and blew the dust away. When Celeste saw what I was doing, she copied me and did a better job. When the smoke cleared, I finally could see what happened. My pupils contracted to pinpoints and my mouth fell open. Oh dear. The mayor said, "That is unfortunate." The mansion had completely collapsed. All that was there was a pile of rubble. I've never seen a mansion turned into a dungeon before, let alone seen one defeated. The guildmaster spoke cautiously. It appears that when the dungeon is destroyed, the building collapses. My mansion. The home I had fought tooth and nail for the last month to conquer was now an empty pile of ruins. Ah, Master is crying again. Chapter 177. Our return and the destruction of the mansion meant that Old Chom was finally reclaimed. This also meant a great deal of celebration. I drank with all of the adventuring buddies. Big Sis cried and hugged me in her chest until all three of my girls started pinching me. It really hurt, too. We broke into a jug that had been sitting in some basement and allowed to age for 20 years. It was quite good. After that, things got fuzzy for a while. When the guildmaster and mayor wanted to pull me aside for a bit, I cast refresh on myself so I could focus on business. Deke, I never would have believed a month ago that you would have teleported into the dungeon and then defeat it in that time. You are truly a dungeon diver of some skill. I don't know where you came from, but you have deeply impressed me. The mayor bowed. For everything you have done for Chom, I'd like to recognize you as our lord. We're sorry that the ladies escaped us. When you disappeared, they seemed to know you were in that dungeon. But we had no proof. We tried to watch after them, but the two girls were very determined to be by your side, whatever the cost. The guildmaster sighed. Until earlier today, I didn't know if any of you were still alive. It left a heavy feeling on my heart. Sorry to worry you guys. Things sort of just happened. I tried to laugh it off. Even though I knew exactly how dangerous and reckless my actions had been. Do you still plan to free the girls? The guildmaster asked. Right now it seems I am unable to. Upon completing the dungeon, my blessing won't allow me to release a slave. I showed them the tattoo on my shoulder. I went on to reveal that I had completed the lore, not destroyed it. Both men were certainly surprised. However, thankfully they understood that this was information I didn't want spread, and agreed to keep it quiet between us and my slaves, of course. I ended up giving the pair a quick and dirty version of the events, including the story about what happened to Carr. The guildmaster sat thoughtfully, nodding his head and listening carefully. The mayor occasionally gasped or offered his interpretations of things. When I was finally done, the group was silent for a bit. The town has spoken, the mayor explained, and agree that you need not be required to free your girls. So if you can't, I'd say we'll just leave it at that. I thought about what Carr had said in that dungeon. Do they even want to be free? I will continue to look for a way to free them. I grimaced. I owe them the choice. But if they want to stay by my side, I won't reject them. Tiesk. What kind of blessing prevents you from releasing slaves? The same kind that also keeps them from being taken forcefully, the guildmaster offered. I can't say I understand much about dungeons and dungeon lore. You are the first man I've ever seen who has completed and combined with the lore of a dungeon. More. So, you've done it twice now. Once is a fluke, but twice. You really are something. It was just 2 flukes. I sighed. If I had never met Celestres, there was no way I could have completed the lore. It was the similarities between Car and me that allowed me to help them reach their end. I decided not to explain combination skills to them. Well, I only had a pinch of fairy dust left. Basically, what didn't fall out of the bottle. Once that was used up, I wouldn't be able to obtain more. Well, in the end, I think you did well, my boy. The guildmaster nodded. The thing I want to know is, what's the deal with my mansion? I demand. The 2 men turned green for a second. Ah! That. The mayor blushed. Well, I mean, the deed is yours. You. Relax. The guildmaster laughed. We're going to rebuild it. Everyone in town owes you. You didn't want a rusty old mansion anyway. We'll build you something new. You can even have some input into it if you want. A garden, a pool, a bathhouse. Just say what you want, and we'll definitely do our best to build it. That makes me feel more relaxed. But that will still be months before we have a place to stay. I was hoping to move into something a little more permanent. Actually, this works out perfectly. The mayor forms a grin much like a cat. Because we have another mission for you, and the new one will take a couple months. I let out a sigh. Why am I not surprised? Chapter 178. It was some time later when I finally returned to the place we had been given after leaving the alchemist's building. Since the girls had abandoned it weeks ago, it was quite dusty. Without asking, the girls immediately went to work cleaning it up. I told them to just make it nice enough to stay a few nights. It looked like we'd be leaving the city soon on a new adventure. I still had questions to ask the guildmaster on this new quest, but that could wait until the morning. This would be the first night I could sleep in a bed since I had entered that dungeon, and I planned to really enjoy it. Since I had such a storage ring, maybe I should get some kind of portable bed. It'd take up a third of the ring, but it would totally be worth it. I was pulling out items from my ring and going through all the riches we had gained. I made sure to not be clear to the guildmaster and mayor how much I brought home. It felt a lot like lying, but at the same time, I suspected if I told them how much riches I had, they might give me some sob story about how the city lord was responsible for helping his people rebuild or something. The 2 men weren't bad men. They meant well, and I didn't believe they were trying to screw me over. But they were also a bit singularly focused when it came to their decisions. The door opened, and I looked up to see Celeste stepping into my room. Since she had grown in size upon her evolution, I had noticed her walking a lot more. It would be awkward if she was floating around the room even though she was the size of a normal girl. Now that I could see her at full size, I could truly appreciate her beauty. Her glittery hair, her soft features, her ample bosom. Celeste was a very beautiful woman, much like her mother had been before she had turned dark. "What is it?" Celeste looked down, holding her hands in front of her nervously. The other two girls told me they were busy cleaning. They said I should. Entertain Master for the night, since we had previously not done so. Ah, sorry. I am not really in the mood to play games. Master. Her face flushed, and she grew even shyer. I mean, you and me. Ah! I sat up. You mean... Ah! I am sorry. I didn't mean to embarrass you. You want to? I mean, are you sure? Why, yes. Well, I mean, you kept calling me a pervert, and I kind of had the impression sex wasn't that interesting to you without fairy dust. Thursday, that was when I was a fairy master, she said nervously. Rather, fairies are actually very provocative. But we lack the basic understanding of how to satisfy these wants. Plus, I was channeling my mother's own disgust when it came to Lord Carr, father. So, what you are saying is that the real you has always been hidden, she blushed and nodded. For 20 years, I wandered the halls of that dungeon, half ghost, half fairy. My mind was a muddled mess, and I had no grasp on anything. I was in a prison of my mother's making, and I didn't even know it. Then Master appeared. And you were kind and silly? And stern and caring. And you were like a light in the darkness. My mind started to work again. I started to shake the influence of my mother and come to understand my own individuality. But as we got farther down, closer to the fairy queen, her anger and jealousy affected my fairy half. When you finally ordered me to be myself, my ghost half fused with my fairy half, and Mother's call completely ruled me. However, even then, I felt compelled to follow you, to be by your side. You may say it was just the collar, but I feel it was more. When Mother saw my collar, she grew furious and almost killed me. You transported me up to the 9th floor, away from Mother's influence. I could finally regain my thoughts. That was when I realized I had to protect you. Yet, to protect you, I had to challenge my mother, and that led to my current state. So, now you are a fairy queen. I am still a fairy. Or rather, a half fairy. My true form is actually larger than normal fairies. A normal fairy is about 6 inches in size. I am much bigger because of my humanity. Fairy Queen is more like an acquired subspecies. However, I am still incomplete. Because your human half is gone. I stood up. Wait, your ghost is still inside you. You carried it outside the dungeon and the curse is now broken? If that's the case, then resurrection. That's right. Master. You can restore my life to me. Chapter 179. All right, let's do this. I pulled the last pinch of fairy dust out from my pocket. Ah! Master! That's the last of it, she cried out. If you use it up, you won't have any more in the future. I know, but I have to try. I also admit I had some hopes of getting more. I could always buy it in a shop if I got lucky. However, if Celeste was restored completely, maybe there was a chance she could produce fairy dust herself? I had been told that fairy dust came from fairy queens after all. That's AIM dust also created fairies given the right circumstances. I wasn't really looking to make my own fairy colony here. But I admit I was curious. You don't really have to. Celeste blushed. We don't know what will happen now that I evolved. If I reintroduce humanity back into my body now. It looked like Celeste was now having second thoughts. Before, she was just pondering the possibility. Now that she realized I was willing to do it, it became too real to her. Who knew how young she was when her human half had been destroyed? She was probably only a few months old. It was true. I really didn't know what would happen if I resurrected her now. However, I wanted Celeste to have every opportunity. And somehow I felt that she would have more opportunities if she was more than just a mana creature with intelligence. Celeste. Resurrection. As I said the words, I sprinkled the dust on Celeste. I didn't know if it was preferable to put the dust where I wanted to cast it or leave it a part of me. But it seemed to work either way. With my white mage job equipped, I was no weaker at casting resurrection than Miki. Sure. I had to use slave master and copy skill, so it was more wasteful, but it wouldn't be weaker. A glowing appeared around Celeste as I worked the long magic that took almost a minute to cast. Fortunately, I had plenty of mana at my current level, and the spell finished without a problem. When Celeste's glow went away, I blinked to see that she was back down to her 18-inch form. The fairy queen that had been there at full size was nowhere present. Instead, her wings were gone, and she took on a slightly ethereal form. She was still moving through the air, but it was as if she was doing so by warping the air itself. AI immediately checked her information. Name Celeste class, Elemental Job Master Wind Magician Slavel VL1 Unlocked Jobs Enchanterl VL2. Adept Wind Magician OVL 22. Novice Magician OVL 50. Apprentice Magician OVL 25 Race Sylph a Sylph. How did you turn into a sylph? I cried out. So? She was a half fairy whose human half was turned into a ghost that possessed her own form. That read as a house fairy. She then defied her fairy queen and evolved into a fairy queen of her own. Now, upon reviving her human half, she somehow combined with her magic and elemental class and somehow became a sylph. Isn't that like an air elemental or something, master? She panted. Sylph was probably an extremely rare subspecies of fairy or even a subspecies of the subspecies fairy queen. Of everything I expected to happen, I didn't expect her entire species to suddenly change. Master! What is it? I looked up to see her face flushed. Oh. Why, you used the fairy dust on me again. It's not supposed to work on fairy queens, I responded tearfully. Although, I guess you are a sylph now. Is it effective on sylphs? She looked up at me desperately. Very. I see. It looked like I had to take responsibility after all. Chapter 180, Master. Celeste moaned as she lay in front of me, her body writhing. Her cheeks were blushed, and one of her hands were moving up and down her body sensually. I hadn't had time to work on getting her clothes. Considering how she kept changing sizes, that was probably a good thing. However, the long and assumed plain dress she was wearing now looked incredibly sensual with the way she was moving under it. My dick definitely rose to the occasion. Celeste was a beautiful girl with a nice but acute face, pinkish glittered hair, and nice breasts. There was just one problem. She was only 18 inches tall. My dick was about 1/3 her size. There was just no way. I went to lick her as I did before, but she shook her head. Number. I need it inside me. Master. Ha. That. Was it perhaps the fact she didn't know how big it was? Well, I mean, I was only average. Although, to be honest, with the weight loss, it did seem to look a bit more impressive. Ah, that wasn't important. I decided to pull out my dick and show it to Celeste. Perhaps with a visual, she'd start to understand the problem. I unzipped it and then put it right next to the fairy. The comparison was ridiculous as it seemed. If she hugged it, it'd be like hugging a tree. She could only just get her arms around it. This is Master's thing. She reached out and touched it. Her little hand barely covered 1/10 of the circumference of my cock. But the feeling of it on there was enough that I grew even more aroused. She started stroking it with both of her hands. It looked more like when a girl was jacking off a leg than a penis. She reached down and pulled off her robe, baring her body completely naked. She was blushing, but she didn't stop herself from wrapping her body around my dick. Thus, she was on all fours, hugging my cock and moving her entire torso up and down. Her breasts pushed apart from my dick as it ran up and down the length of her chest. See, Celeste. I let out a gasp. The feeling was crazy, but also it felt really good. Not to mention, I could see her butt as she went up and down. Whenever her body dropped down, I could just get a glimpse of her little cunny. Even just using my pinky, I'd split her open. Watching her give her all going up and down my cock was torture. She was licking my cock too. But there was so little saliva that I barely could feel the addition. That was until I grew aroused enough that a bit of pre-cum came out. She rubbed it on her body, and it was enough to turn her chest and arms into a slip and side. She started moving faster and faster, going up and down with her body. Was it a titty fuck a hand job? Oral? Technically? It was a complete upper body jack-off. I could tell she was using her all to move up and down as fast as she could. Her machinations had turned my mind to mush, and I stopped thinking about how ridiculous it was and started to get into the moment. I reached out, sliding one finger between her legs and pressing my thumb on her butt. "Ah, master." "Yes," she moaned. Using my thumb to hold her hips, I rocked my finger against her clit. One finger was already 3 times the size of her pussy. However, I could rub the whole thing and apply as much pinpoint pressure as I could. I could see her sucking my dick. Well, just a small part of my dick, which she was Frenching frantically while I fingered her. Her little hips were thrusting, were rocking against my finger, and I occasionally moved my thumb to massage her butt. Even though she was just a fairy, her machinations, not to mention the erotic appearance of a little fairy going up and down on my cock with her naked body, was incredible. Ha! Ha! Master! She let out a moan and her body started to convulse as she clung to my cock. Celeste! I couldn't hold back, and my cock swelled and started to erupt as well. My cum shot up in the air, but there was nowhere to go. So it came plopping back down. A lot of it rained down on Celeste. Each spurt was enough to cover Celeste. Her body stopped shivering and eased up my machinations on her vagina and butt. She was collapsed. Her arm wrapped around my thigh and her head resting on my leg. Her hair was covered in white stuff. And even as my cock softened, more white stuff came out and flooded down. She reached out and caught some of it. The amount was enough to fill her palm. Despite that, she took it to her lips and drank some of it. Master's taste, she said happily. She reached out and pulled more of the command, began rubbing it on herself. There was enough she could practically take a bath or at least a good shower. Celeste looked very pleased and happy with herself as she played between my legs. However, her naked body kept rubbing against my balls, and the erotic scene of the naked girl playing income was too much. Suddenly, I found my cock stiffening again for a second round. Damn, and I didn't even have pervert equipped. Celeste noticed it growing and made a noise. Oh? Master is finally done with foreplay. Foreplay, I asked. Slightly confused. Yes. Master, you haven't even put it in yet. How can I be satisfied until Master is inside me? Celeste spoke in a slightly spoiled voice. Celeste, you are too small, I responded, my lips twitching. I am afraid what we just did is about the best we could ever do given the circumstances. Nonsense! Celeste shook her head. I stretch real good, so Master just needs to grab my legs and pull me down on it. Your cock will definitely go in. I thought she was joking, but suddenly she stood up. Her legs were only just long enough that she could get them over my cock long ways. Sitting there, it was like a girl on a bar stool the shape of a mushroom. She expected a bar stool-sized object to basically enter her pussy. She rubbed her sexual parts against the tip of my dick. Whether it was my cum or her wetness, it slid very sensually and sent erotic sensations shooting through my body. Come on, master. I don't have the leverage to force it in on my own. You got to pull, Celeste insisted, looking at me with erotic eyes. Wait. Wait. I'll definitely tear you in half. We can't do this. Even as horny as she was making me. I wasn't about to fuck her to death. That was the only possible outcome of what she just suggested. I mean, if I shoved her down, her hips would break, and all the organs in her lower body would be displaced. Her body would be bloated, and she'd basically be a living cock sleeve. Well, she wouldn't be alive for much longer. I couldn't even believe I was tempted by it. Master, you are so silly sometimes. I am a fairy, and now a sylph. As I've explained, I am a creature of mana. My body isn't technically physical like yours. I can make room. Not only does it not hurt, but I hear the stretching feeling for a fairy is orgasmic. Heard who did you hear from? You've been in a mansion for 20 years with barely a conscious thought. Ah. That. Master. It wasn't like I've tried it before. That's ridiculous. Master shouldn't say such things. Master. The fairy dust absolutely won't wear off until you do it on the inside. Celeste pleaded. Actually, I am almost certain it has already worn off from before. Master? Ah. Fine. But if you feel any pain, you let me know and we'll stop immediately. Why, yes. Celeste blushed and then spread her legs as wide as they would go, even using her hands to try to spread it open. Please. Penetrate me. I hesitantly reached out and grabbed her legs. As soon as she bent them, all of her weight was now being pressed on the tip of my cock, with her spread legs on either side. I grabbed her legs at the knees and then began to pull her down. Master! Harder! You need to pull harder, she moaned. Her eyes closed. Ah. Shit! I started pulling harder. The tip of my cock finally popped into something almost unbearably tight. Ahen! Aha! Ah! Ah! Are you all right? I exclaimed as Celeste cried out. Keep going. More. I need more, Celeste panted, even as her face was scrunched up. Are you in pain? No pain? Fuck me. Master put it in? As she said that, she kicked her legs stubbornly. I pulled her down some more. She let out more cries. She was so tight, I couldn't even believe it was going into her. I had passed the area where her hips should have been. From the backside, a cock almost the size of her waist was impaling her. She looked like a pair of small buns being impaled by an oversized hot dog. As I got it farther in, I could see my dick pushing out against her sides and her stomach. Yes, yes. Ah, it's so big, she moaned emphatically. My eyebrow twitched. Isn't it because you are too small? Master, I want all of it. Give it all to me. Once her knees reached my hips, I couldn't pull her down anymore. Her eyes were still closed and she was panting. I could see the form of my dick inside her, stretching her insides. Yet she still wanted more. I had to reach up and grab her shoulders. With that, I shoved her the rest of the way down. It took about 5 minutes in all, but I had finally managed to impale Celeste completely on my cock. I couldn't even believe it. The panting Celeste finally opened her eyes. Master is inside me. I am so happy. I am filled so much. I can't believe how much Master stretched me. I came already. Ah. So, her eyes flashed. Now. Fuck me. Use my body as your sex toy. All right? I said helplessly. You used my outer body to get you off. Now use my inner body. Don't worry. As I said, this form isn't truly physical, so you can be as rough as you want. She said she came. But she meant that she was continuously coming. From the moment I had put my dick inside her, her pussy had been twitching and contracting wildly. Her panting face and lewd expressions showed that just being stretched open was enough to bring her to euphoria. However, the thought and sight of it was driving me crazy too. I finally lost my will to resist. Reaching out, I grabbed Celeste's body in my hand. With her body stretched out around my cock, I could only just get my fingers to touch if I squeezed. She reached down and grabbed my fingers as if to hold on, but otherwise nodded and smiled at me sweetly. I pulled up, and her body went with it. She was rather light, so she moved with my hand without resistance. She gasped as she reached the top. Then I pulled back down. My cock slammed back into her. The feeling was amazing. It was like one of those cock masturbators, or at least how I imagined they'd feel. Except she was warm and writhing, and my fingers could wrap around her limbs to get the perfect grip. My thumb reached up and playing with her tips, spending extra time rubbing her nipples until they felt like tiny little hard bumps. I started to use Celeste's entire body to jack off. Like she had requested, she was a toy. And I was using my hand to go up and down on my cock. The only difference between that and how I masturbated was her lewd moaning noises filling the air and the sweet smell of sex. Damn. This feels good. Steve ear, she cried out as I pumped her body for all she was worth. She was seemingly lost in her own lust. Her tongue was sticking out, and she was drooling profusely. In fact, her face looked extremely silly, like she had completely lost all control of it. I was fucking her into a fairy, and somehow that made me want to only go faster. Up and down her body went, my hand blazed, but so did she. Her feet ended up flopping against my stomach and back up every time I went. I was pumping her like someone might shake a can of soda. And just like a shaken can of soda, my cock was ready to pop on. "Celeste!" I cried out, pushing her down so hard, trying to plunge my cock in her as deep as possible. My dick exploded, my body shuddering as I delivered gob after gob directly into Celeste. I finally reached my end with a shudder. "Huh? Huh?" "That was amazing," I said. A moaning groan came from down south. My eyes widened as I realized that I had gone all out without restraint on a small little fairy. I pulled her off me. My cock came out with a popping noise, and then a burst of cum came with it. I lay Celeste on the bed. She wasn't moving. Her stomach was completely engorged like she was 9 months pregnant. There appeared to be white stuff coming from her mouth, her eyes, and her ears like she had been overfilled to the point of bursting from every orifice. "Number 4. Celeste," I shouted in a panic. With my shout, her eyes suddenly focused. Masterbacks." I am sorry." "Ah. Just move back." I lowered my head, feeling pain. I had really hurt her, and now she was afraid of me. I took a step back, feeling like crying. Suddenly, her body started growing. She grew over to feet, then 4 to more, and finally she was back to the size she was when she was a fairy queen. As she grew, the tummy disappeared and she wiped her face clean. By the time she was back to that size, she looked completely normal. "Master, that was great," she stretched. "But I got a bit overfilled. This size has much more room for everything now." I stared at her flatly. "Are you telling me you can be whatever size you want whenever you want? Of course I am a fairy with a mana body, after all. My mana reserves are much higher now as a sylph, and I can support a larger body with these. Ah! Now that my mouth is bigger, I bet I can fit Master's whole cock in it. Do you want me to try?" I stared at her speechless for a few moments and then sighed. "Sure. Whatever." As Celeste tested how much she could make her mouth stretch, I felt a little like crying. Well, it's fine, I guess. As long as she's happy and safe, that's all that matters. After all, we could have a lot more fun with her size-changing abilities in the future. Chapter 181. The next morning. I woke up with a throbbing headache. I had really drank too much at the celebration. I remembered my conversation with the guildmaster, and I remembered Celeste being resurrected and turned into a sylph. But then things got a little foggy. I had dreams of sleeping with Celeste, but that was impossible. Celeste was just a little fairy now. As I got up and peed in the commode, I realized my mouth tasted like glitter again. That had to be a coincidence. I decided to let the past be the past. Rather, I needed to start planning for my future. Heading downstairs, I saw the 3 girls all up. Celeste appeared to be sleeping on the couch. See, we couldn't have been up all night having weird body-altering sex. She was out here. Lydia was cleaning stuff. And Mickey had her forehead furrowed as she looked through an alchemy book. It was good she was looking at alchemy. I had used up all of my potions, and we'd need to revive it. I noticed Lydia and Mickey both looking at me. What did I have glitter somewhere I wasn't supposed to? When Lydia's stomach suddenly growled, I realized what it was. Oh, you are hungry. Ah. Masterbacks. You don't need to cook every meal for us. Lydia blushed. You say that? But you are also pulling out uncooked food for me to cook. Thursday? That's just because Master is the best. Lydia's cooking ability was pretty low, and if she had it her way, every meal would simply be meat. As for Miki, she had a larger diet, but she kept making me feed her. Now that I had seen her fight in the dungeon, there was no way she was going to pull that one on me anymore. I prepared a light breakfast with some meat and bread with an o-juice to dip them in. I was getting pretty good at cooking. And I didn't mind seeing the girls enjoy my meals. On the other hand, it'd be nice to find a high-level maid. Perhaps that is what I should aim for. I probably should have maids, what with the lord title and the mansion. A cook would be par for the course, although I didn't really like that. I liked everyone who lived there to pitch in a little. It was nice to see Lydia clean and Miki do alchemy. Hiring someone to clean for us felt lazy and unhealthy to me. So, if I wanted a cook to join, I'd either need to train up one of these girls or get a new slave. I winced at the idea and touched the tattoo on my shoulder through my shirt. This was a curse that refused to allow me to free anyone I enslaved. It was way too dangerous. Admittedly, slaves were supposed to be livers, but I didn't like the idea of a woman being forcefully bonded to me without any choice. That meant I needed to look into this and see if there was a way to remove the curse. Anyway, I look at it. It seems like the capital city is my next target. I sighed. According to Figaro, slaves could be bought in the capital. Similarly, if I wanted to hire maids, the capital was the place. The libraries in the capital would be the best place to research my dungeon curses. Furthermore, the mission that the guildmaster had sent me on involved going to the capital. This wasn't some attempt to use me to fulfill some goal. Rather, I needed to go to the capital and petition the government to include Old Chom in its borders. My mission was to announce my lordship over the wildlands and claim them for the capital city. We're going to the capital next, Lydia asked. I nodded. As soon as we settle everything here, we'll head out. The journey will take nearly a month. Just about anything could happen. Chapter 182. My appetite had never been something small, but since losing weight, I found myself less interested in food. Perhaps it was because the food here lacked the sugar and salt content I was used to in my foods. Whatever way. My arms were looking pretty nice, and I might even get a six-pack if I started doing crunches daily. I mean, I wasn't going to But there was a time where I couldn't even imagine having a six-pack. While the girls happily ate, I took care of another item from my checklist I had neglected earlier. After resetting my dungeon skills, I now had 15 skill points. It was 14 once I saved one for reset. That meant I could keep the 4 I was used to, and then include to second tier or 1/3 tier skill. If I was a bit off before, I was definitely broken now. Then again, a person who completed a dungeon's lore in their lifetime could probably be counted on a single hand. I also found that the new lore had added a few new items to the list. So, each dungeon seemed to have their own skills on top of the standards. What could be considered a standard? Well, at Tier 1 we had 2x experience, Tier 2 we had 5x, and at Tier 3 we had 10x. Regrettably, 10x cost 16 points, as I need to buy both the Tier 1 and Tier 2 first. At Tier 4, there was 100x. That would cost a whopping 41 points, but that speed of leveling made my mouth salivate. Suddenly, I found myself wanting to find another dungeon immediately. I had to tell myself how dangerous they were and how much I had only survived by luck. I couldn't let to successes lead me to get a big head here. I was honestly lucky when it came to the 2 dungeons I found. First, because I happened to be involved in a situation similar to what was going on with the cursed. Second, because one dungeon was a baby still trying to establish itself, and the other was a curse hijacked by a dark fairy queen. It was really scary how addictive dungeon diving could be. I recalled when I first came to this world thinking such reckless actions were crazy. Now, all I wanted to do was dive into another one and see what treasures I could acquire. If I found some stable dungeons, we could essentially farm them forever, acquiring food and alchemic supplies. If I leveled enough, the bad guys wouldn't even be a threat after a while, and we could live casually. After a little more consideration, and with this in mind, I decided I wasn't going to change things up too much. I kept portal and map selected, and then I added a 3rd job and 5x experience. The more levels, the safer we'd all be in this world. I had no desire to be the strongest, but I didn't want to be killed by a monster by mistake. Then again, I had heard the monsters on the surface were usually quite weak outside of a few special outdoor dungeon areas. As to what that is, I was told that dungeons were like trees. Some had deep roots that grew on forever, while others had trunks and branches for the world to see. For example, in the case of Car's dungeon, the mansion was the physical top, the first few levels manifested in this world. However, all the levels below that were like the root system. Some dungeons will grow fast branches and cover entire areas. These are called outdoor dungeons. Several of these exist in the wildlands. This is actually why they're called the wildlands. They lead to more deadly beasts on the surface and pose a real danger to Old Chom. As the city's lord, my responsibility would be to reclaim those wildlands and tame all of these dungeons. A knock on the door broke me from these kinds of thoughts. Lydia went and answered it. while Celeste snorted in her sleep but remained unconscious. Guildmaster Lydia said as I looked curiously over her shoulder. The Guildmaster immediately nodded to both of us. Lord Deke, it might be a good idea if you come with me. We found something in the wreckage of the mansion that might interest you. Oh, yes, and, you might want to bring the fairy as well. Chapter 183. I poked Celeste until she woke. She seemed slightly shy around me upon waking up, but she did finally agree to join us. We walked through the city. There were more people here than before. I was noticing some new faces. It was becoming quite lively around the block I reclaimed first. I could hear the sounds of a blacksmith's anvil among other commerce. It looked like the businesses had finally set up too. Old Cham was becoming a legitimate city. We approached the edge of town, and there were the ruins that used to be the mansion. To the townsfolk's credit, they really wasted no time. Since they got up this morning, a crew already took the initiative to start sifting through the ruins. Admittedly, some were probably looking for treasures to pocket in the wreckage. But the vast majority seemed to genuinely want to support me for helping them remove their dungeon problem. We ended up heading to an area in the yard that seemed to be set up for sifting through materials. This wasn't like my age where everything went into the dumpster and then we just got more wood from the local store. They would probably recycle or reuse anything they could in the pursuit of saving resources. The city may have upgraded from the small town, but we were currently outside the border of any country and truly in the wildlands. There could be monster attacks or worse. Why have you brought us out here? I finally decided to ask the guildmaster. Well, considering you left and came back with a fairy slave, I thought this might be of interest to you. We found this little one wandering lost through the street last night. We didn't know what to do with her. Since you are taking on fairy slaves, we thought she might make a good house fairy for you. The fairy was in a small bird cage. It fluttered around back and forth, but no one seemed to be giving it any mind. It seemed like the people of this town had an opinion not too far from cars. To them, fairies were more like dogs than people. Therefore, adding one as a slave to my household seemed fine. In fact, from a certain point of view, it was righteous. After all, this fairy so close to a human city probably had no fairy queen or fairy spring. In that way, it was like taking in a stray dog who might be injured or preyed upon in the wild. The real question is, where did this fairy come from? Did another survive when the fairy queen made her dungeon? It was possible. The dungeon was massive, and I didn't thoroughly manage to search every floor. This fairy was much smaller than Celeste. It was only about 6 inches, and it had a tendency to shimmer as it moved. Wait. Didn't those features look somewhat familiar? I was pretty sure that I recognized them. Mother, Celeste shouted. And then floated to the cage. The fairy looked at Celeste and smiled excitedly, buzzing around the cage, but otherwise not saying anything. Wait. Your mother reverted to a fairy? No, rather. She's alive. I spoke in disbelief until a sudden thought hit me. Wait. Is this that gift car was speaking about? Oh. That bastard! His last words suddenly became crystal clear to me. He said he prepared a surprise. A skill he learned thanks to Estria's fairy dust. I thought he was talking about the blessing, but when I thought about it, I hadn't received a skill at all. He wasn't giving me a skill at all. He was using a skill. He said he hadn't fought alongside the hero without picking up a trick or two. It must have been something like fairy dust mixed with give life. Wouldn't the next level be something like give soul if he used some kind of sacrificing spell just as he died? He could have broken Astria's curse and brought her back. This was Car's last gift. He had destroyed Astria's life and left his daughter with nothing. His final act was one of redemption. He managed to reincarnate the beloved fairy queen. However, he probably didn't predict she'd come back as a somewhat simple fairy. The fairy also had this. The guildmaster pulled out a small vial. Since it's the fairies, I figured you should take it. I grabbed the item he held out and realized it was a small vial of fairy dust. Compared to what I received as compensation for defeating that boss, this was barely anything. But it was enough for at least 10 castings. Master! What are you thinking? Celeste asked, looking between the vial, my expression, and her mother. I think I know what I want to build first as part of my new mansion. It's something I want to put in the backyard, perhaps surrounded by trees and protected by tall walls. WH, what is that? She asked nervously. Men, start digging a hole. I want a section of my backyard closed off. I've decided to build a grove. A grove? A home for your mother, I said, smiling. And right in the center, our very own fairy spring. Chapter 184. After gathering a bunch of men together, I began a project of erecting a small grove. My initial thoughts were that we'd have to find tiny, fast-growing trees. It'd take months, but I was determined. I underestimated the capability of magic in this world. We lived in an area called the wilderness, and while Chom wasn't surrounded by woods, we were close to a woods. One of the few products this city exported for money was lumber. Thus, uprooting and moving a tree could be considered this city's specialty. I had Celeste pick out what trees were best. Although I sent her with her mother, the mother couldn't say anything, but if she found a tree she liked, she seemed to buzz around it excitedly. As to what Celeste thought about her reincarnated mother, she seemed happy and laughed and flew around beside her. However, it was clear that when it came to abilities or mind, Celeste was vastly superior. The former fairy queen was at a level where if you pretended to throw something with your hand, she'd go look for it for several minutes. It was at that kind of level. As for Celeste, as a sylph that controls the wind, she seems incredibly quick. Lydia and Celeste had a race, and it was difficult to see which could move faster. I suggested that Celeste use her wind magic on Lydia, and she moved like a blur. I checked her levels. And lo and behold, Wind Magic Master Level 1 gave her the haste skill. Becoming a sylph seemed to give her access to the adept and master levels of Wind Magician. I did ask some of the magicians as they helped me move trees about the novice versus basic. I was wrong that it had to do with level of training. That made sense considering Celeste had no formal training. As they described it, there were two magical paths someone could take, the elemental path and the mana path. 4 elementals. They start as novice magicians, and then based on what spells they use, they eventually pick a path. Then they get apprentice, adept, and finally become master magicians. I asked them if there was a means of having a dual magical ability. They had read about it being possible, but said it was extremely hard and no one knew exactly how. Novice magicians who tried to do this took twice as long to reach apprentice, and it always seemed like a toss, up which they got. I still suspected it had to do with maxing out novice. Since they couldn't equip more than one job or easily switch jobs, this kind of stuff never occurred to them. When it came to Mana Mage, they were more rounded but didn't have nearly the level of elemental control. They started out as a basic magician, like me, and then went to intermediate, advanced, and master. Like with elemental magicians, we could branch out at advanced level. However, advanced mages weren't called advanced, they were sorted by colors. A black mage learned destructive magic. A red mage learned combat enhancement magic. A green mage learned natural magic. That was where I sat. I was a white mage, which likely could be obtained if I dedicated my mage skills to healing and fighting undead. Of course, none of these people had heard about white mage, but it also didn't create a sensation when I asked about it. This was because the color system was known. This is also why me being able to defeat a dungeon didn't cause a wave of shock. Sure, it was impressive, but if I had a Tier 3 job, they reckoned I couldn't be simple. In short, the town had overestimated my abilities. I decided there was no point in correcting them now. They wouldn't even be able to understand how I started in this world with a Tier 3 job. As to why white mages in this world were so rare, it probably was because priests and resurrection existed. When there was already a Tier 1 job that could do it and do it better, who would bother fighting their way up to a Tier 3 job to do the same thing? It was a little disappointing that my job wasn't so up as I had thought. But with dungeon points, I had already gained something no one else had. I also had Master White Mage to look forward to as my final level. It took the greater part of a day, but a small secluded grove was made, and a large hole went down into a small underground hole. Essentially, it was a well. I told the town from here on out, this place was forbidden by order of the Lord. This was actually my first proclamation in Chom. So everyone was very eager to see it through. If they ignored me now, there was little point in me going to the capital and asking for recognition. Chapter 185. What does Master plan to do? Lydia asked, looking into the deep hole in the ground. Other than Lydia and the two fairies, I had the guildmaster with me too. I felt like the only way I could keep people out was by leaving someone behind who knew why it was important. I felt the guildmaster and mayor would at least understand the significance of what I was about to build. With all the trees the fairy queen had selected replanted, the place looking like a pretty little slice of the forest. She was flying around excitedly from tree to tree. Celeste seemed a bit less excited. "Are you okay?" I asked her before answering Lydia. "It seems. As a sylph, I am no longer like my mother. I crave the wind. And the forest breaks the wind a bit too much. It feels oppressive to me," Celeste admitted, but then waved her hands. "Don't worry about it. Anywhere outdoors is nice. This place Master built I like a lot, but my place is by Master's side." "Does Master plan to create a spring of life here?" "Ah, you guessed. The Earth Adept really helped dig out a big space. It actually has reserves spreading out under the city. I only have a few sprinkles of fairy dust left, but once I start the spell Air, I can create several 100 gallons of water of life. I have Miki out right now getting all of the mana potions she can get so I can maximize the amount." Would this work? Celeste shrugged. With Mother's magic, possibly she can turn it into a spring of life with time. The guildmaster's mouth had fallen open. Water of life? A spring of life? Is that really possible? Ah. Yeah. It seems like I got the ability to make water of life. It's dependent on fairy dust, and I don't have a lot. But I thought if I spent some time making an underwater reservoir, at the very least I could give the fairies here a home. No wonder you ordered this place to be untouched. People were just thinking you wanted to make an outdoor bathing area for your and the GI. Well, never mind that. The guildmaster shook his head. A fairy spring is rare and infinitely valuable. Fairy springs infuse the local ground with mana. It repels monsters, including ghosts, enhances crops, increases the quality of life, and many other benefits. It also keeps dungeons from forming nearby. What happened to Old Chom will never happen again if there is a fairy spring nearby. Kingdoms have been built around fairy springs. Even the capital city had a grove locked within the castle walls which contains a fairy spring. Really? I didn't realize they were such a big deal. My mouth twitched. I was really just building a place for Celeste and her mom to play safely and call a home. If you really do successfully create one in Chom, our city will have no limit on its ability to grow. The guildmaster sighed. Although, there is always the threat someone will attack us and try to take it forcibly. That's why it's even more important that we get the capital and the berries to accept us. I see. Apparently, it was really for the best. In that case, if you want to help. Mana potions. Right Eye smiled as the guildmaster nodded. I'll get everyone in town if I have to pull teeth. You can count on me. This fairy spring is now our top priority. Ah. Just keep it a secret. The guildmaster's excitement diminished slightly. Oh, of course. You can count on me. My lord? He gave an awkward laugh, patted me on the back, and then left. I started wondering if I needed thicker walls for my new grove. Chapter 186. When Miki returned, I decided it was time to start. If the guildmaster managed to conjure up any more potions later, that was fine too. But this was more than enough for me. I made sure to refresh myself, find a comfortable position, and then pull out the fairy dust. I used Create Water of Life, and soon a steady stream of water was flowing out of my hand. I had done this many times in the past, so it was very familiar to me. With White Mage, Basic Mage, and Hero all equipped, my status was looking pretty nice. The water was at least twice as strong now as it was when I first cast it in the dungeon. The water control spell didn't hurt either. It allowed me to get a feel for the water falling and a sense of how much was under me. I increased my mana output until I had a good amount of water flowing. I wanted to get the most out of this spell, and that meant managing between speed and mono consumption. I could produce a small trickle almost indefinitely. But I would pass out from boredom or sleep deprivation long before I filled any part of the well. I could also create a flash flood downpour of water, using all of my mana in a minute. But then I'd be out a pinch of fairy dust, and I'd need to recast once I recovered. The idea was enough to empty my mana reserves in about 6 hours. I reckoned that was about the max I'd be able to cast. If I felt like I could keep going after that, then I'd depend on mana potions. Actually, this turned out to be really good practice in mana control, and figuring out exactly how much mana I had to cast spells took on a very quantifiable feeling as I adjusted my production of Waters of Life. At the moment, I was producing about the equivalent of 4 garden hoses at once. Then again, a hose took all day to fill a swimming pool, and I was probably trying to fill 10 swimming pools worth of space underground. At some point, while I worked, Lydia decided to snuggle up next to me. This encouraged Miki to do the same. Celeste, noticing our position, ended up joining, using her full form as she took up all the remaining space. With the 3 girls snuggling with me, I thought this wasn't such a bad situation waiting after all. As we lay there, snuggling outdoors, Astria came to realize no one was playing with her as she buzzed around. Seeing the pile of us, she cautiously came over. That's when she noticed the Water of Life coming from my palm and falling into the dark hole in the ground. She grew excited and immediately started splashing through the stream. "Hey, I am still working on that," I said as she started splashing the water everywhere. Astria cocked her head at me, but then flew up to the water stream and held up her arms. To my surprise, the stream coming from my hand started to triple in amount. I also felt that the mana was more concentrated, much closer to the level of a spring's concentrated Water of Life. Ha! You are making it come out faster. Awesome. Astria seemed proud of herself. Celeste watched what Astria was doing and then tried to replicate. Once again, the stream increased in speed and amount, as well as water purity, although not at the level that Astria had done. Perhaps this was because they both had water control and create water. They could feed into my spell. Like that? For the next 2 days, we spent every waking moment either resting or dumping fairy water. As time went, I realized the grove was starting to feel thicker in mana, and mana recovery, in fact, happened faster here. This allowed me to in turn produce more water, which added to the effect. On the final day, Celeste had collapsed from exhaustion, and I was on my 50th mana potion and on my last leg. I was starting to think that maybe creating a spring from nothing was really just a pipe dream. That was when Astria suddenly started flying around the hole in the ground we had created. Suddenly, water started to jet up. And as Astria swirled around it, it turned into a beautiful shape before slamming down on the ground. Water began to overflow from the hole as more and more water bubbled up. I finally collapsed, laughing as water sprayed down on us. I had never been to a real fairy spring. I suspected this wasn't quite at the level of a real one. However, it was something I had built with the girls together. So I was satisfied. Now that this was out of the way, it was time to start planning our trip to the capital. Chapter 187. Of course. It wasn't like we hadn't done anything the last few days since I started making the fairy spring. I sent Lydia and Miki out to prepare supplies. We ordered clothing, armors, and provisions to last us for a month-long trip. Once I reached the capital city, returning to and from it would become a cinch. I had more than enough money to handle anything we needed. In fact, the only problem was that I was carrying it all on me. What can I say? I was raised under the idea that carrying more than $20 in your pocket was dangerous. Well, I had a decent storage ring, so putting more money into it seemed to be just par for the course. I sat Miki down and started going over the alchemy potions. I was almost as good of a reader as she was when she started. And she herself had improved leagues over the last month and a half. The pair of us worked together to create potions. Only some of the potions were important, but I found that most ingredients were worth less than potions. So I figured making a lot of potions would mean we could sell them all once we reached the capital. That meant more room for other goods. I didn't plan to just buy a few things in the capital. The mayor, who now just called himself my advisor, gave a list of resources that it'd be nice if we ordered in bulk. Things needed to build and expand. This included people. There were many guilds we could establish a relationship with and get them to send out people to live in our city. We were lacking in specialized craftsmen, soldiers, and other such things. Well, all of that was secondary. I had a dozen reasons for wanting to be in the capital city. I needed to get in the paperwork to request Chombi part of Aberys and myself as its lord. I wanted to speak to the slaver union and see about removing these slavery tattoos despite this curse. I was curious about looking at other slaves, too. Our team was magic heavy, and I needed an adequate defender to tank for us. Of course, I didn't want to bring any more slaves if they couldn't find a way to detach them from me. On that note, the capital city had a tamed dungeon within its walls. Supposedly, it had over 200 floors, and the lower levels were even tough for the strongest knights in the land. Unfortunately, it was controlled by the palace, and only knights were allowed to use it for training. There was also supposedly a network of different stable dungeons all throughout Abaris, each with different traits and, more importantly, different resources. A stable dungeon was one that didn't pose a threat to those nearby. It usually was guarded and allowed dungeon divers in for a small fee. Dungeon divers would try to accumulate as many resources as they could and then return with hopefully a profit. These kinds of dungeons had already been mapped out, or lately the top floors were mapped out. Any one of them would be an invaluable resource to me. I could finally start leveling regularly and make it into a habit. As someone who could transport around, I could decide on what resources I wanted, and then target specific dungeons to acquire them. With that, I could accumulate wealth and power with ease. I was very excited about such a prospect. However, the most amazing thing in the capital were blue mages. Blue mages had the power to manipulate space. In other words, they had my dungeon point spell portal or something like it. For a fee, they could teleport you all over the nation. If I had them send me to a distant city, then I could portal home myself. Like that. I could finally start building a highway of travel over all of Abaris. Perhaps I could do some mercantile transportation to earn even more money. Well, that was just some of the stuff I wanted to get done in the capital. Chapter 188. Miki had the ability to create potions. And it wasn't lost on me that Celeste had the enchantability. At level 2. It was pretty much useless for all but the most basic enchantments. However, I really wanted to level this ability with her. From what I understood, to enchant an item, one had to have both the enchantment class and the spell they wanted to enchant the item with. For most people, that meant you needed to spellcasters minimum working together. It was no wonder that enchanted items weren't very common. However, if I could get her enchantment up, it'd mesh really well with the haste spell. If I hasted all of the clothing, rings, and necklaces, our party would move so fast that no one would hit us. I'd also be interested in trying various other spells. Another thing the capital had was a full library where I could obtain a lot of this information. It'd be nice if I didn't have to go into all of it flying blind. Therefore, getting in a dungeon on some safe levels and cranking up everyone's level was definitely high on my list. Fortunately, many non-fighting jobs had multiple ways to level. Alchemy was one such job, the fact of both of us making potions. In conjunction with our own experience boosts, caused our levels to start creeping up. By the time we were done making as many potions as I dared to make, my level had reached 5. As for Miki, she reached 12. The alchemist's skills were mixing, purification, and concentration. None of this had any relevance to combat or anything of the like. Rather, these were all functions in the alchemy process. And the more of these you had, the more different recipes you were able to make. At level 2. There were only about 3 potions total that I could make without borrowing Miki's help. Now there were close to 20. A few more days passed, and we had acquired our repaired armor, sewn clothing, and requested supplies. I had a ring with nearly 1,300 gold in it, not to mention a king's ransom in potions and the like. Each girl had her own pack. If I could afford it, I'd eventually like to give each girl a storage ring. That sounded a bit over the top, but I definitely wanted to spoil the girls at least that much. What was the point of having all this money if I couldn't spend it a bit lavishly, I mean? I had numerous sources of earning money now, so there is nothing really holding me back. Well, there was one thing. As much as the seamstress was an interesting person and did well, the seamstresses in the capital were supposedly many times better. I'd like to get these girls the best of the best when I could afford it. I got a map to the capital and frowned as I tried to plot our direction. Compared to my mapping skill, this was many times worse. It looked like my dungeon point skill had caused me to grow a bit spoiled. Celeste bid her mother goodbye. Even though she was a lone fairy, Astria was thriving in her little grove. The rest of us also gave our goodbyes. We were going to head there on foot. I wasn't a person who knew anything about horses, and I didn't want to get involved with them. Plus, if we brought a carriage, that would imply we had stuff, and that would attract bandits. I had been in this world for a little over 2 months now, and I was finally setting out to see it for the first time. Alongside 3 beautiful women, it didn't seem like such a bad journey after all. Chapter 189. We kept to the road, and the first day of travel went very smoothly. When it got dark, we got the tents out and slept. Well, I had tents, but all of the girls somehow ended up in my tent. Celeste had to shrink down to her fairy size just to fit all of us. We'd need to get a bigger tent in the future if this was how the girls wanted to travel. Well, that. Or maybe we could find some kind of tent with special magic on it. It'd be cool to sleep in something that was bigger on the inside. The next day, it was around lunchtime, and I was just thinking that I was getting kind of hungry when we noticed a cart on the side of the road. They were pulled over, and it looked like they had a broken wheel. We stopped a distance away from them. Celeste flew up high to get an overhead view, and I used a telescope that I had gotten for the journey. The guildmaster said that any broken down carts on the side of the road may be a trap set by bandits. I didn't know why an established country like Aberris had bandits. It seemed like the first thing a country would do is monitor their roads and ensure things like bandits didn't happen. I decided it was like finding a turkey leg in armor and decided to just accept it. In this case, we had discussed many possible things with the guildmaster, and one such warning was to remain vigilant. although Lydia was my official scout. I didn't feel her job, nor her experience was high enough yet that I was willing to risk her against bandits. Celeste, on the other hand, was small and could fly outside the range of arrows, so there was very little risk for her in this situation. She came back a few minutes later. "Master, I see no bandits around the area." "The cart contains just an old man and what appears to be his daughter. They appear to be transporting food." "Ah. Then I suppose we might as well greet them and see if we can help. I also didn't see anything suspicious in my telescope." This should be safe. We approached the two stranded people. "Hello!" the old man waved, smiling. "Traveler, good day." "Good day," I responded back. You need any help?" "Ah. That. It appears like our wheel is busted." The man sighed. "We've been out here 4 hours," the girl said, worriedly. She was a pretty girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. She had a hat on her head and wore a typical farmer's garb, or at least what I would think was a farmer's garb. The old man nodded. "I worry if we're stuck out here for the night. Bandits or wolves. However, this food is my livelihood. And if I abandon it, we'll definitely starve. Unfortunately, no one in my party was able to fix things. I had no woodworkers or carpenters, so I wouldn't." Wait. There was that. The white mage ability light repair. Perhaps it'd be enough. I may be able to help. First, let's get your cart back on the road. Just you and me, boy. Ah. The girls can help too. Oh, they're slaves, more like family. I smiled. The 3 girls blushed. But they were more than happy to help as we pulled the cart out of the mud and got it back on the street. I could see the damaged wheel now. When it fell into the mud, the frame seemed to have cracked. The farmer's daughter moved up close to me. "Thank you so much for helping us." She smiled. My girls were giving slightly irate looks. "Please don't stand so close." At least, that was what I wanted to say, but I was just too polite. "I'll have this working soon, maybe." I laughed, holding my hand over the wheel. She looked at it and gasped. "Wow. Is that a storage ring eye? I am sorry for addressing you so, my lord." She started to try to bow, so I stopped her. "Ah? Actually, I am just a dungeon diver. Nothing so grand as a lord." I was getting more looks from my girls now that I was touching the farmer girl. I certainly didn't want to reveal I was a lord or anything. Anyway, I am not sure if this will work, so we'll try. I decided to just move things along. Light repair. Magic came out from my fingertips. And the girl looked on wide-eyed and clapped excitedly. It took casting the spell 10 times. But the wheel looked like it could handle the rest of the journey. I am glad to see there are still good people in this world. The farmer said, thanking us profusely, "Here, please, have some of our food as compensation. That spell of yours likely saved me half a gold coin in repairs." I waved off their compliments, said my farewells, and the four of us continued our journey to the capital. However, what I didn't see was after the cart traveled about a mile in the opposite direction away from us, a dozen thieves suddenly burst out around it, pulling out their knives and spreading around the old man and the woman. The woman smirked. 3 slaves and a storage ring. Boys, we've got ourselves a rich target this evening. Send Balrak in. He can enjoy the slaves however he sees fit, but remember, leave no survivors. Chapter 190. I still think I should stay up, I muttered to myself. It's okay, master. Lydia reassured me. The skill alarm will tell me if anyone comes anywhere near our tent. The adventurers showed me before we left how to set it up to detect specifically larger creatures. So it won't be triggered by something like a rodent or a bug. Yeah, well, that's why it kind of bothers me. I sighed. We had usually set up watches in the dungeons. Only occasionally would we depend on the Holy Circle barrier as our only means of protection as we all slept. It was probably sufficient enough, but it still left me worried that a monster would attack at night. However, as much as this world was like a game, animals were animals and people were people. Monsters might be a little bit more aggressive than animals. But typically, if you left them alone and didn't encroach on their space, they left you alone too. It was as unlikely to experience wolf attacks in this world just as much as in my other world. Most monsters remained near their dungeons, so unless you were in a wild area, you weren't like to see them. Within a country's borders, where every dungeon was closely guarded, this was doubly true. In fact, the biggest worry was bandits. And even bandits only struck when they thought it was worth it, and rarely would attack people at night. At least, that was what I had been told. Either way, I wasn't used to walking in the sun all day, and was feeling a bit tired. I was overweight, but it was like I was averse to exercise in my old world. I just happened to really like sugary and fast food. Weeks of walking around dungeons and eating on the run had helped me lose the weight. But that hadn't really turned me into a marathon walker. 12 hours of walking was 12 hours of walking. It was better than having to take care of a horse, but it still left me wanting to sleep the whole night without interruptions. It wouldn't be fair to expect the girls to take breaks instead of me. And that's how we ended up on the topic of her skill known as alarm. She had picked it up as a scout. You could basically set a proximity line that, if crossed, would signal the person. Is a perfect skill for this kind of thing, and quite safe according to the adventurers. 9 out of 10 times it was usually just a fox anyway. On top of that, I had my map and sense life. If anything got close to us, I could see it, presuming my eyes were open. I decided to just trust in the magic and skills of this world. In the end, exhaustion overtook my worry, and I drifted off to sleep. I wasn't sure what I dreamed, but it was probably good. That was until I was awoken to somebody shaking me in worry. "Master!" Lydia whispered. "Someone has triggered the alarm." I sighed. Just my luck. Chapter 191. Immediately pulling up my map, I checked the Sense Life. The Sense Life didn't just read the proximity alarm, but in an outdoor area like this, it could stretch out about a kilometer. As my levels increased, so did the power of my skills. It was one of the perks of continuing to increase my status. There was a group of about 3 close by to the tents. I immediately clicked on them while thinking about basic monster identify. Instantly, the name was revealed. Map was seriously overpowered when I combined it with new skills. Even knowing I got Sense Life to work with it, I never thought I'd also be able to identify from this distance, as well I supposed if it was all handled by mana. Then if I could sense something at a distance, I should also be able to identify something at a similar distance. What I ended up identifying were 3 dogs. They seemed to have come over and sniffed around the tents and then left. I would have been happy with that, except that at the very edge of my Sense Life, I detected a group of 10. And when I clicked identify on them, it was revealed as a human. So, a human knew we heard and sent 3 dogs in to investigate. Were they there to investigate? Or did they send them to trigger the proximity alarms? If I existed in a world with proximity alarms, my first action would be to send something harmless to go trigger them. It's like that old wives' tale in my old world. A mysterious person knocks on your door asking if someone you never heard of was there. A few hours later, you find out several places nearby were burglarized. Clearly, the person who knocked on doors was an associate of the burglar. And if you were there, they would skip your house but would hit up the houses of anyone who wasn't present. These dogs popped up to knock on our door, and if we reacted, they'd know we were prepared for them. Likely, anything like my map ability didn't exist in this world. So if I did pop out of my tent to look for what caused the alarm now, they would assume we're defenseless. Perhaps the second layer of it was that if I decided to track the dogs, they'd lead me right into an ambush. Overall, this sounded like a pretty good plan. "What do we do, Master?" she asked. She had already woken the other girls too, and Miki and Celeste were looking up to me anxiously. It was strange that I used them to fight for me, yet I was still the one they looked to for protection. Any one of these girls could probably equal me in a fight, but I was their source of comfort and safety. "Celeste, can you muffle our sounds and allow us to sneak out the back of the tent without being seen? I really didn't want to cut a slit in my tent, but I wanted to be murdered in my sleep even less." Celeste nodded. Well, muffle was one of her air-related skills. "What does Master have in mind?" Lydia seemed to grow more confident. I couldn't show them the map sitting in my head. I was just glad I looked around a good kilometer before going to sleep so that the map of this area was revealed to me. These men were still on the road, but that put them next to a hill that would obscure their view of us. In other words, I think a sneak attack is in order. Chapter 192. Making a small slit in the tent. The 4 of us snuck out one at a time behind the tent and kept low. The girls followed me as I used the map as my guidance. I set my third job to cook, and then activated the temperature gauge. With thermal vision, I felt a bit like the Predator trying to take out some soldiers. Then again, I didn't really know if these guys had bad intentions. For all I knew, these guys were just merchants, soldiers, or gypsies. This was just me being thorough. Sliding out behind a small hill, we moved up to the top with Celeste's muffle and the cover of darkness. I'd rather take them out before they attacked our camp. I didn't want my tent or anything else to be further damaged. I didn't send Celeste up into the air, as I worried that the moon and stars would reflect off her wings. The last thing we needed was for her to take an arrow and alert these men. The moon and stars in this world were a lot brighter than my old world, and they filled the sky with a dazzling light that could take your breath away. I made my way closer to the group of people until I was as close as I dared get. They popped out in my sight thanks to the night vision. I could see it was 10 men. One, in particular, was a large man with a bald head except for a ponytail sticking out the back. He was wearing furs and he had a big axe on his side. He was sitting on a stump, and he looked really intimidating. Well, he demanded in a gruff voice. A man walked up with the 3 dogs I had seen early jumping around him. Nothing. No movement. They must not have a watch at all. They're ripe for the picking, Balrak. Ah. That sounds good. The man chuckled. What a foolish lord. I am going to enjoy raping his women in front of him. I sat back and closed my eyes. He had to say something like that. I couldn't even imagine the effect words like that would have on my girls' faces. Shocked dismay. It must truly eat them up inside to be so casually treated like a piece of meat by some brute-ish bastard like this man. I really wanted to rip him apart, for their sakes. I would definitely, Master. Lydia's voice came out, shaking slightly. I opened my eyes, and there were 3 women staring at me with narrowed, angry expressions on their faces. Lydia was stroking her blade with a sort of sadistic desire. Miki was clutching the staff I had bought her. Her face tinged with anger and a look that appeared ready to kill. I had given Celeste a wand, and she was fluttering left and right while waving it, looking like she was ready to lunge forward and rip out their throats. That was right. My girls could take care of themselves. And right now they had heard the words of a man who thought too highly of himself. There was only one logical outcome. Do you guys know the policy on killing in Auberys? If there is no evidence remaining, no one can catch you, Miki offered. These girls can be scary sometimes. I am concerned about your safety first, but try not to kill anyone unless you have to. I sighed. These aren't monsters. It wasn't like I was feeling pity for the bandits. I just had to live with the results of what my harem did, and I wanted to be able to sleep come the morning. Either way. This was 4 on 10. Even though we had them by surprise, they outnumbered us. I had never fought outside of a dungeon before, so I had no clue how strong people were. Thus, I was expecting an extremely difficult fight. Ready, attack. Chapter 193. I wasn't sure how to go about fighting bandits. After all, they weren't like ghosts or undead. These were living people. They had brains and could strategize. I suppose I should start by creating a fireball and striking in the middle of them. They're probably prepared for that. At best, it might cause them to flinch. Celeste could throw out a wind attack, possibly blinding them for a moment. I'd have Miki attack their spirit. When it came to combat outside of a ghost, a spiritualist's main weapon was weakening the enemy's willpower. She could induce fear, create hesitation, and weaken strikes. Basically, she'd be the equivalent of a shaman or something casting negative status alignments. While we attack their physical body, she can attack their spirit. Hopefully, with a well-timed attempt to spread confusion. That will be enough time for each of us to strike one of the bandits. I reckoned if we were really lucky, each of us could knock out our opponent in a single hit. Then, the next move would be 4 on 6. It still left us in dire straits, but if we pulled together and used all of our strength, we might just make it. Master. We're done. Huh! I looked around me to find all 10 bandits were already knocked out. The girls were casually stretching as 10 men, even the scary-looking guy with the axe, were on the floor. Foam leaking from their mouths. A few of them looked pretty badly beat up too. And at least 3 had been struck by Lydia's blade and were bleeding out. In fact, it looked like 2 of them had been knocked out by me. I had been moving on instinct, but the fight was over in an instant. This left me really confused. Wasn't that a little easy, I asked. Master, Miki said, scratching her cheek. I've been wondering this, but does Master know how difficult it is to reach the bottom of a dungeon, even a small one? I mean, beating dungeons require a lot of work. Even I acknowledge that, but... How do I say this, Master? The knights of this world are a second-tier job. They start out as swordsmen and reach knighthood through various factors. This happens around level 50. The upper-tier knights are around level 30. And a knight could easily dispatch a group of regular bandits. Ah! So it was like that. Celeste alone was at a 4th tier. Although she didn't have 80 levels combined, that wasn't to look down at Lydia or Miki either, who were unique variants and powerful in their own right. Apparently, when it came to simple bandits, they sat at around level 20. They were only slightly stronger than your standard villager. What they lacked in strength, they usually made up for in ruthlessness. Meanwhile, my girls weren't simply unique variants with powerful, synergistic jobs, but they were equipped with magical items. An entire bandit group might see a single magical item a year, and our group was equipped with over a half-dozen of them casually. It was no wonder we drew attention. However, these bandits apparently met their match. Unlike actual people, ghosts and the undead didn't care about their own self, self-preservation, monsters fought far more savagely and less restrained. The four of us had trained to fight in dungeons, not in a practice field. Even soldiers in this world didn't have to fear permanent death if they had proper insurance. Yet, in the dungeon, every battle was a life and death battle. Thus, none of us really knew how to hold back either. How about we tie them up? I suggested. The girls tied the bandits up. A few of them seriously looked like they were dying. I sighed and started healing them. Well, we had hurt them in the first place, so it was simply the right thing to do. Chapter 194. In all the books you read, people who come to another world seem to easily jump on murdering people. Take any hero, and he'll slaughter countless hordes of animals and people in the pursuit of justice. However, that's still killing people, and killing is scary. I don't care who you are. If you haven't murdered someone personally, you should probably shut the hell up. And if murder fulfills some wanton desire deep inside you, please seek therapy and let's never meet. At least, that's what I believe. In reality, these men had done nothing to me. They were only guilty of conspiracy to commit crimes against me, at best. Even those words were probably mostly big talk. When you think you are in control, you say and do all kinds of things to boast. I was a little angry at the big guy for targeting the girls, but it was a product of the company he kept. And at the end of the day, his threats were completely idle. That's why I had no intention of taking it out on these people. Master, you are stepping on his head, Celeste sputtered. Ah! Sorry. I was just healing the big guy and my foot slipped, I swear. Well, I was in control at the moment. So I guess even I acted a little full of myself. I had no intention of killing these men, but that left the question of what I was going to do with them. I could always do the standard of abandoning them naked and stealing all their stuff. That would be a lesson learned on stealing. What about the other people they might hurt in the future? When did I suddenly become the police? And no, I didn't agree to become a vigilante either. I defended myself and my party. Despite the job, I've made it abundantly clear I am not a hero. These were human beings, not mobs, and yes, I made a distinction. So far, I had only killed ghosts and undead. I even worried a little if I'd have the ability to kill other monsters. But even if I did, monsters came from curses, and curses came from dungeons. When you killed them, they disappeared in a puff of smoke. Actually, I'm working. Being as I had never killed a person, I didn't know if bandits would disappear with a puff of smoke either. From what I understood, they would not. Only monsters would do that. Humans and animals would die much like they die in real life. That's bloody and messy. I mean, I died once, and my body remained behind for the resurrection. It was the same for Mickey. That actually brings up the final reason that killing bandits was a bad idea. Let's say these guys knew a dark priest so that when they were found dead, they were then brought back again. That would mean that I accomplished nothing by killing them. actually worse. I've made a lifelong enemy. It may not be personal right now, but if I tortured or killed these bandits, you could be damn sure it'd be personal after they came back. I suspected that the opposite was also true. As much as the big guy talked, he likely only thought of taking my girls exactly because he saw them as only slaves. In a world where people didn't stay dead, it would stand to reason that wronging a potentially rich lord too much wouldn't go good for any bandit. In reality, they were only really able to take a little bit less than it'd be worth to hunt them down. A bandit's life must be tough. So, I have some questions I need you guys to answer. My voice finally broke through the encampment of men. All tied up and pushed into a circle. And I suggest you answer. I actually didn't mean it as a threat. But all the girls started stroking their weapons, and a few of the smaller bandits started shaking in their boots. Once again. My girls can be scary sometimes. Chapter 195. Well, it's not like we want to be thieves, the bandit said, picking up a piece of chicken and biting into it. Oh, my God, this is amazing! It was near daybreak. So I started a campfire and made food for everyone. The bandits were still tied up, but I put them into a sitting position and gave them enough room to be able to hold plates and eat. A full belly made everyone happier and more talkative. This was a tactic, too. Thanks. I think I am getting better at it. I smiled. There were few cooks in this world who did it enough to maintain that job. Likely, when it came to a bandit, they'd never find one in their entire lives. I didn't think my cooking was anything special. But it was improving and still better than most people would taste on the road. When I was 10, my dad died in a bar scuffle, and my mom was loaded with debts and became a prostitute. I had no choice but to steal for my food. One guy said, suddenly sniffling, I just wanted to steal enough to pull my ma out of that situation. Next thing I know, my status swapped from commoner to thief, and the entire town turned their back on me? I am so sorry. Lydia was patting his back while he cried. The other girls were similarly comforting the other bandits who were in similar states. Once I got them talking, the floodgates opened and they began to reveal pains hidden deep inside them. It seemed like every bandit had a painful backstory more pitiable than the last. It seemed like once you got the scarlet letter of a thief, there was no going back. These guys even revealed that if you murder a human, it does leave a mark on you, but that thieves, bandits, pirates, and other dirty jobs were an exception to the rule. In other words, any adventurer, knight, or even a commoner was free to murder a thief or bandit without repercussions. I found that to be a bit unreasonable. The whole system is against us. One of the guys cried out, It's fine if you had a normal life. But what poor person hasn't had to commit crimes in their youth just to survive a... Well, I sighed. It does sound really bad, but if you guys could leave it all behind, Would you other than Balrak? Who had remained quiet throughout the ordeal while silently glaring at us. The rest of them all nodded excitedly and said they'd definitely want to do something else if they could only go back and restart. Here, let me see. I went to one of the thieves, joined my party for a second. Okay. He shook my hand, looking confused. While party mechanics worked in this world, people didn't see the same text I saw. So parties were rarely formally made like I did it. As soon as I had him join my party, I could see his jobs and everything. Oh. You got a couple of levels in merchant? Merchant? The man asked, and then his eyes grew teary. My father was a merchant. Well, what do you think you want a shot at selling legit? Ray really? His expression was filled with wonder. But just a hint of disbelief. I switched his job and then disbanded him from my party. There, your job is now merchant. What? He's a priest. No, must be a dark priest. Impossible. Hey, you got that job checking stone, don't you? Hand it to him. One of the bandits nodded excitedly and gestured to a bag. Mickey looked in it and then handed some kind of magic stone to the new merchant. He looked at the stone for a solid minute, while the other bandits stared on in anticipation. Finally, he burst out into large, wet tears. It's true! I am really a merchant. Ah! If you go back to banditry, your job will return to bandit pretty easily, I warned. But as long as you don't commit crimes... No, sir! I won't, sir! He started shaking my hand while crying. It became a really emotional scene. After that, the bandits began to eagerly wait one after another for their turn. By the fourth, text popped up in my screen. You've put the dark deeds behind these men and have given them a second lease on life. Dark Priest has been unlocked. Ah, that was unexpected. Chapter 196. After healing and changing the jobs of all of the bandits, I gave them a couple of silvers to help them start. I had slightly over 1,000 gold, with probably another 500 gold in silver and copper. In that respect, silver was plentiful. I was originally going to give them gold, but Miki warned me against it. If they knew we had that much money, they might get greedy, or something like that. One bandit was released at a time, and they each ran off in a different direction. By the time the last guy took off, the sun had come up and it was about time to get moving again. I looked down at the big guy with the axe. Do you want your job changed too? I asked uncertainly. The reason I was uncertain was that he didn't have any jobs that came off as normal work. There was no commoner. He had the thief job. He had an assassin job. He had a job called Raider, and he had a job Berserker. None of these jobs sounded any better than any of the others. You think you've won? He sneered. If I don't return with the stuff, the Bandit King will just send more. The Bandit King? I asked. You have kings. What is this country doing? Seriously, hee. They have a bounty on their head 100 times larger than my own. So don't think you can so easily defeat them. Wait. You have a bounty on your head. I snapped my fingers. So, that's what we can do with him. I was seriously worried. But if we can just hand him in, then that will be fine. Why, you bastard! Don't tell me you are not bounty hunters. Huh, well, I mean, I wasn't. Is that a job I felt a surge of excitement? If I turn him in, maybe I can unlock that job. That'd be really cool. The guy seemed to be quieting up now that he realized he was causing more trouble for himself. On the other hand, trading them in for a bounty was an ideal thing to do. Let them rot in prison rather than get resurrected and form some vendetta against me. I didn't really want to drag this guy to the closest town, but it seemed like the best option for him. He didn't seem like a good guy at all, not like the other bandits. We tied him up, and I was glad to see he walked the direction we made him walk. I was worried he was going to drag his feet or do something annoying like that. If I had to carry him, things might end up differently. According to the map, the nearest town was about a 5-hour walk, so it wasn't too far from us. Thus, we headed in that direction. The trip went smoothly. Upon approaching the town, I saw that it was surrounded by a small wall. The wall was only about 10 feet tall. It certainly wasn't enough to stop an invasion, but it would keep out wolves and discourage bandits. At the entrance, I encountered city guards for the first time. "What is this here?" the guard demanded as we approached the entrance through the wall. He was eyeing the big guy. Although he was tied up, he still looked the most intimidating, and I taxervation of all of us. Ah! This guy attacked us. And I heard there is a bounty. The men looked skeptical when looking at me. I thought this world would be a little more understanding that looks could be deceiving in a world with job levels. But I guess common sense couldn't overcome the fact that a guy like me with 3 girl slaves was able to overcome this guy. "I guess we can take the bounty," the guard said. "Usually, you'll want to take bounties to larger towns. Those with a bounty hunter guild. You have a bounty hunting license, no. Adventurer than that I have?" I breathed a sigh of relief. "Is that okay?" "Yeah, it's fine. The bounty has a larger tax on it." But I wouldn't worry about it too much. I was worried I was getting in trouble there for a second. But I guess adventuring really was a jack-of-all-trades kind of job. I was happy I signed all the paperwork back then. I handed the guy over, and the guard put a collar around his neck, which had a rune flash. It looked like a slave collar, which differed from the slave marks on my girls. I guess that was a way to keep him restrained. I was also worried if this city wasn't big enough, he might overpower them and escape. But that didn't appear to be an issue either. I ended up collecting 10 silver. It wasn't enough to pay back what I spent on the other bandits I let go, but it helped. "What should we do now?" Master Lydia asked. "Do we continue onto the city? How about we have a date?" Chapter 197. We had already walked for half a day. We were in a town now. This was the second city I had seen since Old Chom. It was about the same size, but the city walls gave it a more impressive feel. I thought it'd be nice to just check out the shops and taste the local cuisine. I'd been told that since a lot of Chom is freed beastkin, their diet is more in line with what Daishin eats than what a berries eats. Thus, I was at least interested in seeing the differences. We were only a few days' travel into the country. We were still much closer to Daishin border than the capital city, but I was still curious. Master, look at this! Lydia was excitedly looking in the window of the blacksmith. There was a sword in the window that looked particularly wicked. Her face was pressed against the glass and her tail was swishing back and forth excitedly. Master, over here! Miki cried out. There was a street vendor sitting on the ground with a massive sheet. On the sheet were various bowls, each filled with a different substance. These all must be alchemy ingredients. Master, master, buy me this! Celeste had her wings put away and was grown to normal size as to not surprise any of the people. But when she couldn't fly, she had a tendency to jump a lot, causing her hair and bounce up and down. She was at a food stall, where they were flipping some kind of fried bread in the air using a pair of giant chopsticks. He was putting on a show with the bread, but looking at Celeste salivating, she was definitely thinking with her stomach. Suffice it to say, my 10 silver was drained very quickly as the girls danced around the town. Even though they were beastkin slaves, everyone who saw them seemed to have their day brighten. They were met with smiles and politeness. It seemed like the country of Auberys truly was okay with Anna Malkin. I had worried they'd be treated with disgust or we'd be kicked out of establishments that didn't allow slaves. But it actually seemed quite the opposite. I supposed owning a slave usually meant the master had money. Knowing you had a potential rich customer, what owner would honestly want to disrespect their slaves? Rather, I felt the entire town was conspiring against me. A few of the merchants must have seen me helpless under the puppy, dog eyes of the girls, and unwilling to say no. And soon they were spending their efforts selling to the impressionable women. If they could convince her she wanted it bad enough, sooner or later I ended up paying for it. We finally ended up in the shop that I had the most interest in, magical accessories. I bought all 3 girls their own storage rings. The store barely had 3. The man almost fainted when I said I'd take all of them. They weren't as large as mine. Where mine was about the size of a walk-in closet, theirs were more the size of a trunk. Still, it'd allow them to bring along changes in clothing and things like that, so I was satisfied. The rings did cost 30 gold each, though. After using the haggle ability, I saved a bit, but it was still very pricey. If I wanted everyone decked out in magical items, I definitely need to tackle more dungeons. Chapter 198. After a day of running around, the girls' storage rings were full of stuff. I was sitting in the common room with the fire blazing. It wasn't that chilly, but I always liked to hear the roar of a fire. It was something relaxing for me. Lydia was rubbing my feet as a thank you for the date. Celeste was rubbing my shoulders. Miki was working on creating a poultice she read helped with muscle soreness. I had only casually said my body was sore, and the girls decided this was necessary on their own. Well, it was okay to be pampered once in a while. I took a drink of the ice, cold beer. Of course, this world didn't have the ability to get the beer that cold. But with fire and water control, I managed to come up with a method of cooling it using mana. It probably used a lot more mana than a cold skill, but it did the trick for simple things. While I was relaxing, I casually equipped the Dark Priest job. I had been ready to immediately switch it away. For some reason, I thought equipping it might cause a dark miasma to float out of me or immediately alert the guard. I was glad it was just unfounded paranoia. Instead, Dark Priest seemed to be just like any job. It was hated by the church. But that wasn't really an issue for me. I planned to avoid any encounters with the church. The first skill of the Dark Priest was actually Steal Life. It feels a lot like the Slave Master skill. However, Slave Master is accepted by the priesthood while Dark Priest is evil. I didn't know how I felt about that. Meh. I wasn't planning on toppling any regimes or reforming this world. After meeting the bandits, I understood how unfair the system could be, labeling people and not giving them much choice. You were pigeonholed into any job you started with, and changing jobs was a complicated process that required money. Well, in that respect, I supposed things were the same in my old world. Those with money had more options, and those that were poor were often forced into lives of crime. Something about this world, though, just felt a little pushier. I was starting to drift off in front of the fire when the door outside burst open. The noise was enough that I woke up with a snort. There was a commotion as a man limped into the room and collapsed at a table. "Adventurer!" What happened? One of the bartenders asked the man as he panted for breath, grimacing as he bled on the floor. "Bandits! There are bandits surrounding the city," the man called out. My eyes opened immediately, and I glanced over at the man. This wasn't something I had brought on the town, was it? Balrak did say they'd send others. But would they really attack an actual city? How many bandits would they need to mount an attack of that level? Was Balrak really worth that effort, or was there something else they were after? It looked like my day off ended early. Chapter 199. I moved over to the man and helped heal him. My hands glowed as I held them over his wound. As the wound started to heal, he made a noise of surprise. "Thank you," he said, and then made a bitter face. "Those men on the wall wouldn't heal me at all. They said that unless I was going to fight with them, I should just go cower inside the walls. I am no coward, but I am just a merchant guard." "Who said I had to give my life to secure an entire city?" "You are a coward," a man in the corner snorted. Probably left the merchant and his wagons to be sacked by the bandits. As a result, I reached the city gates in time to warn them about the approaching army. The man shot back. Of course. He didn't deny the accusation at all. This only showed as proof that he likely did abandon the merchant as charged. And let me guess, you were hoping she'd be around to heal you, the bartender snorted. That doesn't matter now. The man shook his head. You guys didn't see the size. It's definitely the Bandit King, and you all know what they want. If a bunch of us grouped together and leave now, we can probably slip through before they finish enclosing the city. This is our chance to get out. Who is with me? Most of the people in the bar, even the maids. We're looking at this man quite rudely. A few of them spat on the floor. I really wished they wouldn't do that. I wasn't the one who had to wash the floor, but I certainly felt sympathy for them. As for this man who was cowardly, I was less sympathetic. Admittedly, I wasn't much different when it came to fear. But I knew you had to stick with the crowd if you wanted to survive. Strength in numbers or something like that. You are seriously all going to choose to defor her, just because she healed a couple of us? The man shook his head in disbelief. I think you should get out of my inn, friend. The bartender spoke darkly. The injured man's eyes suddenly turned to me. You Ursat, stranger, you'll come with me. Right, I don't even live in this city, and neither do you. These people all want to risk their lives for a pretty face. They know what the Bandit King wants, but they don't want to give her to them. I'll help protect you. I just ask that you heal me. Ah. I hated being put on the spot all of a sudden. Actually, I am still just relaxing. I haven't decided one way or another. It wasn't like I was being willfully brave or anything. I just thought that a mad dash was rather inconvenient, and I had a feeling this guy would abandon me in a heartbeat if the going got tough. I had already had an encounter with these bandits, and I felt like they were steadily becoming troublesome, and I might have to do something about it. Besides, this posed no risk to me. If push came to shove, I could always portal back to Chom and be perfectly safe. At least, for now. I was interested in finding out a bit more about what was happening here. Get out of my inn. The innkeeper insisted to the man after it was clear I wasn't going to join him. You are crazy. All of you are crazy. The man turned and fled the inn, followed by a group of angry stares. Stranger. The bartender turned to us. Thank you for staying out of that. And healing that man too. A second healer would be good in the upcoming fight. I am glad you decided to stay. But I am curious as to why you did so at your own risk. I didn't want to sound pompous by saying something like I was in no real danger, and I was just curious. But as soon as I opened my mouth, Miki spoke first. Isn't it because Master heard there is a pretty girl? Miki smirked mischievously, while Lydia and Celeste looked at me tearfully. Was it my imagination, or were their looks asking whether I felt the three of them weren't enough? I drank the last of my beer. It looked like there were no more rubs for Deke tonight. Chapter 200. First off, I'd like to say that I am not the kind of guy who is moved by some pretty face. I don't simply need to see a hot woman and then come to any thoughts like, she should be mine or, I am going to taste that. I was a guy who was committed. Although I fell in love easily, I was also very loyal to that love. Lydia, Mickey, and Celeste were the only women for me. Just the words hot girl would not affect my decisions, nor pique my curiosity in the slightest. Sure, this was a girl whose beauty was supposed to be so great that the Bandit King themselves would come down and ransack a city to have her. Sure, she was supposedly so pure and loved by the town people that not a single person even considered handing her over after receiving the threat of annihilation from said Bandit King. That didn't mean I wanted to see her, know her, or even talk to her. If I never saw this girl in my entire life, it wouldn't bother me in the slightest. After explaining this carefully to the girls, they were still looking at me with suspicious looks. However, we may want to consider asking about her purely as a means of understanding the situation, if we wish to fight for the city. The least I could do is hear the whole story, right, Mem? Celeste crossed her arms while Lydia puffed out her cheeks. That's right. The bartender punched his palm and turned to me, who was whispering quietly with my girls. I haven't really explained the situation to you yet, have I? Nope, sir. I coughed. I felt a bit of relief that he had managed to swoop in at just the right time and redirect the conversation. The girls' silence seemed more cutting than their words. Yes. Master is very curious about her, Miki declared. Nope. I was wrong. The words were very sharp. I had forgotten during the silence, but it was all coming back to me now. Fortunately, I didn't have to bear it long, because the bartender launched into the story. I found myself wishing there were murals. At least I got pictures in the dungeon. No, that wasn't important. I should listen. About a year ago, a woman stopped at the village. Her name is Carmen. She's a healer. A healer? You mean like a priest? She never mentioned her job, but she seems to have the ability to heal people. Our town has faced a lot of strife over the last year, and she's prevented any casualties and has really been a godsend. Really, my eyes widened immediately. This girl could possibly be another white mage. They were supposed to be exceptionally rare. But it seemed like I was already meeting a kindred spirit, and I only just started on my journey. Gee. The staring from the girls. I immediately took the interested look off my face. I mean, yeah. Anyway, we don't know when she met the Bandit King, but they fell in love with her. You see, the Bandit King has a certain, reputation for enjoying beautiful women. Surely, Carmen is just another in a long line of women they wish to defile. At first, they just sent a few bandits in, tried to snatch her right out of the city. Fortunately, some friends were nearby and were able to protect her. However, they have been getting bolder and more threatening. It looks like you guys came at the wrong time. I am truly sorry that you have been wrapped up in all of this. The man bowed at the end. I could tell he really meant it. He reminded me of the people from Chom a bit. Generally good, natured, but at the same time slightly headache-inducing. I think I'd like to meet this Carmen, I said. And then coughed. Just to make sure I am clear on the whole story. Chapter 201. The innkeeper remained in his inn, but many of the guests were adventurers like me. They took off to see if they could do anything to help prepare the town for this siege. One guy stayed behind to take me to visit Carmen. I just explained that I was a healer too, so that if we were both going to heal, I needed to coordinate with her so it was more efficient. For the most part, everyone accepted that as a valid reason. It certainly had nothing to do with me being a bit curious. As it turned out, the location that Carmen was at was the village orphanage of all places. For some reason, I was imagining a sexy Mother Teresa considering how this girl seemed to like to spend her time. As we reached the orphanage, there was a man there at the door flailing his arms as he spoke excitedly. He was talking to someone who was inside the house, but I couldn't see them at all. As we approached, I could pick up some of the words he was saying. "Are you mad? We couldn't possibly. Besides, it's only a legend. No one really knows what is down there. We have guests?" Mayor. A gentle and smooth voice came from the doorway. Only then did the mayor turn his head and realize we were there. He let out a noise of surprise as he turned to see the 5 of us right behind him. The one who brought us there smiled awkwardly. "Ah, Mayor, you are here as well. These strangers are willing to help the city stand during this upcoming siege by the Bandit King. This man's a healer like Carmen, so I thought they should both meet." A woman stepped out onto the porch. She was tall and had a small pair of glasses on her angelic-like face. She actually really was pretty. And a subtle atmosphere about her made her feel very approachable. I actually recognized it. She must have a charm-up status or two. Perhaps she was a hero number. She should only have one job. And that should be White Mage. Welcome to the orphanage. I am truly sorry you were in the city when this all happened. I fear this really is all my fault. The girl curtsied low, dipping her head until I just got a hint of cleavage. I'd almost swear it was calculated, but before I could dwell on it, the mayor tried to stop her from curtsying. Now. I said you need not apologize to everyone, especially these strangers. Who are you anyway, a slaveholder? I see perhaps some adventurer looking to claim the title of a hero. Well, I am sorry, our dungeon has been closed for years. The man who brought us looked flustered, like he was embarrassed by the mayor's attitude. This mayor held himself in a way that reminded me of Chom's mayor. But he also held a tinge of haughtiness. Like he was owed everything in life that he had? Mayor? You should be nicer when guests offer their assistance, Carmen softly chastised. Of course. The man immediately bowed his head. I apologize. I am busy now. though. So I'll be off. It was clear he only conceded because of some strange dedication to Carmen, and he really didn't like me at all. She had only been in this village a year, but he was infatuated with her. Meanwhile, I was being treated like chopped liver. The discrepancy was really unfair. Carmen blushed. Do you want to come in? Then you are staring? I wasn't staring at her. I was lost in thought. Ladies behind me, stop trying to put a hole in my back using only your glares. It seriously stings. Chapter 202. See, can I ask, exactly what kind of healer are you? I decided to alleviate my curiosity quickly. She smiled sweetly and put her finger over her mouth. That's a secret. Is that so? When she winked at me, I felt my heart beating faster. However, when I looked back at the other girls, my heart skipped a few beats. At this point, I definitely have a coronary. I was honestly a little disappointed that she wouldn't tell me. She could be a rogue priest. I could imagine if that was the case, she wouldn't want the church to know about her. Well, now that I was a dark priest, I didn't want to be noticed by the church either. So, you are a priest then? She asked cautiously. I shook my hands. No, I am not. Actually, I am a magician that specializes in healing magic. White mage. I wanted to be 100% clear that she didn't need to hide it from me if she was worried. I did notice that there wasn't even a tinge of recognition when I said white mage, so the chances of her being one were gone. Regrettably. She did look slightly more relaxed when I revealed I wasn't a priest. What are you doing in the city of Pembroke? We're about as far into the country as you can get. This is no man's land. Is that so We're just passing through on our way to the capital. Oh, is that so I had never bothered to get the name of the city before? Pembroke was about 3 days total travel from Old Cham, and they considered themselves as a city out in the boonies. What did that make Cham actually? I was pretty single-minded when it came to heading to the capital to accomplish the things I wanted. But Pembroke was indeed the closest city to Old Cham, and it'd probably be a good idea to have some good relations to them. If we needed to flee a bad event, they'd likely be the city housing our citizens, and if we needed help, they'd be the first to be able to respond. What did the mayor mean when he was talking about the dungeon? I asked curiously, trying to change the subject away from talking about us. Oh. The entire reason this town was set up is that we sit on top of an ancient dungeon. However, it's been sealed for years. Isn't that dangerous? I asked. I had heard that attempting to seal entire dungeons lead to build up-ups as the dungeon consumed more mana. It produced more monsters, and it became like a volcano ready to erupt at a moment's notice. At least, that was how I came to understand the concept. Number. She shook her head. You misunderstand. This isn't an active dungeon. Rather, it's a dead one. Dead then? Shouldn't it collapse? She raised an eyebrow. I mean, I am not sure how much you know. Dungeons are supported by a curse, and that curse is created by the dungeon's unfinished lore. One can defeat a dungeon two different ways. The first way is to simply destroy the lore, with undoing the curse and leading to the dungeon's collapse. The second way is to complete the lore, which is a near impossible feat that only a true dungeon diver can accomplish. However, there is also a third method. That is to starve the dungeon. If you can block its ability to intake mana, it slowly shrivels up and dies. And I mean slowly. The mana flow was blocked on this dungeon a few hundred years ago. You'd find no monsters in the dungeon. And the dungeon itself wouldn't be able to plant traps, although the awards would be non-existent too. However, every year, a few nobles would show up planning to defeat the dungeon so that they could become official dungeon divers. However, they never come out. The place was eventually sealed. I leaned close. Why is that? They say. At the bottom of the labyrinth lives a guardian. It's able to power itself apart from the labyrinth. And it defends what remains of the lore. There is a rumor that if you can destroy the lore, you can also take control of the guardian. Imagine it. A weapon of unimaginable power. Chapter 203, The Guardian. It couldn't be the legend you were discussing with the mayor. Is it something about the way she grew excited talking about the dungeon helped me put that together? Oh. You listened to that, did you? She blushed. If I must be honest, I came to this city specifically because of that guardian. I had heard of it and had some interest. With that guardian, I can have the, protection I need. If we could mount an expedition and capture the guardian, wouldn't it be strong enough to beat back this army of bandits? I suppose that made sense. She was a healer like me. Even right now, her beauty was causing her trouble. The city was her guardian today. But it had to hurt her to allow them to fight and die for her. Wouldn't any woman be attracted to that kind of power? A guardian that could keep her safe and allow her to have her free will, perhaps? It might even be a guardian against the church. Ah! So you wanted to go down and see, but the mayor wouldn't risk everything on a chance he needs every man for the wall. I guess yes? She nodded. And what of you? Why do you ask so many questions about dungeons? Are you just a healer? Master is much more than a healer. Miki said stubbornly. He's also a true dungeon diver. Ah, yes. She's right, I said, bonking her on the head. I've been in a few dungeons. I guess you could call me a dungeon diver. Miki rubbed her head and lowered it in repentance. She slipped up because of Carmen's tone when she spoke about me. It had just a bit of condescension in it. I didn't want anyone to know I was a dungeon diver, let alone a true one unless I absolutely had to. I still kept my tattoos hidden. Even though the guildmaster thought that no one would be able to recognize them for what they are, even if they were exposed. However, once Carmen heard what Miki said, Her eyes brightened considerably, and she put her hands on mine. "Oh? You are really a dungeon diver. Then, please, go with me. Take me down into the dungeon. I know if I have you by my side, I definitely will be able to bring the Guardian back and protect this city." "You want to abandon the city? We don't know how long this would take. In my experience, even small dungeons take months to explore." She grabbed my hands tighter, and I was stuck between the heat on my cheeks and the cold looks in the back of my skull. It shouldn't take long at all. The dungeon has withered significantly. The levels shouldn't be very many or very deep. I think we could reach the bottom within a single day. Ah. But what about healing the bandit is upon us now? A quick twitch of irritation flashed on her face. "You shouldn't worry about that brute. The Bandit King is a coward and won't attack the city after marching to get here. He also won't attack during the day. That means if we go now, we have a full day and night to reach the Guardian. This could be the key to saving everything. Don't you see?" She was getting really close to my personal space. Her nose was right up to mine. The other girls were slaves, so they wouldn't normally interrupt when their master is having a discussion. They were quite docile like that, although Mickey slipped a little bit. However, when it came to this woman, they seemed to not like her at all. I knew she was a bit touchy, but they didn't need to keep shooting me cold stares. "You seem to know the Bandit King well," I said haphazardly. She pulled away, blushing slightly. "Please." "I believe we can make it, and if we make it, we can save this city." I admitted I was interested in this guardian as well as this withered dungeon. I looked at my girls, hoping they'd give me an answer. "We do as Master commands," Lydia responded. I sighed. "Fine. We'll help." Chapter 204. She was very excited. I only just managed to keep her from hugging me and giving me a kiss. "Thank you." "Thank you so much," she said. "Then we should go immediately, but we must sneak there. If anyone in town knows where we are going, they're going to stop us immediately. Celeste can muffle our movements." Right. I looked over at my girls. She crossed her arms. As Master commands, Celeste obeys. Did I do something to make the girls angry at me? I really wasn't doing this because Carmen was just another pretty face. I honestly agreed with her. And if I could destroy that withered lore and get a few dungeon points, that would be good too. However, I went through it in my head a few times just to be sure. And I wasn't doing this because she was a pretty girl who needed my help. "Right, come!" She grabbed my hand. We go out the back way. I was pulled out the door before I could say anything to the girls. Now was a bad time anyway. It was night now, and I could hear the distant beating of some drums. It seemed to be what Carmen had said. They were setting up and surrounding the city tonight, and wouldn't attack until after that was done. Carmen lead the way, literally holding my hand the entire time. I wasn't blushing. It was just hot outside. My heart wasn't beating crazily because an innocent girl in trouble with an ability like mine was now depending on me and holding my hand. That's crazy talk. Carmen really seemed to know her way too. She ducked smoothly, avoiding the patrols as if she had already paced this route before and was now just doing the timing she had already perfected in her head. Within 5 minutes, we were standing in front of a locked room. It appeared to be the mayor's office. Without missing a beat, Carmen pulled out a key and unlocked it. She ushered us inside. After we were out of the public eye, I gave her a look. I had copies of the mayor's keys made, she said, just in case. I was starting to suspect that she had wanted an excuse to get the Guardian for a while now. And the Bandit King was just one in a long line of excuses she had used. We ended up heading down a flight of stairs. And it was in the basement that we finally saw the massive doors to the dungeon. These were chained up with large, thick chains, but it looked like Carmen had acquired the keys to this as well. The chains noisily fell to the floor. She opened the door, and a wave of stagnant air washed over us. The dungeon was really like the maw of a mouth waiting to eat you. If we entered, I'd be back in a dungeon again. Of course, we were packed for a long journey, and she had assured us this wouldn't even take that long. But it still left me feeling a bit anxious. Come on. She didn't hesitate to light a candle and then dive right into the room. I turned back to my 3 women. In the dark, I couldn't see their expressions. I want you to know, if you don't want to do this, we can turn away. I suddenly felt myself being hugged by 3 women. We know, Master. This is just Master's way. Master doesn't need to say it. I felt 3 kisses on my cheeks, and then the girls pushed me back through the door. You have entered Terra's dungeon. Chapter 205. Every dungeon was a little bit different. At least, that was the conclusion I came up with upon entering my 3rd dungeon. Mina's dungeon had the distinct feel of a tomb. It had a dark, grave-like quality. There were dirt walls, deep cathedrals, and no shortage of undead walking along the narrow corridors. Car's dungeon was an echo of the mansion, full of wide hallways and carpeted landscapes filled with ghosts. Terra's dungeon reminded me of an old medieval castle. I supposed when it came to an actual dungeon, Terra's dungeon fit the bill the best with gray brick walls and thick oak doors. However, the place had an arid feel to it. Rather than feeling intimidating and full of life, it felt dead and dry. Entering a dungeon usually felt like entering a living thing. Yet this particular dungeon felt like it was the decayed mummy of what once was a dungeon. Supposedly, some hero from ages long past found that defeating the dungeon was too much trouble. Instead, they used magic to strangle the dungeon. If one had no respect for the lore, then this seemed like an ideal way to deal with dungeons. It was low risk, and while it took a long time for the results to finish, you didn't need to enter the dungeon at all. Things like dying without a resurrection safety line didn't happen. I believe we should go this way, Dungeon Diver. Carmen said, already walking off into the darkness. I made sure all of the girls had successfully entered the dungeon with me. And then I began to follow Carmen. She seemed to be incredibly bold as she walked. She said that other than the guardian, the dungeon was effectively dead. That meant there shouldn't be monsters or traps to impede her way. However, I was still here to help escort her. Right, she should show a little bit of hesitation as she walks down. I made sure to pull up my map with detect traps and sense life. When I detected nothing, I sighed and continued after her. I was surprised when 5 minutes later, we had reached the stairway down. This level really was incredibly small. I was glad there was no monster because, at this size, we definitely would have run into it. Carmen started heading for the stairway, but I grabbed her arm and pointed to a door nearby. "What is it?" she asked. "That room should contain a dungeon kiosk. If we need to teleport in a hero, we should register." "This really isn't necessary," she said, frowning. "The Bandit King is coming. We don't have time to fool around. The faster we head down, the better." I understand we're in a hurry, but I insist. She looked at me for a few moments, and I felt a strange edge to it, like she was hiding how she truly was feeling. A moment later, she shrugged. "Very well. Do as you wish." I let out a breath of relief. I didn't know what I would do if she decided she was going to give me trouble with this. I decided to move quickly. The room that contained the kiosk looked like some kind of dirt shrine. It was really odd. I quickly had the girls register. I noticed Carmen was waiting outside with her arms crossed. That made me feel a little frustrated. But I decided not to push it with her. As I was leaving the room, however, my eyes fell on the mural. Chapter 206. The murals were the key to understanding the lore of any dungeon. I had almost missed this one entirely because the murals were degraded. Many tiles had fallen to the ground and there was significant wear and tear. I pulled out a clean piece of cloth and used it to wipe the dirt off the surface as I tried to make out what happened. "What's the holdup?" Carmen demanded impatiently. The other girls were now giving Carmen a dirty look. They liked the lores of the dungeons and stories I came up with by reading them. They definitely didn't seem to like her attitude when she spoke to me. As for Carmen, she seemed to let their looks flow right past her as she continued to sit there with her arms crossed and an unreadable expression on her face. "Can you figure it out?" Lydia asked eagerly. I shook my head and sighed. "I can only see the basic start." There was apparently a man and a woman. They were powerful magicians. There was something about children. But that part of it is unreadable. It appeared that when a dungeon's mana was strangled, it was more than just its ability to output monsters that changed. The lore of this dungeon was damaged too. It was a story on the verge of death. A strange part of me, who had grown accustomed to figuring out the lore of a dungeon, felt almost sad at this incomplete and degraded lore. I found myself slightly upset with the weak and cowardly hero who had opted to kill it in such an inhumane way. I shook my head. I was being ridiculous here. This wasn't a living thing. It was some strange magical aspect of this world. I shouldn't feel sorry for curses. Dungeons were the source of monsters in this world and preyed on helpless adventurers, luring them in with treasures. They were like a tragic Venus flytrap for this world. "Can we go now?" Carmen demanded. I nodded. "Yeah, let's get out of here." Once again, she headed off, and I had to run to catch up. On the second floor, I checked again for the traps. I would be cautious all the way to the body. I had traveled enough dungeons now. Even if this place couldn't create a trap now, there is no saying that a trap wasn't once created while this dungeon was still alive. And now it is waiting to go off in Carmen's face. I was a support class. I felt it was my job to worry about such things. Level 2 was finished almost as quickly as Level 1. That meant about 10 minutes a level. That was about 12 hours better than usual. I'd consider a level quick if I had it done in a few hours. Now, we had levels being done in minutes. It added to our sense of urgency. We weren't here for fun or exploration. We needed this guardian as quickly as possible. I had only one thing I needed to see. That was what was left of the lore. I had a feeling like knowing the lore of this dungeon would help us in acquiring the guardian. We continued to explore at a rapid pace, and it was barely an hour before we found ourselves stepping out onto level 5. The mid-tier bosses had long been extinguished for mana to keep this dungeon alive a little longer. But the kiosk should still be here. It was time to learn the next part of this story. Chapter 207. Seriously, you really want to register with the kiosk here to... She looked even more irate than before. Her sweet demeanor she had used on the surface seemed to be going away. The deeper we got, the less cute she became. The other girls didn't interact with her at all. Rather, she had some kind of notebook she kept pulling out. She'd look at it, compare a couple of pages, mumbling to herself, and then continue on. That's how the last hour had passed. "I am sorry." Although I said the words, I left and walked into the room with the kiosk. As the girls registered, I looked for the mural. I sighed when I saw this one was in even worse shape. A city was destroyed. That was about all I could tell. It seemed to be destroyed by something they created, perhaps. That was why they needed to build the Guardian. They accidentally used their magic in a way that created something worse. Maybe they summoned a monster. Thus, they needed to construct a guardian to protect it? Well, these murals were usually all guesswork, but this one was even less than that. Master Lydia asked as she noticed me shaking my head. "It's nothing. I am just getting an uneasy feeling," I said. It's never that easy, right? The four of us headed back out to find Carmen standing there looking at some kind of compass. When I saw the look in her eyes, I froze immediately. "Carmen, is everything okay?" I can't believe it. "The Bandit King." "Already?" "What?" I blinked. "What do you mean the Bandit King is out there? We've only been in here an hour." She shook her head, tears forming in her eyes. You don't understand. I have a magic device that allows me to track my enemies. The Bandit King. They're already in the dungeon. What? They must have attacked much earlier than I thought. Their assault was more impressive than I would have guessed. They're also after the same thing that we are after. They just entered, so they're about an hour behind us. But you better bet that they're moving fast. Calm down. What are you saying? I said, holding her shoulders. I am saying the Bandit King wants the power of the Guardian. If the Bandit King gets it, I'll be dead meat. We must hurry. We cannot afford to take our time anymore. I didn't mean to look uncertain, but I didn't like the idea of being rushed at all. This Bandit King, if we faced him here, that actually might be for the best. He would have no resurrections, so I could kill him and his strongest supporters. We could use the dungeon to our advantage, and perhaps even mount a surprise attack on him. Just... How strong is the Bandit King? I asked. She shook her head. A Tier 3 job. Level 50? I know what you are thinking. But the Bandit King cannot be fought. You will definitely die if you try to battle them. That was what I was afraid of. The ones I had fought were just small fries. The Bandit King was the real deal. Looking at my girls, I knew I couldn't put their lives on the line for this. We had to move faster, as Carmen had said. Then, I guess we go. Thank you. She kissed my cheek. You are saving my life. If the town has truly fallen in under an hour, this guardian will be the only way to save either of us. Actually, if I just used the kiosk back to the once floor, I could portal out and be back in Chom. However, I didn't like the idea of this Bandit King getting control of the champion either. Rather, I had to just keep going forward. Chapter 208. Only 2 hours later, we had reached level 9. I had allowed Carmine to set the pace. Fortunately, I didn't have to fight her on the kiosk, as it served as an entrance into the boss's room on the 9th floor. Hurry up! They're catching up any second we take to waste. I nodded and made sure my girls registered. How many floors do you think it goes down? I didn't know how old this dungeon was before we entered it. If it was a year per level as it appeared to be, this dungeon could be 100 floors or more. 100 levels of dead space was still 100 levels we had to climb down. We're close, she said. Just another 10. I breathed slightly easier. The longer it took to reach the bottom, the more chance we had of this Bandit King catching up to us. I quickly looked over at the murals for this story as well. Carmen made an annoytesk and crossed her arms. While we might not be fighting any bosses on the way down, there could be some secret to this guardian kept within the story. I wasn't going to pass it by. It could be the difference between life or death down here. However, the mural was completely unreadable. I could see half the image of a single person. They were holding some kind of rod. That was all that was left. The rubble that once contained this part of the story now lay in broken piles on the ground. I sighed and motioned for Carmen to continue on. As we entered the 10th floor, I was expecting the door behind us to shut. However, that didn't seem to be happening. "In here," I heard a shout. "Ah, the next stairway down." The sound came from the 9th floor. I could hear a dozen people talking, and they didn't seem to be caring about the level of their voices at all. Even though I couldn't make out most of the words, they had a rowdy tone about them. "Carmen should be right ahead." A commanding, yet surprisingly melodious voice came out. "Oh, Carmen!" "We're coming for you?" They shouted the words like they were singing a song. And the rest of the group began to make nasty laughs. Why couldn't this be a boss room, if it did? Then the doors would close and we'd have an hour for it to repop. Now, it appears like they had already caught up to us. Carmen's face appeared white, and she let out a cry of fear and panic. I had some doubts before about the so-called Bandit King. I suspected that perhaps she might even be working alongside them. However, the expression of pure terror on her face instantly dispelled that thought. Carmen was actually running for her life. And by the tone of the Bandit King, he was viciously toying with her. "Run!" I hissed out and then began to pick up the pace. At the worst, this large boss battle room put the bandits at the advantage. They had more numbers than we did. They could take advantage of spells. On the other hand, we'd be much better off in the relatively narrow halls where we could take optimum advantage of our few numbers. As we raced the last half of the room, I could see their shadows growing like long hands looking to reach out and grab our ankles. "I think they're down here," someone shouted. "Carmen and the pretty noble with the slaves." Pretty boy, that was a description I never would have expected. But considering most bandits didn't even have all of their teeth, I supposed it made sense. "I want to kill that bastard myself." Another voice, this had to be Balrak, came out. So, they really had swarmed the city, and even were able to free Balrak. They also knew who was down here and our number. Basically, we had no surprises left. Their shadows began to move faster down to our level. Just as their feet could be seen coming down the stairs, we reached the staircase to the 11th floor. Suddenly, the door slammed shut in Carmen's face. Chapter 209. Carmen let out a cry and raced for the door. She slammed her fist on it, eliciting a dull thud. Behind her, I spun around to face the bandits. We were completely trapped. Well, that was my thought until I noticed the door on the other side was slamming shut too. I barely met the eyes of a surprised bandit as the door shut closed with a slam. "Hey!" I heard banging on the door as it closed. Once we were completely sealed in, all sound from the outside world cut off. We were now in a dark boss room. Carmen finally turned back, a strange expression on her face now that her chasers had been temporarily interrupted. As for the other three girls, they had drawn their weapons and were in a formation that they had come up with on their own. They looked quite dangerous, but there didn't appear to be any monster suddenly materializing or swooping down. I stared across the dark hall for a few moments, confusion starting to build on my face. Is there a boss? After all, I offered. Impossible. Carmen shook her head. The bosses should all be dead. Stay by the door, I instructed. Our only chance is to get out of here as soon as the door opens. If we can empty the room without them reaching the door, it'll reshut, and they'll be forced to wait another hour. However, if they get past the door, we'll definitely be in some bad straits. I was just speaking as I saw it, but the girls all nodded. Even Carmen, who had turned into a bit of a bossy Betty since she entered the place, nodded demurely. It looked like the visible threat of her would-be captors had caused her to settle down a bit. Survival was what was important right now. Can we force our way through the rock? Maybe, I asked, eyeing the escape. Dee, don't you dare! A small voice shouted out. The girls all gripped their weapons. I even noticed Carmen fingering something hidden by her robes. I looked around trying to find the source of the voice. It was a high-pitched, young-sounding voice of a girl. It certainly wasn't what I expected to hear if a bandit had broken through. No, we were locked in the boss room now. That meant that this voice had to be coming from this dungeon's boss. However, this dungeon had no boss. That was enough to confuse me horribly. Where are you? What do you want? Show yourself! I let out the typical lines, meanwhile keeping my eyes open. You can't hold us here. Carmen spoke up. If you have a challenge, then give it. Otherwise, let us be on our way. Oh, of course. I have a challenge. The voice finally spoke back. Your dungeon is nearly dead. You couldn't summon a boss who could challenge us even if you wanted to. Carmen sniffed. You are stalling dungeon because you are afraid your lore will be destroyed. No, don't kill me! Suddenly, the ground rose up like a small pillar. The dirt fell away, and like a flower with dark petals unfurling, it revealed a young maiden girl inside. She had short hair that didn't go past her ears. It was dark brown, as were her eyes. She had a small heart-shaped face, a flat chest. She was wearing a strangely dirty dress. There were also various markings of dirt all over her cheeks and arms. It looked like she had literally crawled out of the ground. Please? She said, her eyes tearing. I am Tara. Do not kill me. Chapter 210. Tara, she's right. You really are the dungeon I let out a noise of surprise. I was starting to understand a bit more about dungeons and how they functioned. For example, the name of a dungeon was based on the person the lore was formed around. This doesn't mean that the big boss at the end of the dungeon. In fact, usually, the final boss was the person inflicted by the curse. So, Mina's curse was a curse constructed from Mina's untimely death. But the person it affected the most was her necromancer brother. Meanwhile, Kar's curse was a product of his unusual death. But the person most infected by the curse was the fairy queen. If logic continued, that would mean that this was Tara, the person who was the center of this curse. However, the final boss would likely have to do with someone centered around her. Would that be the so-called guardian? That would mean that this girl was the guardian's original owner or something like that? Well, I could easily be wrong, but that was my guess. Humph! Tara shook her fists at us. You humans! You cheaters! You strangle me dry and then try to storm in and take it without even asking. Move! Little girl, Carmen hissed. You are in our way. I will take the guardian as my own. That will never happen, the girl said tearfully. I won't allow it. By the scriptures set by the god accords in the age of curses, a dungeon cannot make its lore inaccessible. Making your lore inaccessible is a crime against nature, Carmen said darkly. I had never heard that kind of stuff. But it seemed like it was true. So, dungeons did have rules they had to follow. They had to keep themselves open to the surface. A person has to be able to reach the lore. The lore had to display itself after it was defeated. These things seem to have been set in some kind of scripture. Even the damage of a collapsed floor had to be opened up in a few days. I didn't know what kind of backlash a dungeon would feel if it went against these accords. But it was nice to know that as many monsters, floods, and traps they tossed my way, they wouldn't be able to just lock me in a room and starve me, which was technically what this one was doing. Please. I stepped forward. I do not wish to destroy your lore. I am not a threat to you. We wish to borrow the power of the Guardian to repel back the bandits that have attacked this city. They're the same men on the other side of that wall. Please let us continue on our way. Tara took a step back, hiding half her face behind a pillar. It seemed like she was almost as scared of me talking nicely to her as Carmen yelling at her. Okay, she said. You said to provide a challenge, and that is why I closed these doors. By the accords, I must challenge you. Even though that bastard hero magician strangled the dungeon's magic and left my home to die, I will not betray my promises. You will receive your challenge, Carmen sniffed. Any monster you come up with would be too simple. No. This is not a challenge of the body, but of the mind. You must answer my riddle. If you answer correctly, I will open the door moving forward, and you will have an hour before the bandits will renew their pursuit. I will even leave their door closed since they are not related to your party, and force them to answer the same question. And what if we fail? I asked nervously. Then I will open the other door, and with luck, you will all kill each other. Chapter 211. Ridiculous. Carmen shook her head after hearing the dungeon's conditions. I will not allow you to so easily take my dungeon's stuff, she said, pushing her fingers together while shooting me a stubborn stare from behind the pillar. I didn't know why I was getting the look at all since it was Carmen who was talking to her. Maybe she had decided that I was the head of the group or something. Honestly, I didn't really like the attention at all. I'd much rather Carmen handle this, but ever since she had seen the Bandit King, she had become quite demure. I tried to put on a reassuring smile and equipped my charm up as backup. Of course, Please let us know the riddle. For some reason, when I leaned toward her and smiled, the girl, or whatever she was, became even more flustered, hiding the rest of her face behind the pillar. I couldn't even really say what she was. Was she the lore itself, given sentience? Was she a spirit connected to the lore strongly? She seemed to have much more of her mind than the previous times. Carr had been quite crazy, as was the necromancer. Even Astrea, who was technically a living creature entrapped by the curse as opposed to a broken soul, had very little of her mind left until we forced her to face the truth. Very well, she finally looked back out, straightening her dirty dress. Then I will give my question. I fly when I am born, lie down when I am alive, and run when I am gone. What am I? I like riddles, Celeste said excitedly, fluttering around. Can I answer it? Can I answer it? Sure. I don't know, Celeste declares proudly. You brat! It's a snowflake. I bonk her on the head. Celeste rubs her head. Master, what's a snowflake? I wanted to be angry at her. But it was spoken from a girl who had been locked in a dungeon for 20 years, so you couldn't become too angry. Rather, I felt really sad that she had never even seen the snow before. Come this winter, I would definitely show her snowflakes. So, the answer, I don't know, is incorrect, Tara announces. The answer is a snowflake. I don't know isn't even an answer. Tara shook her fists. You? Fine. In that case, best 2 out of 3. Hey, that's not what we agreed to. Then don't be so confusing the next time you answer, she sniffed, acting a bit like a spoiled child. Fine. I sighed. Give us another one. Very well. She recovered from her tantrum and put on another mysterious look. Voiceless I cry and wingless I soar. Toothless I bite and mouthless I whisper. What am I you? Ooh. I know. Celeste raises her hand excitedly. I shook my head and chuckled. Of course, you'd know. The answer is the wind. As a sylph. It'd be embarrassing if you didn't catch this one. Celeste froze, and then put her hand back down. Oh! That answer is way better. Celeste. Ah, Master, please, not the head. That's where my thoughts keep disappearing at. So, you admit it, Gur? Tara hit the ground and it shook slightly. Best 3 out of 5. Chapter 212. Many have heard me, yet nobody has seen me. I won't speak back unless spoke. An echo. I sighed. Gur. Best. Of 16 out of 30. This is enough. We're in a hurry and you've already wasted 15 minutes. Those men on the other side of that door are not nice. They're probably already trying to find some way to blast through the door. I had initially catered to her, but it was starting to become ridiculous. She seemed extremely stubborn. So putting my foot down sternly seemed like the best course of action here. Tara gasped. But the rules. People like them don't care about the rules. Now, I've clearly shown that I was able to answer your riddles. Please hold up your side of the bargain. Why are you so good at riddles anyway? She demanded. Ah! I read a lot of riddle books when I was in primary during recess, I admitted. I wasn't particularly popular. Hey! Now you are speaking in riddles. She shook her fists. Fine, go, but don't think the level 20 boss will be so simple. He has protected me for hundreds of years, and he won't allow some filthy person like you to take me. As she said this, she waved her hands, and the stone door leading down to the 11th floor opened up for us, as she had agreed upon. The door behind us remained closed, and it would continue to do so for another hour, as long as they didn't cast any spell to break it. Actually, it's the guardian that we want, I said. She blinked. The guardian, you say? I have a spell in my journal, Carmen admitted. As long as you four can distract it long enough, I'll be able to take control of it. From the mural, I had the distinct feeling that the guardian was controlled by some kind of control rod which we'd need to find. I was wondering how we were going to get through it. It seemed kind of like an issue to me. You had to defeat the protector to access the treasure room. But the treasure room contained the control rod needed to control the protector. I had hoped it was something like the other bosses. The boss was only defeated to an extent, and then would reappear after healing. However, none of that mattered anymore. It seemed like Carmen had already thought about this and came up with a solution not unlike my slave-taking ability. I shook my head and urged everyone to go out the door. We couldn't really afford to dally. Carmen had a few notes she referred to, but it wasn't like she had a map of the place. Even if she did, it would have been distorted over time from the dungeon shriveling up and dying. In that respect, the levels were small and the bandits had more numbers. He could spread them out to quickly scour the place. He also had no concern for registering at the kiosks or looking at the murals. This was how he was able to catch up to the 5 of us. 25 men could search a level 5 times as fast as 5 people. As we headed down, I noticed a short shape running with us, and I lost my step for a second. Tara, what are you doing here? Humph! Even though it's impossible for you to take my dungeon's guardian. If that is what you plan to do, then I will head down there to see it. Chapter 213. Seriously. You are already tired, I said. My legs are short, and I don't walk a lot. Tara whined. We don't have time for this. Carmen said, Leave the brat. She'll only try to get in the way as we take the guardian. Why, you! Who says you can have the guardian? I won't allow it. Tara shook her fists. I moved up to Tara, who raised her arms defensively in front of her. Turning around, I fell to one knee and put my hands behind my back. Come on. What is this? She demanded. Get on, I'll carry you, I said, looking back at her. Hurry, or I will leave you behind. I didn't know why, but I didn't want to leave her for the bandits to find. If she was just a spirit of this dungeon, she technically could just disappear and reappear somewhere else. That should be the case, but she walked alongside us. There was no floating or appearing and disappearing. She walked with heavy steps, thumping along next to the other girls. Strangely enough, I wasn't receiving nearly as many angry looks from my girls when I dealt with Tara compared to Carmen. In fact, the girls seemed to like Tara, offering her a few words and even complimenting her hair. The treatment difference between the two women was truly outstanding. I couldn't even imagine why the girls were so particular when it came to these two women. I guess Carmen was a little rough around the edges. However, Tara didn't come off as trustworthy either. Still, after looking around awkwardly, she received a nod of encouragement from Lydia and then climbed on my back. Damn, she was heavy. I almost fell back. She was a small girl, even shorter than Miki. She had no chest to speak of. It wouldn't be fair to call her a lowly, but she definitely was a short, flat-chested girl in her late teens. So, where did all of the weight come from I just imagined I was training? Before gaining all these levels, I definitely couldn't have lifted this girl. I supposed I should focus on how much fitter I was now, rather than anything about her. Lifting Tara up, I began to run to catch up to Carmen, who hadn't slowed her pace for that. We soon found ourselves on the 15th floor. We did it a bit faster than the last 5 floors. I would have skipped the kiosk room, but we ended up walking right past it. I didn't have the girls' register, but I glanced at it and found the mural instantly. Only one image appeared. It was a picture of a couple. They looked to be magicians. In their arms was a baby girl. Mother. Father. Tara's gentle voice came from behind me. The baby? That's you, Tara? My question was met with silence. Perhaps, given that she was some kind of being of the dungeon, she didn't even have those memories. I could only see very small scattered parts of the whole story, so it was kind of frustrating. It seemed like there was a powerful magician couple. Some horrific event happened and something they created destroyed a lot of villages. They ended up having a child, Tara. Then, they built Tara some kind of powerful guardian. Or perhaps it was the guardian who ended up attacking and killing Tara. Given what I knew about these dungeons, that sounded about right. The magicians created the guardian to protect their daughter, but one day it went out of control and killed the one it was supposed to protect. Didn't that mean that the guardian wasn't safe? Furthermore, what would happen if I brought Tara, the guardian's true owner, into the same room as the guardian that once killed her? The only way to find out the truth was to reach the last floor. I abandoned the mural and ran to catch up with the group. The 6 of us continued down into the darkness, while the Bandit King followed in close pursuit. Chapter 214. I found the stairs. A dreaded yell came from the distance. That likely came from the floor above us. That meant that these damn bandits had actually caught up again. We were on 18th floor now. If we could make it to the 19th floor kiosk room, we could lock ourselves in and battle the Guardian at our own leisure. We could always escape back to the once floor kiosk. Although we'd have to leave Carmen alone, and we'd be giving the weapon to the Bandit King. We rushed down the stairway and began racing along the corridors the stairway, I said in a hushed whisper, afraid that if I made too much noise, I'd give away our location to the bandits trailing behind us. Tara. Where is the door? How would I know that? She said awkwardly. I don't like coming down here. He's down here. I was hoping that Tara knew the way, and after carrying her for the last couple of floors, would endear her enough to tell us. However, she claimed she didn't know. I wanted to stop and ask her about it, but there was no time for that. It turned out she really did have some kind of guardian trauma and didn't like the creature at all. Although the dungeon was small, it still was about the size of a mansion with multiple wings. It took about 15 minutes to search the whole thing. At this point, running into the bandits was just as likely as running into the room. Also, by the time we reached the room, the bandits might already be there. Just as I was thinking about such worrisome things, we turned a corner, and at the very end was a group of people. Standing in the forefront was a full-armored person in furs who looked to be the best armed of the bunch. They had a dangerous aura about them. Carmen! The melodious voice laughed. I finally found you! Run! Carmen cried out, turning and racing the other way. Hee hee. Run all you want. You can escape me? Their voice had a slightly perverted tinge to it. I considered testing our might against the Bandit King. But I knew I wouldn't be making the first blow. Lydia would. In my mind, I saw Lydia leaping out to meet him. Only for the bandit to use some trick. In an instant, Lydia was cut down. I shook my head of the vision, but there was no way I could risk her life like that. Fireball! I shouted, tossing my spell down the path. Wind slash! Celeste joined in, also sending her own spells joining it. We turned to follow Carmen, not waiting to see what came of the attacks. Although there was a loud sound as the attacks landed, it sounded like they struck some kind of hard surface. I had a feeling the Bandit King had managed to block the attacks completely. They're over there. Another shout came as we passed an intersection, managing to be seen by yet another group. There it is. Carmen cried out as she turned a corner. There was a door leading into the kiosk room, but it was a good 100 meters down the hall. Worse, the Bandit King was standing on the other end of the hall. About equal distance. Hee hee. You are done for now. Scary? Tara buried her head into my shoulder. It turned out that Tara wasn't good with this high adrenaline stuff. Carmen stared down the hallway at the Bandit King, as if personally challenging him. Follow me, she said. Come! She threw back her cloak and pulled out a large sword. A white light sprawled across the hallway, nearly blinding everyone. With a shout, she began to race forward, heading straight for the Bandit King. Chapter 15. The Bandit King stood there and held out his arms. He didn't appear to be charging Carmen at all. Rather, he had his arms spread out, and dark shadows were crawling around his body. It was clear, especially with the light Carmen was throwing off, that he was planning on casting a really powerful spell. With Carmen barreling forward, I realized I had no choice but to follow along. The 5 of us followed Carmen as she raced down the hallway. The hope was that we could reach the door before his spell went off. The amount of time and mana he was pulling told me that this spell was particularly powerful. I didn't know how strong the Bandit King was, but this was at least at the level of the strongest spell that Celeste could cast. And that could chop apart monsters like sushi. "Celicia!" she screamed. "Carmen, let us see if you still have what it takes." Sister, we reached the door, but just as we did, I could feel the explosion of power coming from the Bandit King. Carmen took 2 steps forward past the door and then slammed her sword down. A massive pillar of light exploded around her. Just as that happened, the darkness slammed into her. The force of the powers colliding caused my ears to pop. She was almost shoved back as blackness curled around her shield of light. Some of the darkness still managed to get through, and her robes were torn asunder in various places. Underneath, a chainmail armor made of pure white was revealed. On her chest was a noticeable cross. Paladin, I guessed. Lydia nodded quietly. She's from the church. I know Master fancied her, but the church is notorious for disliking beastkin. That's why she's mostly ignored us since we got here. Miki nodded. The church is willing to take on multi-tailed foxes, but only as slaves. We would be treated as tools. Some would say that is better than complete rejection. But after meeting Master's kindness and speaking to those from Chom, I am no longer sure I feel that way. When I saw her dismiss me in her eyes, I really didn't like it. Is that why we didn't like her? Celeste touched her lips. I just didn't like her because her boobs are almost bigger than mine. Miki made a noise like she had been struck. Really? I didn't notice. Lydia looked away, blushing. I had noticed that too. Not her breast size, but that fact that she didn't stand near any of the other girls, and she only ever addressed me. It was almost like the slaves didn't exist in her sight. It appeared like there was some prejudice there. Well, either way, she had put her life on the line to block that spell. Her white light was waning and the darkness was starting to win. We could have ducked into the boss room, but this girl had put her life on the line to protect me. Maybe it was more about challenging this sibling. I didn't know, but she protected me and the girls nonetheless. Well, likable or not, I should probably do what I am best at. Support. Chapter 16. Magic Circle. I tossed out a circle around us, and to my delight it knocked back the darkness and enhanced her spell. Moderate heal. Refresh. I started tossing out spells. Meanwhile, I ordered Celeste to toss some wind spells behind us, where our pursuers were starting to catch up. They couldn't make the 100-meter dash down the hallway with sharp wind spells being sent their way by a master magician. She really should be in my party. Adisked in annoyance. If she had the party-up bonus, she might be faring better than she was at the moment. I supposed enslaving her was a bit much to get slave bonuses. But anything would help. Unfortunately, it was too late now to invite her. That kind of thing couldn't be done in the middle of battle. I continued to cast restorative properties on her. She managed to look back in shock. She had heard I was a healer before, but she must have taken it for granted. Now, I was casting out spells that probably looked a bit like a priest's. Her eyes held just a hint of suspicion and worry. But she was too busy holding off the attack to do anything. She may be a paladin, and she may work for the church. But whatever she was doing now appeared to be outside her jurisdiction. Perhaps it was that this bandit king was her brother. It was a story that was easy to guess. A sister went on to be a paragon of good, while the brother went on to be a bandit king. Now, after hearing about all the evil deeds her brother has done for too long, she decided to finally do something about it. So, she disobeyed orders, came to a town she knew he had an interest in. Perhaps they were both told the same childhood story about a magical guardian. She tried to get the weapon first and failed. And once he realized she was in the city, he came after her. The attack went on for a solid minute, once again revealing just how powerful this bandit king was. I eventually slipped her a mana potion and let her drink that as well to keep going. When the darkness finally drizzled to a stop and she let down her light guard, I could see several bandits on the floor. Unconscious. It looked like he had drained them to keep using the spell. Sister. Enough with this. Give me the guardian. And join me. Together, we can have riches more than you could believe. I will. Never. She collapsed to her knees. I reached out and grabbed her. The bandit king shot me a hard glare as he saw my arms around Carmen. He wasn't some kind of siscon. Was he? The rumors about him had to do with his desire to be with this woman? I had assumed when I realized their familial connection that this was probably just baseless rumor. But seeing how he was watching us, I started to wonder. Either way, with the help of the girls, I pulled Carmen into the door. The bandit king appeared to be spent by his spell, as he made no further attempt to attack us. Instead, he just watched with a glower as I slammed the door shut. We had made it into the boss room of Terra's dungeon. It was time to fight the Guardian, and hope he possessed the power for us to truly stop this bandit king. Once we defeated the boss, they'd be teleported out to the entrance and would be waiting for us to pop out to attack. Chapter 17. Carmen had passed out unconscious. I decided it was time to take a much-needed break. We had been pushing hard to reach the dungeon's bottom floor, and it had been over 10 hours of tense and frantic searching. It was enough to cause anyone to grow exhausted, although I was worried about the city above. The Bandit King seemed to have come down here with most of his most trusted men. Hopefully, the city above was faring better by his absence. I considered sending one or two of us to the first, for kiosk. But there was no telling what the Bandit King had done. He could have left a dozen men behind ready to cut down anyone who came out. He could have set a brutal trap. In the end, I decided it wasn't worth the risk. Humans weren't like monsters. I had considered it before. A ghost or undead flew at me with a singular purpose. Humans could strategize and prepare. They could be cruel just for the sake of being cruel. Overall, I was much more paranoid when it came to them than any monster, including this guardian. I finally put down the heavy Terra, healed Carmen with a few spells, and then worked on setting up a fire. As far as locations to stay went, this dungeon's dirt-filled grave, like rooms, were far less hospitable compared to the library of the cathedral. It gave me a feeling of being buried alive. Tara seemed to be acting the most at home, lying casually on a dirt mound, further dirtying her dress. I got the fire going and then pulled out food to prepare. I made sure to use some of the food we had acquired from the last dungeon. This food was special and would give everyone status bonuses. Thanks to my preservation spells, it was still in good shape, too. I ended up making a meat stew with potatoes, two kinds of vegetables I had gotten off mobs, and a meat that dropped from one of the bosses. It would definitely boost status. When the good smells started flowing from it, I used item identify. All it said was that the meat stew would increase offensive and defensive capabilities for some time after the meal. Unless I could use God Eye, which required the fairy dust I no longer had, I couldn't get anything more specific than that. I couldn't wait for moderate and advanced item identify. Ruo Awoa R. A roar came from the stairway below us. It was loud enough that I went to cover my ears and almost pour some hot stew on my lap. The ground shook and a little bit of dust and dirt fell from the ceiling. The guardian must be getting impatient that we haven't come down. As soon as I shut the door, it would have spawned. The call caused Carmen to snap awake. As for Tara, a look of fear shot on her face, and she leapt off the mound. Running over to me, she hid behind my back and grabbed my shirt. "What has you so scared?" I muttered to myself. It was at that point that my eyes fell on the mural. It was only half lit by the firelight, but the image I saw immediately caused me to gasp. The sound of the guardian's roar was still echoing in my mind. I had been wondering what form the guardian would take for a while now. There was a picture of the guardian on the mural. The creature below we were about to fight was none other than a dragon. Chapter 218. Leaving the pot to simmer. I stood up and cautiously walked over to the mural. Of the ones I had seen, this was by far the most complete. That was to say, I could read and understand everything that was expressed inside it. With a wave of my hand, I created an orb of light and held it up to the mural. Tara had followed me, seeming to not want to let go of my shirt. As for the image of the dragon, she seemed to want to refuse to look at it. I quickly realized why. The dragon, first of all, was not a normal dragon. As I examined it, I realized it was full of silver mechanical parts. There were gears and wires, and while it didn't look quite like a machine, it certainly contained machine-like components. The guardian was a clockwork dragon, or whatever they called some kind of magical, mechanical monster in this world. However, if that was all the mural showed, I'd be fine. Dragons were usually a top-tier monster in RPGs. In some, they could be considered the most powerful monster in the game. Thus, a clockwork dragon probably would be a fight I couldn't handle. Its strength might not even be attached to the dungeon at all. So it could very well fight at full power, despite Tara. So, while the monster was intimidating, it didn't lead to my level of shock. No, what caused me to pause was the next part of the mural. The mural displayed an image that appeared to be Tara, lying dead. It showed her parents over her, pulling out a bright light. That light was then offered up to the dragon. Putting everything together, I could only shake my head. From what I could understand, a pair of powerful magicians wanted to have a child. They ended up constructing a powerful clockwork dragon as their child. Then they had a baby. The clockwork dragon grew jealous of the child, or perhaps it was tasked with protecting the child and went nuts. And it ended up killing her. Realizing that the dragon was out of control, they captured their daughter's soul and offered it to the dragon. Your parents, I said in disbelief. They put your soul into the guardian. I failed. She looked down, tears welling in her eyes. I wasn't strong enough. I couldn't hold him back. He killed them. It was my fault. Ah. I reached forward and grabbed Tara, pulling her into a hug. I held her tightly. She struggled for a second. But then she calmed down, crying muddy tears into my clothing. I didn't mind a single bit. The other 3 girls looked at her sympathetically. Every girl here had suffered some loss in their lives. Lydia had her purpose taken away. Miki lost her family. Celeste lost her parents. They understood what Tara had gone through. I am not strong, she murmured. I was scared. You don't need to be strong, I said, causing her to look up at me tearily. That's why you have us. You shouldn't have had to fight it alone. But with all of us together, fighting together, we will destroy that monster. Really? Her eyes flashed, and her mouth opened in wonder. In the end, her parents tried to bind her soul with the clockwork dragon to bring it under control, and then it failed. Was that how I was supposed to complete the dungeon? Did I need to find some way to merge Tara's soul with the dragon, even if that was the key to completing the lore? I wouldn't do it. I couldn't believe her parents would stick their own daughter's soul into a mechanical monster. I didn't know what would become of Terra once the dungeon was destroyed, but that wouldn't be an option. We'd destroy that dragon, not control it. After all, the story also told me that the clockwork dragon couldn't be controlled. Carmen wanted to use it to beat back her brother and save the town, but the clockwork dragon could betray her in an instant. I turned to Carmen, a worried look on my face. Carmen was staring down the stairway. Her eyes filled with anticipation and determination. Chapter 19. We ate in relative silence. I had no clue how to bring up the subject of the dragon being too dangerous to control. I had a feeling that Carmen had put everything on the hope that the dragon could become her battle companion. If it got out of this dungeon, who knew how much of a threat it would be? The one advantage of curses is that the monsters got weaker the farther from the lore you got. While the bosses at the bottom of a dungeon might be raid-level monstrosities, they were limited to the boss rooms on the lowest levels of the dungeon. However, if her plan worked and she extracted the boss from the curse, who knows what kind of damage it could do? It could destroy entire cities. It could be an event that could nearly destroy this country. I wasn't even officially a lord yet, and I was already tasked with a decision that could lead to their country's demise. Thank you. The words broke me from my thoughts, and it took me a moment to realize they were coming from Carmen. The girls were all eating. Celeste had shrunk to her fairy size to eat. She said she liked how full food made her feel when she didn't have very much room. This caused a flash of some missing memory to pop in my head, but that kind of thing seemed ridiculous and couldn't possibly have happened, so I decided to ignore that memory instantly. Strangely, Tara was eating too, although she seemed unused to it. I didn't know a spirit could eat, but then again, I had never tried to feed the necromancer or Car, so who knew what they could or could not do? Carmen was eating a bowl slowly, and then she looked up at me and thanked me, catching me completely off guard for the moment. About saving me? She muttered when I didn't respond. It was my responsibility, but you healed me and then brought me here. Ah. You are welcome, I said, smiling stiffly. I've traveled with you this far. I wouldn't abandon you now. She paused as she brought another spoonful up. Right? Of course. On that note, once we've recovered, we're heading down there, right? She nodded. The Guardian will be strong, but my magic is stronger. I can definitely take control of the monster. Ah! Tara made a noise, but I held up my hand to stop her from saying something to upset Carmen. The thing is, it's a clockwork dragon, I said. If what I read in the murals is correct, the clockwork dragon went mad and killed the ones who created it. If you do the same... Her eyes turned sharp. What are you suggesting? I am saying that we should destroy it. Whatever ability you have, it won't work as planned. Rather, I don't think we should change our plans. But if you get control of it, order it to self-destruct. There was no way we'd be able to defeat the dragon on our own. It was far too powerful. Although there were 6 of us, it'd probably take 20 skilled hunters to hunt down and defeat a clockwork dragon normally. This wasn't based on anything I knew. Just a guess from my previous experiences. Going in there with 6 was suicide. Assuming that Tara would even fight, our own trump card was that Carmen had the ability to control it. If she quickly ordered it to self-destruct, that was our best bet for defeating this dungeon. As for what happened after they were expelled, I'd probably offer Carmen a chance to flee with us through a portal. We'd take a longer path to the capital, contact the knights, and they would mop up this whole Bandit King mess for us. "Is this what you all have agreed on?" Carmen asked, shooting the other girls a look. This was the first time she had acknowledged them. I didn't know what prompted it. She lowered her head when they all nodded. "I will help you escape the Bandit King. We can still get away," I said. "Very well. We'll do it your way." Chapter 220 Thump. Rumble. A massive creature down below slammed into something, and the force caused the entire room to shake. I checked my clothing one more time. All of us were in our best armor now. Carmen was freely wearing her paladin armor, which seemed shiny even in this dank underground ruin. The only girl who didn't have much protection was Tara. I walked over to her and put a protective cloak around her. "Tara, you don't need to worry about fighting," I explained. "We will destroy the dragon." "Okay, it'll destroy you too," she said, reaching out and grabbing my shirt. "I can't protect you." I smiled and patted her head. "Let us protect you for the moment." She was an embodiment of the lore or something like that, yet she was afraid of her own final boss. This was definitely another odd dungeon. Then again, which dungeon had I entered so far that could be considered normal or traditional? It seemed like every curse manifested in a unique way and formed a unique dungeon. Dungeons not only looked different and had different monsters, but they had a kind of personality to them. Each dungeon was absolutely unique. Tara seemed to melt under my touch, looking quite cute for a moment as she blushed with her head down. However, immediately after, she shot an uncertain look at Carmen. It seemed like she didn't trust the woman. The others didn't seem to trust her either. I wouldn't say I wasn't wary of her, but cutting her out and trying to defeat the dragon on our own would be impossible. Plus, she was a paladin. The church might be xenophobic. What I story didn't end up revealing a church that favored human beings that said they were still inherently good. "Right, all right. For the last time, here is the strategy," I said, finally pulling away from Tara. "Tara will stay back and keep safe. Carmen says she needs to be close to use the control spell, so she'll be at the forefront. With the highest defense, that's probably the perfect spot for her. Lydia, use your speed and try to distract the dragon. Don't do so much damage that his interest changes to you, but keep him from fully focusing on Carmen. Miki, your job is to damage the dragon's spirit." You likely won't be able to make it afraid or scared by attacking its spirit like you could with people. But you might be able to weaken its control, slowing it down. Celeste, concentrate on its eyes or whatever it sees out of. Try to blind it so that it can't fight back effectively. As for me, I'll be keeping everyone healthy. When I put it that way, I suddenly felt pretty awkward. I was the support class. I kept everyone's health up. I'd be using group heal, and keeping an eye on the status. However, when I thought about my role next to anyone else, it felt really inadequate. None of the girls seemed to be judging me, though, as they all nodded in acceptance. It was looking like I was the only one who felt my role was a bit weak. I suppose it was fine then. "All right," I said, nodding to everyone. "Let's finish this." Chapter 221. The boss room was many times larger than the one where we had encountered Tara. It was likely that the other boss room had been allowed to shrivel up like the rest of the dungeon on account of the lack of mana. Only this last floor, which contained the bulk of the curse, was preserved until this time. As soon as I saw the clockwork dragon at the end of the boss room, I found myself shivering a bit. I know I was saying that humans were scarier than monsters because they could strategize and were sometimes sadistic. But I had found they also had a certain degree of self-reservation and would take actions to save themselves. Staring down at this dragon that could only roar in an ear, piercing challenge reminded me that this was the first boss I had fought that didn't have at least some level of sentience. He was a guardian, like a guard dog, ready to tear us apart until his dungeon was safe once again. "Armor," I muttered. Casting armor on myself, even though I knew I couldn't give it to the others. I had White Mage, Hero, and Basic Magician equipped. Although I was stronger than I had ever been before, I still felt extremely weak when comparing to this dragon. Perhaps I was letting appearances deceive me. All final bosses looked intimidating. But was the first final boss in a game really that threatening compared to the one at the end of the game? I meant that maybe he just looked scarier than he was. We were halfway across the room when he half turned away. I almost thought he was about to flee until his tail swept out. A massive wave of air shot out at us. Celeste was in her fairy form and seemed to avoid the attack with ease. The rest of us got struck and lost our footing. Lydia, Miki, and I were all thrown back and slammed into the ground. Carmen was knocked back several steps, but managed to keep her footing. The only one who seemed unaffected was Tara. But she had stayed back a distance as I had commanded, and was farther away from the attack. Still, she really felt solid. Taking the blow without moving an inch. "Cushion!" I cast, trying to lessen the blow of my landing. The Animal girls both seemed to have a lot more finesse and were able to right themselves without landing painfully on their backs as I was prone to do. I got back up and immediately cast a group heal for everyone. Checking on the party status. I could see that everyone was still in good shape. We began our advance again. The dragon might have used his tail a second time, but because of Celeste and Carmen, he lacked the room to initiate another tail attack. Carmen immediately cast some kind of holy spell, hitting the dragon. It let out another roar, which just had a hint of metallic grind in its voice, which really made my hackles bunch. I struck out with a mana blast while Miki attacked with a spiritual attack. Celeste flew up and created a mini dust storm directly in the dragon's eyes. Meanwhile, Lydia danced under its feet, trying to cause it to lose its footing. The fight was going perfectly for about a minute. The dragon seemed to have enough of our attacks, and in a single roar, a powerful storm exploded out. Lydia was knocked to the ground. Miki was tossed aside. Even Carmen was shoved back. I tried to break the spell with a well-timed mana blast. The dragon's eyes suddenly turned to me. With the other girls knocked down, somehow I had attracted aggro. I cursed in my mind as I turned to run. However, the dragon was too large and fast. He took a single step forward and turned. He was using his tail again. However, this time, he wasn't attacking me with wind. The same tail that sent a wind attack that caused enough damage to sprawl me on the floor was now planning on hitting me directly. Chapter 2, 22. The tail seemed to be flying towards me in slow motion. I didn't see my life flash before my eyes, but that only meant I could experience the complete terror as that massive spiky bone, metal, and geared monstrosity aimed right for my fragile body. I desperately tried to pull out my sword and bring it up. I had been functioning as a wizard, so it didn't occur to me to have my sword out while I had my wand in hand. The hit was powerful, and I flew back with a skid. It was only when I stopped about 5 feet back from where I started that I realized I hadn't been hit at all. The tail had stopped a foot before, and what I felt was just the wind backlash. Standing right in front of the tail was none other than Tara. She had stopped the tail with her hands, and was now holding it with her small body. The tail was taller than she was, but she was able to keep it from moving an inch. I stared in surprise for several moments as she continued to hold onto the tail, her mouth tight as she seemed to struggle against all odds. "I am going for it," Carmen called out, backing up and beginning a chant that caused her to glow white. "Hold him down! Lydia!" I called, confirming that we were going with this plan. The clockwork dragon wasn't truly being held down. Rather, he was stuck in his position. He was starting to struggle, trying to pull his tail away from Tara's grip, but he didn't seem to be able to do so. At this moment, he was half-turned and in an awkward position. I ordered Lydia to attack his side to distract him from his cocktail. Celeste flew into support. Meanwhile, Miki began to cast a spell that seemed to make the air more solid, thus further slowing the dragon down. It was pretty clear from the last attack that this guy was too powerful for us. He hadn't even depended on any skill yet. A single breath attack of his would probably be devastating. Rather, just like we feared going in. Our best bet was to take control of the Guardian and then have him destroy himself. Trying to fight him with only 5 people was simply not enough for a creature of this strength. Tara, can you hold on? I asked worriedly. Harem, she said, her voice sounding somewhat weak. I immediately used moderate heal and refresh on her. I also used create earth around her feet. Where I could see the rock breaking, she looked down as she noticed earth covering her feet. This caused her to smile strangely. A moment later, dozens of earthly spikes rose from the ground. On each side of the tail, they stabbed into the dragon, holding him in place like a vice. Tara seemed to be pretty powerful with earth magic, given her name and this dungeon type. I suppose that made a kind of sense. Keep holding! Carmen cried out as her spell started to affect the dragon. He seemed to feel his control being wrestled away. The dragon started to fight back. However, Tara's hold on his tail was incredibly strong, and with the other 3 girls attacking his front, he was in a difficult situation. I cast a few more healing spells, mana blasting the monster when I had the ability. Even though I wasn't useless with the sword, I didn't have the guts to attack its legs. The speed it was dancing around was something only Lydia could deal with. Croc! The earthly spires that kept the tail confined suddenly broke. The clockwork dragon seemed to change its motions suddenly. This would be the equivalent of a boss changing its attack pattern after being hurt a certain amount. It lifted its tail up and then slammed it down. Tara was like a rag doll. With a flick, she went flying. Without thinking, I jumped and caught her, the pair office slamming into a wall. She was like a rock slamming into my front, with the wall of rock behind me. Suffice it to say, the wind was completely ripped out of my lungs. The other girls barely managed to escape as it started lashing around wildly, knocking over one of the pillars and causing rubble to fall from the already dilapidated dungeon. Just when I thought all hope was lost, a white glow suddenly exploded around the dragon, and the previously red eyes turned blue in color. I got it! Carmen's voice cried out. The dragon is under control. Taking a breath of relief through my aching lungs, I stood up, holding Tara in my arms. She blushed as she realized I had her in a princess carry. I was mostly just shaking my head at how heavy this little girl was. No, I needed to focus on the dragon. The danger wasn't gone yet. We still needed to make sure the dragon was destroyed. Chapter 2, 23. A glowing light appeared near the ceiling. As it pulsated, the orb slowly worked its way down to our level, stopping in the center of the room. The lore of the dungeon had been released. That meant that the dungeon's boss was defeated, and the dungeon was effectively done. I instinctively winced. But there was no flash of light. The orb didn't suddenly shoot towards me and wrap around a piece of my body. Of course, that would be the result. It looked like you didn't need to completely defeat a boss to make the lore reveal itself. As long as the boss's hostility was ended, whether it was through negotiation, death, or even a magical enslavement spell, the protected lore was released. Once the lore was destroyed, I didn't know what would happen. Would the boss be released upon the world, in the case of the guardian or the fairy queen, who wasn't made by the curse itself? That was probably true. If the curse was involved in the boss's creation, then it probably disappeared with the dungeon. That was just one way of ending things. To truly complete the lore, Tara's soul would have to be inserted into the dragon to complete the lore that her parents started. It was much better if we simply destroyed the lore. The thought of that innocent girl being placed in that ugly dragon made of gears hurt my heart a little bit. Furthermore, I couldn't say how long we could stay in the dungeon after the lore was destroyed. Once we were ejected, we'd need to deal with the Bandit King, even if dealing with was just escaping. Thus, we needed to handle the dragon situation before we finished off the lore. Even though the mechanical dragon had calmed down thanks to Carmen's efforts, I couldn't relax just yet. It had broken away from its creators in the first place, so even under Carmen's control, it couldn't be trusted. There was no saying that it wouldn't betray Carmen in the same way it would betray everyone else. The Bandit King was just outside this door, so it was a bitter truth to accept, but it was how it had to be. Carmen, I sighed, looking up at the powerful creature. Order it to destroy itself. There was still a chance it wouldn't obey. For all we knew, ordering it to kill itself is what set it on a rampage originally. Maybe it was designed to protect itself at all cost. Maybe it was self-aware. Anyone could guess what the next action the dragon would take would be. If we were lucky, it would just fall apart and the magic formations that kept it together would automatically undo themselves. A second option was that it attacked itself and caused some damage, but then grew enraged and out of control because of that damage, viewing us as hostile. The worst-case scenario is it immediately attacked us, ignoring the restraints completely. That was why I wanted her to destroy it now, while we still had it contained in this room. If destroying the Lord'd free it of the curse, it'd be just as bad as bringing it to the surface. However, if this didn't work, I thought the better option would be to flee towards the portal and teleport to the once level. We'd abandon the monster and the lore as if we hadn't even challenged it. It would allow the Bandit King a chance at the monster, but I didn't think we could take it out. Once again, if we're lucky, the Bandit King will die trying to subjugate the dragon for their own, while I was busy considering every possible outcome. The worst one I had considered suddenly occurred. Carmen didn't destroy the dragon at all. She turned to me, and when I finally caught the look in her eyes, my gut began to sink. So, you decided on betrayal after all. I had hoped it wouldn't come to this, but I couldn't say I wasn't still a bit hurt that it came. I am sorry, she responded. I won't be destroying this dragon. The guardian is mine. Chapter 2, 24. Carmen. I shook my head. Don't do this. It's nothing personal, Carmen chuckled dryly. I simply follow a higher power. Lydia. Now, Lydia was upon Carmen before she could blink. Of course, Carmen's betrayal was something I had considered as well. We depended on her capacity to take control of the dragon too much. If she decided to not destroy the dragon, it would be a danger forever. Fortunately, Lydia and I had already exchanged a few looks ahead of time. And while the lure was descending, she had closed the distance to Carmen, while using the massive dragon as cover. Without hesitation, Lydia used her speed to close the distance and toss up Ocean at Carmen's feet. It exploded, and a gas rose up, covering the woman. As for Lydia, she had already jumped back a dozen feet. Watching with another bottle in her hand, I didn't want to hurt Carmen. The bottles only contained a sleeping draught. It had been made by Miki and I, and was part of the arsenal of potions we kept on hand just in case. In this situation, if we could just knock Carmen out before she made the dragon hostile to us, then perhaps we could attack and destroy the dragon before she woke up. That's what I was hoping for. But the gas had just risen over Carmen's head when the dragon suddenly let out another ear-splitting roar. He spun and lashed his tail wildly. As for Carmen, I only realized she had already left the cloud of smoke a few moments later. It had been a diversion. I cursed as I realized that her goal wasn't to fight us at all. Rather, using the flailing dragon as cover, she made it to the center of the room and snatched the lure. At that point, I realized we couldn't sit back anymore. Ending this peacefully was impossible. Miki, Celeste. The two tossed out spells Carmen's way. However, she was a paladin, and the likes of spirit attacks were nothing for a woman like that. Her high defense also made Celeste's devastating air attacks nothing more than paper cuts. Meanwhile, when someone attacked Carmen, it was the dragon who retaliated. With Tara running beside me, I had closed off the direction of the back room. My intent was to keep her from shattering the lore and then leaping through the platform. It was only when I got there that I realized she was heading in the opposite direction with the dragon between her and me. She planned to use the kiosk to flee. I hadn't considered this because Carmen hadn't registered with the kiosk with us. I believed her way out would be the final teleportation platform. After all, the dragon couldn't even fit up in the preparation room. She reached the stairway and turned back. The look on her face made me realize the truth. She had this all planned out from the beginning. This wasn't an emotional decision made in the moment. From the moment she brought us here, she was playing us. She let out a laugh. Sorry. Thank you for the help, but I can't have you following me and causing problems. The church will light a candle for your soul. You can't take the dungeon lore with you, Tara cried out helplessly. Why not? Carmen tilted her head. They're popular high-level alchemy ingredients. Without the lore, this dungeon will wither up and collapse. You will be buried in this grave. Well, if you live long enough without starving to death first. As for me, I'll likely be promoted. You can't control it. I shot out. If it's one thing the church knows how to do. Carmen chuckled. It's control things. I'll worry about the dragon. I think you all have something more important to worry about." With that, she spun around and left. As she raced up the stairway, the dragon let out a terrifying breath attack. However, he didn't aim at us. Rather, he aimed at the stairway. Within a moment, the location became nothing but a mound of rubble. The clockwork dragon suddenly turned to smoke and then disappeared into the cracks of the rock. Carmen must have had some kind of ability which allowed her to take the dragon with her. Perhaps it was a pet version of a storage ring or some skill I wasn't familiar with. I hadn't known about it until she suddenly used it. I also hadn't known she must have previously registered with the first 4 kiosk. Perhaps she had wanted to avoid having us register at the kiosks specifically so that she could leave us to die. She always looked annoyed when I insisted on doing it, and she never did it herself. Now I understood why. Once the smoke left the room, the 5 of us were left by ourselves, standing in the former boss's room of an empty dungeon. Since the lore still existed, the treasure room and the return portal hadn't been summoned. On the other side, the kiosk that would allow us to return to the previous floors was blocked by mounds of heated rock. Carmen's plan had worked splendidly. She had the dragon, and we were trapped. Chapter 2, 25. Master. "What do we do now?" Miki asked, staring at the place Carmen had left. It was eerily quiet in the room now. Moments ago, it had been filled with battle and a massive dragon, and now the battle was over and we were trapped underground in this grave. As the molten rock that blocked the staircase cooled, the room darkened as well, putting a wet blanket on the already poor atmosphere. We wait. The dungeon will heal, and then we can leave. Lydia began hesitantly. "The lore has been removed." Miki shook her head. "There is no source of mana. The dungeon won't heal. Rather, it will start to collapse. As the space collapses, we'll be crushed with it." "Portal," I said, pushing out my palm toward the empty air next to me. "You cannot teleport from inside a dungeon. It's not a dungeon anymore. The lore is gone, you." I stopped from screaming anymore at the text that no one else could see. It wouldn't be protective at all. However, it seemed like portal was useless. I tried return as well and found the same effect. This was still a dungeon, even though the lore was effectively stripped. I let out a long breath. This was truly an awful situation. "So?" Shiwan Celeste said, shaking her head in disbelief. "That's it. She has the power of the Guardian now, number." I shook my head, my eyes turning to Tara, who was standing to the side and watching us expressionlessly. She didn't. This caught the interest of the other girls, too, who all turned to me with questioning expressions on their faces. She was able to gain control of the clockwork dragon, that's true. However, the dragon isn't this dungeon's guardian. "It isn't. Who's the guardian, then?" Lydia asked with some interest. "Who?" Celeste mimicked. not looking nearly as perturbed that she was trapped in a dungeon as she looked at me like she would when she was waiting for a story. "Just some things I put together," I said. "Tara is still here despite the fact that Carmen took the lure. That means that Tara isn't created or controlled by the lore. Also, some of the stuff she said about graves. It got me thinking. I had been misunderstanding the murals. I thought the story was about them trying to create a powerful dragon guardian. I was wrong. It was a story about righting their wrongs. What does Master mean? Lydia asked, sitting down along with the other two girls while Tara remained silent in the corner. I had thought that when their daughter died, the magicians tried to put the soul into the dragon, but they found it too difficult and failed in the process. I was wrong. The magicians didn't fail to create the guardian. Rather, they succeeded. The guardian is here, in this very room. Of course, the girl's eyes all landed on Tara. She stepped forward into the light and lowered her head, her hands cusped in a very polite manner. "I am sorry that I never properly introduced myself before," Tara spoke docilely. "My name is Tara. I am an earth golem, and the guardian of this dungeon." Chapter 226. A golem, Lydia asked, tilting her head. Tara nodded. "My parents constructed this body for me. After my death, they were able to protect my soul. I asked them to be strong and powerful. I wanted to be strong enough to defeat the dragon. And so this was the body they created for me. And then I failed." She looked away, a tear falling down her dirty cheek. Miki shook her head in confusion. "I don't understand. If she is the guardian, why was the dragon built? Why was he down here instead of you? Why didn't you stop her from taking the lore with each question?" Tara seemed to shrink back even more. It was to the point where she looked like she wanted to slink into the shadows. I put a hand on Miki's shoulders, stopping her from continuing her barrage of questions. "Did your mother and father create that dragon?" I asked cautiously. After a moment, the girl shook her head, rejecting that. It was as I thought. She was an earth golem. An earth golem required radically different kinds of magic than a mechanical dragon. There was no way that the same magicians have built both. After all, this was a world that pushed magicians down specific magical paths early on. Everyone was specialized. Likely one of her parents was something akin to a necromancer to handle her soul, and the other was an earth mage that could build her body. The clockwork dragon came one day. No one knew from where. Tara said, her voice cracking slightly with emotion. "It attacked the city and laid waste 200s. My friends were among them. I was at school at the time. The entire school was ignited with its fiery breath. I watched as my friends were burned alive." "Why, you were lucky to get out alive," Celeste said hopefully. She shook her head. "Don't you get it? I didn't. I perished with them. So, your parents managed to save your soul and remake your body. Why didn't they just use resurrection?" I asked. I begged my family. I am the one who asked to be put into a golem. I didn't just want to be alive again and weak. I wanted to have the strength to fight back and get vengeance on the dragon. So, what happened? I asked. I was impatient. My parents said I needed to work together. They said we were stronger as a village, but I was so angry. So I went out to fight the dragon on my own. I wasn't strong enough. When I finally came to, I returned to find the village in ashes. The dragon at its center killing the last of the people in the city. My parents were dead. If I was strong enough, I could have stopped it. Instead, I only helped it. What happened after Lydia asked? She buried it. I sighed. The dragon? The village. I kept wondering why this dungeon felt like a tomb. It's because that is what it is. Tara managed to sink the dragon into the earth, and the entire village with it. That was the final act that created this dungeon. Chapter 227. I reasoned that Tara's role as guardian differed from what we had assumed. She wasn't actually a part of the dungeon at all. Rather, she was more like Celeste. She was just a young soul trapped within the dungeon, unwilling or unable to leave it. She created a grave for her family, and she remained here to guard it. There was just one thing I wasn't clear on. Why didn't you stop us? I asked. If your goal is to protect the dungeon, you should have stood in our way. She blushed. I only decided to stop you when you revealed you were going to take over the dragon and help it escape. If you destroyed the dragon, why would I be upset I planned to impede your progress? I even made you carry me. Ah. I mean, I would have definitely prevented her from taking over the dragon. Except you agreed to destroy it. She cheated. You didn't do what you agreed to do. That was right. She didn't choose to follow us until we started talking about controlling the dragon. As far as strength goes, I had a feeling that Out Party could defeat her. She was strong and seemed to have a good constitution. But she was also not exactly athletic or fast. If she just tried to attack us head on, she would be defeated and accomplish nothing. Instead, she tried to slow us down. Plus, I couldn't forget she had an inherent fear of the dragon that once defeated her. It couldn't be easy returning to his grave. Tara, this dungeon was created by you. You seemed to be able to control parts of it before. You shut the boss's door on the 10th floor. Right, you may not be the final boss or a manifestation of the lore. But you have guarded this dungeon for many years, I said. Is there some way you can free us? She thought about it for a second and then nodded slowly. I can open the treasure room. As she said this, she walked over to the door that remained closed because of the presence of the lore. She lifted her arms, and the door began to rise. I realized that she wasn't manipulating the dungeon at all. Rather, she was using her earth magic to forcefully open the door. Since this dungeon was composed of earth ore, she was able to make changes like this. In another dungeon, if the door was made of something else, She wouldn't be able to repeat this feat. I walked into the treasure room. It was extremely sparse. It looked like the lack of mana in the dungeon also affected the growth of treasures. As the dungeon shriveled up, so did the wealth of the dungeon. Of course, I didn't care about getting rich. The only thing that mattered was the return formation on the ground. I breathed easier seeing it there. That was our way out. Tara, will you come with us? I asked. Tara looked away. This is my home, my family. It's crumbling. With the lore gone, it'll be gone in a week, I said, trying to keep my voice gentle. If you come with us, together, we might be able to finally destroy that clockwork dragon. Her eyes widened. You plan to go after it. I hadn't been thinking about it until I knew we had a way out. But now that the immediate problem was solved, I realized that this was exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to fight the dragon and figure out what was Carmen's problem. Part of me just wanted to finish this story. I wanted Tara to have her closure. The other part of me just didn't like to be betrayed, and didn't want the church to have some powerful monster at the expense of the women in my life. I nodded softly. We're going after that dragon, I said with confidence. As I looked back to see how the other girls felt, they all had looks of determination as well. They had started this fight. They wanted to end it on their terms. All right. Tara held out her hand. Please take care of me. Tara has joined your party. Chapter 2, 28. Name Tara Class Tank Job Earth Manipulate Earl VVL 45 Unlocked Jobs. None Race Earth Golem Naturally. I couldn't help but look at her status. I didn't know quite what to make of that. On the one hand, I supposed her abilities weren't exactly on the level of an Earth Mage. She could manipulate the ground and she was sturdy, but I didn't see anything like her casting spells. She was an Earth Golem, which I didn't even know was a race. Wasn't that close to a monster? I guess that wasn't the case since she was able to get jobs too. However, being as she was freshly created for one purpose, she never had the chance to earn any other jobs. Even Celeste had picked up a couple throughout her years in the dungeon. Maybe it had to do with Tara's race that she was unable to do anything but level up Earth Manipulator. Furthermore, would it open up a new job when she reached level 50? I was definitely interested in whether this was a possibility. I also noticed that everyone leveled after the fight. I had been too distracted before to notice the text. But once Carmen had taken control of the dragon, we had been allocated experience. That was a testament to how powerful this dragon was. Even a fight that didn't end with us defeating him netted experience at the level where we leveled up. Lydia was at level 36 swordsman. Mickey was 30 to spiritualist. Celeste was a master wind magician of level 2. And my basic magician and hero had gone up. Basic magician unlocked the water jet and hero gave me something called last chance that sounded ominous and not at all. Something I wanted to try until I read what it did in a book. Putting everyone's status away, I made sure to clean out the dungeon after asking for Tara's permission. Given her story and the nature of this dungeon, robbing this place felt a bit like grave-robbing. Thankfully, she assured me that nothing that the dungeon created was specifically something buried from the village. In other words, I wasn't swiping someone heirlooms or something like that. All the magical items had long been dissolved and used to sustain the dungeon. There were only a few alchemic ingredients and some gold coins left. Master. What is this? I glanced over where Miki was indicating. She revealed a long staff. I recognized it in the image of one of the murals. I had interpreted it as some kind of control rod. Ah. That's my... Tara looked on helplessly as I reached out and grabbed the rod. Tara is now your slave. Well, wait. What happened? I said. Sweating suddenly. I was going to say. Tara lowered her hand. The first person to touch my control rod imprints and becomes my master. Ah. Sorry. I was impulsive and grabbed it without asking. It's fine. I've already decided to help you. Tara responded. If I am master's slave, then it is perhaps for the best. I walked up to her, even as she still looked down, and then I patted her head. We will stop this dragon. I will definitely help you complete what you set out to do. I am there for you. She looked up at me, her eyes tearing up slightly. Thursday. Thank you. The other girls suddenly came forward and wrapped their arms around the both of us. The girls were all smiling happily. I didn't get it, but this seemed to make Tara cry even harder, and soon the other girls were crying too. It took a promise to cook some very good food before the girls stopped hugging us and crying. Is everyone ready to go? I finally asked, checking my equipment one last time. We couldn't guess what we would find on the other side of that portal. Had these been normal circumstances, the bandits would have been expelled the second that we defeated the lore. However, Carmon didn't destroy the lore. She took it and ran. The bandit king could still be on the other side of the door. None the wiser that the dungeon has already been destroyed. As for Carmen, she might have fled with the dragon. Or she might have used it to mop up all of the bandits. We could be returning to a complete bloodbath as run by Carmen. Then again, perhaps the bandit king was able to defeat the dragon after all. And now Carmen was in his arms and waiting for us to reveal ourselves. Thus, I made sure everyone, even Tara, was combat ready. Who knew what we'd find? Ready? Lydia called out comfortably. Ready? Miki added, less sure. Ready, Master. Master. We stepped into the circle and the transportation began. Chapter 2, 29. As soon as the light cleared, we heard screaming and yells. We appeared just outside the gate, which was inside a building. That building was currently on fire. Smoke instantly stung my eyes and heat blasted my face. Shit. I hadn't thought of that. Before I could think of what to do, Celeste's voice carried through the ashy basement. "Windshield!" Celeste called out. A rush of wind blew away the smoke and flames. Instantly, my sight was clear. I could see flames on every side of us. The stairway leading out was also collapsed. Of all the possibilities, I didn't suspect that we'd be trapped with the entrance to the dungeon. The heat was already returning. And the air was limited within this firestorm. Simply put, in a few moments, we'd all collapse if we didn't do something immediately. I could create water, but stopping the fire with water while in the middle of it was too dangerous. Once again, it was one of the girls who reacted first. Tara stepped forward and pushed toward a dirt wall that wasn't in flames. Immediately, the earth began to spread and a path formed. As she moved forward into this new path, I ushered the girls to follow her. Anywhere was better than remaining in this burning building. She basically created a tunnel heading up and out the side of the building. The path wasn't long, and it only took a minute to finish the path. But with the flames growing behind me, it felt like an eternity. Finally, she broke surface and the girls piled out into the outdoors. As soon as the pathway to the outside was complete, the cries and yelling grew considerably sharper. I helped all of the girls make it through the path before climbing out myself. It was hot enough that I seriously thought my clothing might catch. I fell down onto the cool grass and let out a cry of relief. Just 10 feet away was the burning Capitol building. From a quick glance, the entire city looked to be burning. As for the bandits, they were running around along with the citizens. It didn't look like the bandits were particularly concerned about the citizens. They were all packing up and desperately fleeing. It was clear that the city was lost. A distant roar caused me to look up into the sky. It was daybreak now. So there was just enough light that I could make out a creature flying in the distance. It was too far to see clearly. But I was certain it was the clockwork dragon. It was flying away. As the girls worked their way back to their feet, we heard some shouts, and suddenly a bunch of bandits formed up around us. It's them. The ones with Carmen. Innumerable arrows and magical spells were aimed in my direction. There were at least 30 surrounding us by the time everyone had their footing. Stepping out from a building that wasn't on fire was the Bandit King. His armor looked like it had received some significant damage during a battle. He must have fought the clockwork dragon before she had fled. He took several steps toward me. "Stay right there," his voice called out. "We have you surrounded," I sneered. "Girls, hold on. We're leaving." Lydia and Miki were used to this kind of thing and didn't hesitate to grab onto me. They helped Celeste and Tara to do the same. "Rhett, please." The Bandit King pulled off their helmet, revealing a beautiful woman with long blonde hair. "Please. Help me save my sister." Chapter 230. "Who are you?" I demanded. "My name is Celicia. I am the Bandit King." What I had thought was a melodious male voice turned out to me a deeper feminine voice. The Bandit King was definitely not who I expected behind the mask. That was mostly because her name was a complete lie. I was right for second guessing. Oi? You are a woman. You should be a bandit queen. I am a strong enough person to be referred to with reverence as royalty. And you want to argue with me about semantics, she responded bitterly. I've cut out men's tongues for less audacity. I apologize. I lowered my head. But you wouldn't have just begged for my help if you were so easily angered. She made an annoyed tesk and then nodded. I suppose you are right. I know Balrak's strength. For you to be able to capture and bounty him to the city, you must be quite formidable. The fact that you are standing here so calmly despite the fact I have you surrounded shows your party must be powerful. That is only because I have a way out, I admitted. I'd be a little worried if I thought I'd have to fight my way through your lot. A slight grin formed on her face. A little worried, he says. A normal man would be pissing himself. Forget it. Let's forego the dick measuring contest for the moment. I am sure you would win anyway. Lydia nodded in confirmation. Miki and Celeste were also nodding as if this was a given. Suddenly, Celicia looked at me with a cocked eyebrow and I could only blush. Only Tara had her head cocked as if she didn't understand the conversation. It's nice that you girls think highly of me. But perhaps this wasn't a good time. I was getting a few jealous and angry stares from some of the bandits. They had their bows strung and pulled. It wouldn't take much for someone to accidentally shoot it. Well, in that case, I will make this simple. That mechanical monstrosity was created by the church. My sister was tasked with recovering it. However, it has a defect. The person linked to the dragon's mind will slowly be corrupted, and eventually they will think like the dragon and eventually become one with it. Why would the church send one of their own if they knew this to be true? Recovering something you made yourself had some sense. At the least, you could study and learn from your mistakes. However, if they already knew the dragon was faulty, then sending a paladin to try to control it was just asking for more trouble. Because they want the dragon to go out of control, Celicia explained. No one can trace the dragon back to the church. So they want it to go havoc. Then, when they solve the issue, they can gain the adoration and love of the country. It's how the church has operated for the last few thousand years. Controlled chaos. Okay, let's say I believe you. What is Carmen's role in all this, if she's a patsy for the church? Why should I care about what happens to her? Celicia made a bitter expression on her face. Carmen wasn't always like this? When we were young, our town was attacked. We thought it was by bandits. It was the church that came to save us. They took a liking to my sister, so they took her and told the rest of us survivors it was a blessing. My sister went on to become a paladin, and you became a bandit. I started out hunting bounties, Celicia admitted. But when I couldn't find out information on who attacked our village, I realized the only way I could get information was from the inside. I became a bandit to avenge my village. It wasn't until I declared myself the Bandit King that I finally realized the truth. The church had hired men to attack the village so that they could come in and save it. Everyone who died. My family. Their blood was on the church's hands? And Carmen, I said, already guessing the answer. I found her. And I told her the truth. She was different. It had been 10 years from when we were last split up. And the woman I knew was no longer there. They brainwashed my sister.